Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Naruto the Instinctive Shinobi in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 13, The Uchiha Escapes and Saying Goodbye. It's been 3 weeks since Tsunade became Hokage and things were looking up. She took some power away from the civilian council after she learned they were passing laws by forging her signature. So she made sure everything they wanted went through her. She even replaced the head doctor at the hospital due to him not allowing nurses to give proper care to patients since he was stealing money that was for the medical supplies. Interesting enough, the replacement was Mina, who nobody knew was good at medical ninjutsu. She found out Naruto was taking care of all the stray animals and decided to build an animal shelter in the middle of Konoha so it would be accessible to everyone who wanted to visit. Naruto gave the shelter the instructions on how to build his medical shelter he had, so now every animal had their personal hospital. Shizune was still seeing Izumo BD. They were really head over heels for each other. She convinced him to start training again even if he wanted to stay at Chunin. Ayame started dating Kotetsu, who started training again because she beat him in a spar and he was made the laughing stock of the village. Anko and Irika were thinking about moving in together, but they didn't know where they could move to. Naruto on the other hand got a visit from the noble and his daughter after they received his response. The end result of that meeting was Anko mentally torturing the daughter while Naruto held the Kubikuri Basho against his neck. Naruto also went on some solo C and B rank missions to take out rogue ninja or bandits. Now he was walking through the hospital checking on patients because Tsunade got hit with a water balloon he forgot he set up in the Hokage office. Okay, last patient of the day and I can go train. He knocked on the door and heard a grunting come in. He walked in and saw Lee on the floor doing push-ups. Alright Lee, do you need anything before I go? I can't get much but I'll see what I can do. He asked. I will be fine, Naruto. I must work out so my flames of youth do not diminish. I told myself if I cannot do 500 push-ups on my hands then I shall do 1000 push-ups on my fingers, and if I cannot do that then I shall run 1000 laps on my hands with a boulder on my feet. My flames will not be diminished. I shall spread my youth to all the kids in the village. Lee said. Okay, first off Lee, don't ever say that last part again. Second, if you don't relax then the surgery Granny Tsunade is working on for you will be for nothing, since every time you move the bone fragments do as well. Keep it up and you will extinguish your flames forever. Just take it easy until the surgery is done and you are fully recovered. I'm sure Guy Sensei will have the most youthful workout planned to make sure your flames burn brighter than his. With that, Naruto walked out. Had he stayed he would have seen the happy tears on Lee's face, since nobody has ever talked to him like that. Naruto made it to Tsunade's office and heard a familiar giggle and moaning, so he slid a privacy barrier under the door and activated it. He went to Shizune's office to hand in his work. Hey Shizune, I have my papers from the hospital. I just need to hand them in, can you do it for me? He asked. Why can't you just take them yourself? You know how to get to her office. She said. I was just there but Pervy Sage is in there with her. I had to slide a privacy barrier under the door before I came here. He said. Shizune shook her head at this. Fine, I'll take them for you, Naruto. Hurry up, I have a date in an hour I need to get ready for. She said. So where is Izumo taking you today? He asked, signing the papers he needed. He didn't say but I'm guessing it's a double date with Ayame and Kotetsu. She said, filing away his papers. Okay, well I'll see you later, I'm off to train. With that he disappeared in a swirl of fire. Hokage Training Ground. Naruto arrived at the Hokage Training Ground and upped his resistance seals again and began running 200 laps around the training ground. He completed his laps and sat down. He decided to work on his Susanoo since he hasn't tried it since the last time when he could only summon the rib cage in an arm. Her activates his main Jakku and easily formed the rib cage and arm of the Susanoo. He pushed more chakra into it and another arm appeared, but this time the head as well, with horns on its head and golden eyes. Naruto could feel the pain in his body but decided to push it even further, and muscles and skin formed around the skeleton. Once Naruto was done he noticed the Susanoo has two huge teeth sticking up out of its mouth and that the rib cage was open, showing a golden tomo inside of it, and across the head the horns seemed to have moved more to the sides of its head and had 9 smaller flaming horns going across the head, with 5 on its head and 2 on each horn. He released the Susanoo and fell to his knee. His eyes were burning but his vision was still good. He stood and began to practice getting all of his jutsus down to one hand. After a few hours and a lot of clones, his lightning and fire jutsus were all down to one hand sign or none at all. His wind jutsus except his wind dragon jutsu all didn't need hand signs. He got this one down to 3 and once again he didn't focus on his water ninjutsu. He headed home for the day and saw Kurane waiting for him. "Nai-chan, what are you doing here?" he asked. "Lady Tsunade is giving us one last mission together as Team 8, but it's a joint mission with Team 7 unfortunately. We will meet the client tomorrow morning at 9 in the Hokage's office," she said. "Alright, I guess I'll be there," he said. She smiles and kisses his forehead before leaving. Now the reason Team 7 is on this mission is because after Tsunade filed the paperwork for Tsunade's punishment to Sasuke, somebody got a hold of it and replaced it with 1 week suspension and used the official cage stamp that Tsunade uses. It would be too much of a hassle to redo the order because then she was going to have to involve the fire daimyo and she didn't want the headache. She found out it was somebody on the civilian council but didn't know who. Sasuke, since his week was up, kept demanding Naruto to give him all of his jutsus but was always ignored by him. Sakura showed little improvement, she only worked on her chakra control. Kiba hasn't been seen since the Chunin promotions. Rumor has it that his mom and sister gave him a beating that lasted for 4 days straight and he had to sleep in the kennel with the dogs. Naruto cleared his thoughts and went to take a shower and went to sleep. Naruto woke up the next morning at 8 AM and started to get ready. He put on his usual outfit and chose to not wear his Jonin vest until he was made an official Jonin. He left the house at 8:45 after eating breakfast and made his way to the Hokage's office. He arrived in Tsunade's office in a swirl of fire shunshin. He arrived and Tsunade started to explain the mission. "Alright Team 7, Team 8, you will be escorting Shibuki here back to the waterfall village. He is the village leader, so behave yourselves," she said that mainly to Team 7. "Kurane, you are first in charge with Kakashi being your second in command. If anything should happen to you both, Naruto will be in charge." Kurane nodded, as did Kakashi, but reluctantly. He didn't like the idea of him having to listen to a rookie Jonin. Kurane decided to speak. "Shibuki-sama, do you have a time period to reach the waterfall village?" Kurane asked. Shibuki wore gray pants, a green shirt and shinobi sandals. He had the Taki headband on his forehead. "Taki is about a week's travel from Konoha, so I would like to leave as soon as possible," he said. "Okay, pack your things for a 2-week trip. We leave in an hour." Shino and Hinata nodded while Team 7 just scoffed and turned away. Kakashi went up in smoke. Naruto, already having his stuff and scrolls, stayed in the office with Tsunade. Kurane and Shibuki left to pack their things. "So Granny Tsunade, are you and Pervy Sage officially together? I had to place a privacy barrier under the door yesterday," he said. "Honestly, I don't know, Naruto. I guess we're both just going with the flow of things for now. I mean, he hasn't asked me to marry him yet. Like he did when we first became a team," she said, smiling at the memory of him proposing multiple times. "If he did propose to you, would you accept it? I mean, you said it yourself that you always loved him even more than that Dan guy. I think if he makes you happy, then you should be with him," he said. "Naruto, I'm older than you, why are you giving me advice? Anyway, I want you to look after Kakashi on this mission." He didn't look too happy about Kurane being in charge. She said. "Yeah, I know, I felt it too. I have a feeling this will turn into an rank mission. But I could be wrong," he said. "Okay, 2 things. I want you to get Shibuki alone and tell him about the Akatsuki and what they're after. I've heard rumors that they've completely isolated their Jinchuriki from the village, but I don't know what the Jinchuriki looks like." She said. He nodded at her. "Secondly, I've talked to the fire daimyo and he said that Jiraiya can train you for a year and a half but wants you in the Guardian 12 for the next year. I've told Jiraiya already and he agreed to this. After the year is up, Jiraiya will meet up with you and bring you back to the village," she said. "Okay, do I still leave in 6 months or has the timetable changed?" he asked. "No, you still leave in 6 months. So after this mission I will be sending you on as many missions I can before you leave. After you leave I'll be releasing your heritage to the village since I know you will come back as strong if not stronger than your father," she said. "Okay, that's fine with me." He looks at the clock and notices he has to be at the gate in 5 minutes. I'll see you when I get back, Granny. He vanished from her office to the village gate. After 5 minutes of waiting, Team 7 and Team 8 showed up with Shivuki but no Kakashi. After 20 minutes of waiting, they decided to leave without him. 5 hours into the trip, Kakashi appeared, having caught up with them after they stopped because of Sakura's horrible stamina. Kurane, you know you were supposed to wait for me. Why did you leave? I can report you for this. Kakashi said. I don't tolerate tardiness, Kakashi. Everyone else may think your lateness is cute and funny, but not me. Now get your head out of your ass and let's go. She said. With that, Team 8 and Shivuki leapt into the trees to continue on with the mission. They finally reached the hidden waterfall village, but they were 2 days late because Sakura had to stop every 5 hours to catch her breath, and Kakashi was being difficult and would take Sasuke off to train, and Naruto would have to go find them, and Kiba would sneak off claiming he had to use the bathroom. It also didn't help that Shivuki would jump as every little noise and would be scared to move. Team 8 thought how somebody like him could become a leader of an entire village. I would like to invite you into the village, however those 4 will have to wear something over their eyes. Shivuki said. That's okay with us. Kakashi said immediately, causing everyone to get suspicious. He tried to discreetly make a shadow clone to follow them, but Naruto was a censor and felt the chakra spike and created his own clone that went and destroyed Kakashi's clone. That wasn't nice, Naruto. Kakashi said angrily. I don't know why you even tried something like that. You almost put the group at risk as well as the relationship between Taki and Konoha at risk. He said. What did he do, Naruto? Kurane asked. The wannabe Uchiha here tried to discreetly make a clone, and my guess was have it follow us to get the entrance of the village, but what he didn't know was that I'm a sensor and can detect even the slightest pulse of chakra. Naruto said. A messenger hawk came by and landed on Kakashi before Kurane could respond, which Shivuki was scared of. What is it, Kakashi? Kurane asked. It seems I'm needed back in the village for something. Team 7, you are to stay in with Kurane and finish the mission. Before anybody could say anything, he left but made a clone that was destroyed by Naruto again. Was he telling the truth, Naruto? Kurane asked. Yes, but it was also as if he was uncertain about something, but we can't worry about that right now, we have a mission to complete. As Naruto said that, 2 kids came running up to Shivuki with bags in their hands. That looked like it was filled with something. Now kids, I can't play right now, show some respect for your village leader. Shivuki said in a fake scolding tone. But that's not why we're here. The small boy said. Yeah, we just finished picking up the trash by the shore, our mom made us do it. The little girl said. Then a woman came stumbling out of the trees. Mother. The little girl yelled. Shivuki-sama, it's horrible. The lady asked. What is it, what happened? Shivuki asked, shaking. They just attacked without warning. The lady said before falling to the ground they saw she had a kunao in her back. Kurane checked her over. It doesn't seem too bad. Naruto, do you have any of those medical seals on you? I'm going to need one. Kurane said. Naruto hands her the seal and she removes the kunao and applies the seal. We need to go to the village. The little boy said. No, you all stay out here with your mother. Naruto creates some clones to stay with them just in case. Kurane said, and Naruto created 10 clones to guard them. It's impossible. How could anyone find the village? The entrance is hidden. Shivuki said. It's obviously somebody who has been here before or grew up in the village and became a rogue ninja. Naruto said he knocked out Kiba, Sasuke and Sakura and tied their headbands over their eyes. Thank you, Naruto. Now Shivuki, let's go save your village. Kurane said. Shivuki nodded suddenly. 4 ninja jumped out of the waterfall and Naruto managed to take out 3 of them before the last one escaped. They left for the secret entrance and Naruto got the memories of 2 clones. One was destroyed but the other killed the ninja that attacked the clone, set up a barrier to protect them. They enter the village and Sasuke, Sakura, and Kiba run off after Sasuke gave his team his own orders and Naruto went after Sasuke, and when he caught up, Sasuke was caught by a kunoichi and another ninja. Naruto drops down and takes them out before they even realized what was happening. Sasuke tried to attack Naruto for showing him up again, but he was knocked out. He returned to see Kurane, Kiba, Hinata, Shino, Sakura, and Shivuki badly beaten by a ninja named Suien. Naruto saw him drink some kind of liquid and Naruto sensed he had gained a major chakra boost. What the hell did he just drink? He asked nobody. It's called hero water. Naruto turned and saw a mint-haired girl with an orange clip in her hair that matched her eyes with tan skin wearing a white midriff shirt that showed off her toned stomach with fishnet armor underneath with long white armlets and fishnet shorts with a short white apron skirt over it. She wore her Taki headband in her head and carried a cylindrical object in red wrapping on her back. Naruto felt her chakra and felt the tailed beast chakra inside of her. What does the hero water do? He asked her. It's water that is produced every 100 years from the giant tree that resides in the village. When someone drinks the hero water, their chakra increases tenfold for a short amount of time and they can create a shield of chakra that deflects any kunao attacks thrown at them. But the water decreases the user's lifespan by how much of the water they drink. The name is Fu, by the way. She said. Okay, so ninjutsu and taijutsu it is. So how are we going to do this? Shibuki already took out his other two friends, so it's just him now. Oh, I'm Naruto, Naruto said. I don't know. Are you sure you want to work with me? Everybody usually stays away from me. She said. Don't worry, I know you're a Jinchuriki. He whispers in her ear, shocking her. I am too, so let's do this. We rush on the count of 3. All right. Naruto said and she nodded. 3. Was all Naruto said before they both charged at Suien, who blocked the punch from Naruto but was shocked when Naruto ducked down and he was kicked in the face by Fu. Suien got up and went through hand signs. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A large dragon made of water came rushing at Naruto and Fu. Naruto pulled out the Kyubikurei Basho and put Fu behind him. He coated it with wind chakra. Wind style, air cutter. He swung the sword in a vertical arc and created an arc of wind chakra that cut the dragon in half. Fu, seeing an opening, uses one of her jutsus. Naruto, close your eyes. She whispered from behind him. He closed his eyes. Ninja art, hiding in scale powder jutsu. She exhaled a sparkling substance that blinded Suien and she rushed to take him on in taijutsu. She hit him with punches and kicks that barely did any damage due to him being pumped up on the hero water. After not doing any damage, Suien manages to hit her with a punch and sends her flying through a tree. Suddenly he had to jump out of the way from a fist made of bugs. He landed on the water, but the shockwave from the fist created raging waves that almost knocked him off balance. Naruto, feeling Fu's chakra signature fly away, takes a risk and opens his eyes. He cracks them open and notices her jutsu wore off. He jumps on the water, standing in front of Suien with his Sharingan activated. An Uchiha, I've always wanted to face one of you. Perhaps after I kill you I'll take your eyes and use them myself. Suien said and started to laugh like a maniac. He was cut off by a sharp pain in his back. He looked behind him and saw Naruto stab him with a kunao. He looked back in front of him and Naruto dissolved into mist. Genjutsu. But how? He asked. There is a reason you should never look an Uchiha in the eye. Naruto said. He went to cut him again, but Suien got over his shock and jumped away, but Naruto still caught him. As soon as he landed, Naruto broke through his guard and gave him a fist enhanced with wind chakra, cutting up his face. Suien for some reason was getting worried. That punch shouldn't have hurt that much. I see you finally recognize what's going on. Naruto said. What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with me. Suien replied. Your dosage of hero water is wearing off. All that borrowed power, yet it's not even permanent. Naruto said. I am not out of power. Suien yelled. He then pulls out the bottle containing the hero water and drinks the rest of it. His chakra levels grew as much as possible and were now visible. Naruto unleashed his chakra to match Suien's chakra level. The amount of chakra that was given off by both of them caused everybody to wake up. They were shocked at how visible the chakra was. Suien's chakra was a light blue color, but Naruto's chakra was a dark blue color. They both charged and met each other in the middle with their fists meeting, creating a shockwave that sent water flying everywhere, and the ninja around had to stick themselves to the ground. Kurane created some clones to hold the civilians down that were tied up. Soon they both disappeared in a burst of speed that only Kurane could keep up with. Sasuke tried to activate his Sharingan, but the chakra being given off was hurting his eyes. Naruto and Suien were trading punches so that people could feel the impact. Suddenly, after a while of exchanging punches and kicks, Suien was seen flying through the air and crashed against a tree. Fu, who had been knocked out after that punch, could only watch in awe at what she was seeing. How is he going toe-to-toe with somebody who drank the hero water? It should be impossible even at his age, she said to herself. A crash interrupted her thoughts as she saw Suien crash into a tree. She looked and saw Naruto with a lightning jutsu in his hand. He can already do lightning jutsus at his age without hand signs. How strong is he? Fu thought to herself. Lightning javelin. She sees Naruto throw the lightning jutsu at Suien and watches it pierce through his chakra like it was nothing, hitting him in the stomach. She watched as he coughed up some blood and tried to stand, but the hero water wore off. He burned through it fighting Naruto. She watched as Naruto picked him up by his shirt. Any last words? Naruto asked. Yeah, I've already won. Suien is dead and this village is without a leader. I told my former student Taki will fall by my hands. Suien said. That's where you're wrong. Shibuki is just fine. Naruto said. Suien looked over and saw Kurane healing Shibuki with what limited knowledge of medical ninjutsu she knew. No, I was supposed to win. This is not over. I will destroy Taki before I die. Suien said, but the after effects of the hero water started to take over. Suien died right then and there. Naruto dropped his body and burned it with a fire jutsu. Sasuke walked up to him. Loser, as heir to the Uchiha clan, I demand you hand over your jutsus and that sword so I can kill Itachi. Now hand it over. He said. Yeah, Naruto, you heard Sasuke-kun, hand it over, you don't need them. Sakura said she was going to tell but didn't want to get another silencing seal on her. He's right, Naruto, technically he's the leader of the clan now, so you have to obey him and do what he says. Kiba said. Okay, let's get some things clear. I'm not a part of the Uchiha clan. Never was, never will be. You are not the heir of the Uchiha clan, Itachi is, so unless he dies you won't be the clan heir anytime soon. Lastly, if you ever demand something from me again, I have no problem making it so there's one less Sherry non-user alive. Besides, you can always challenge me to a fight if you like, but you wouldn't win. Even with your curse mark you wouldn't win. Now get out of my face and help clean up Genin. Naruto said as he went to help the villagers. 3 days later, Naruto is walking through the village to Shibuki's office to talk to him. He reaches the office and knocks. Come in, Shibuki, said. Naruto entered and saw Fu sitting there. Naruto, what a surprise. Fu, can you excuse us please? He asked. Actually, it would be better if she stayed for this, Naruto said. Okay, what's so big that you needed to see me and involve Fu? Shibuki asked. There is a group known as the Akatsuki. They are a group that has nothing but S-class shinobi from almost every village. They are after the tailed beasts, what for we don't know yet. But we do know whatever it is can't be good. I'm telling you this because if they extract the tailed beast out of you it's going to kill you. I can tell by the way we just fought together that you aren't ready to fight them. I recognized you didn't have much jutsu, so you must rely on your tailed beast chakra a lot. You're going to have to stop and train your own skills. They have ways to counteract the tailed beast chakra. So I'm going to teach you a jutsu called the Shadow Clone Jutsu to help you speed up your training. Every time a clone dispels you get their memory, but it doesn't work on physical training. My teacher Jiraiya of the Sun estimates we all have 2.5 years before they begin to try and capture us. Now Shibuki, I suggest you get your ninja and civilians in check. I've seen how they look at Fu, they would rather sell her out than protect her. Naruto said. This is a lot to take in, I'll have to run this by my council. Shibuki said. No, you're a freaking cage, you don't need to have permission from your council to do something that can affect village security. If you tell the council, how do you know they won't sell her out and set up some bogus mission to get her captured? Besides, I have a feeling they already know about them but don't want to say anything because of their dislike for Fu. This needs to stay between us. Tell all your ninja to up their training. I can tell they've been slacking, otherwise Suien wouldn't have been able to get in so easy and do so much damage. If they ask why, simply tell them that Suien getting in undetected was unacceptable. Make them train until they physically can't move and then have them do it again the next day. Naruto said. Shibuki thought it over and agreed with Naruto. Very well, this shall stay between us. Fu, I want you to train hard. Like he said, you have almost 3 years to be able to fight a S-rank shinobi. I'll be testing you again, a squad of 10 every month until then. Shibuki said. Now Shibuki, is there anybody from this village that is a rogue ninja you think could possibly join something like the Akatsuki? Naruto asked. There is one, but he might be dead. However, his name is still in the bingo books. His name is Kakuzu of the 5 Hearts. He is wanted for stealing a forbidden jutsu called Earth Grudge Fear. It is said that he kills people for his hearts and has 5 of them, so he is almost immortal. The jutsu basically turned him into a ragdoll and he is held together by a bunch of black threads. It was rumored that his hearts are used to give life to 4 elemental masks he holds on his back that can act individually if he wanted them to. So he may be capable of using every chakra nature. That's all I can give you. Shibuki said. That's more than enough, so he might be responsible for attacking and capturing Fu. If so, you really need to tighten security on the entrance to the village. Well Fu, come on so I can teach you the jutsu and let you get started on your training. Naruto said. Fu stood up with Naruto and bowed to Shibuki and left. Next day they began to travel back to Konoha, this time at a much faster pace. Naruto made a clone carry Sakura because he didn't feel like stopping every 5 hours for her, and he put a seal on Kiba and Sasuke if they travel more than 5 feet away, which Naruto would activate and it would start to burn. Of course all of them complained, but Naruto put a silencing seal on them as well. Shino and Hinata were off in their own little happy world, which made him and Kurane smile. A week later they arrived at the gate to see Kakashi there with his usual eye smile. The Hokage has been expecting you. You should go right to her office, he said to Naruto and Kurane in an all too happy tone. They both noticed. Okay, you are all dismissed. Me and Naruto will go hand in our mission reports. Kurane said. Naruto removed the seals off of Team 7 and they left. They arrived at Tsunde's office and knocked. Shuffling was heard from behind the door before Tsunade spoke. Come in, she called out. They entered and Naruto gave her a knowing smile and she responded with a look that promised pain. We were told you wanted to see us. Kurane said. Yeah, I may be a new Hokage, but that does not give you the right to ignore my orders, she said. They had a confused look on their face. What do you mean? We just came back from the mission you ordered us to go on, Naruto said. No, I'm talking about you disobeying my orders for the Jounin meeting I called, Tsunade said. They just looked at each other. What Jounin meeting? Kurane and Naruto asked at the same time. The Jounin meeting I called for. I sent a messenger hawk to give you the notice. Kakashi told me you read the message but decided not to come, Tsunade said. Seriously Granny, you believe Kakashi, the person that does not like us? You just took his story and ran with it. Okay, here's the truth about this mission. Kakashi didn't arrive on time for an escort mission involving a village leader. It took him 5 hours to catch up to us. During the trip he would take Sasuke away to train him while Kiba roamed around. Sakura was alright, but we had to stop every 5 hours for her. Kakashi almost caused us to lose the potential alliance with Taki. He never told us about the Jounin meeting. He said the message called for him only and left. His team still does not follow directions and put the entire team at risk during this mission. I had to team up with Taki's Jinchuriki because they were all knocked out and injured. So there is the report you should have waited for before jumping to conclusions. You should thank us for not being at that meeting. If we went, it would have been you having to explain how you lost 3 clan heirs, an egotistical emo bastard and a girl who won't be a ninja much longer and will more than likely follow in her mother's footsteps. Now I'm going home, Naruto said before walking out, slamming the office door, leaving Kurane to explain the mission in better detail. A few hours later a knock on his door gets Naruto out of the bed. He opens the door and Kat is there. Naruto, Hokage-sama wants you in her office. Naruto just nods and shunshin into her office. You wanted to see me? He asked, noticing Jiraiya sitting on the couch. Yes, I did. I want to say I'm sorry, I should have gotten the full story from the mission. Kakashi has been suspended for 5 months and his team has been disbanded, Tsunade said. Okay, apology accepted. Is that all? I was kind of in the middle of sleeping, Naruto said. I actually wanted to know how your private meeting with Shibuki went, she said. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Pervy Sage, I have a guy you might want to add to that list of Akatsuki members. His name is Kakuzu of the Five Hearts. He said. That's impossible, Kakuzu fought my grandfather. Tsunade said. Yeah, Naruto, he must be almost 100 years old by now. Jiraiya said. Yeah, I know, but Shibuki said if he was dead he wouldn't still be in the bingo book, and he told me about some technique that Kakuzu stole that basically turned him into a human ragdoll that can control threads, but he uses 5 hearts to stay alive. In a sense he is immortal, but you have to destroy all 5 hearts in battle to kill him. He also said he has 4 masks on his back that represent the other 4 hearts that he can create bodies for. He also said those masks can use 4 different chakra natures. I've deduced that if he is still alive then he will go after Taki's Jinchuriki. I told her to train because like you wanted me to do, she relies on the tailed beast chakra too much and has no ninjutsu skills of her own. So I taught her the shadow clone jutsu and told her to use that for her training and told her to learn some elemental ninjutsu. Naruto said. Okay, I'll add him to the list I have and tell my spy network to keep an eye out for him. Jiraiya said. Well, I have to go, I'll be back in 5 months to grab you for the trip before heading off to the Daimyo Palace for you to join the Guardian 12. Jiraiya said. He gave Tsunade a kiss and left through the window. Well, it seems you two are happy. All it took was a couple rounds of sex and a couple of kisses and you're fine. Naruto said. Shut up. Tsunade said with a smile. Now for the next 5 months I'm going to be sending you on solo missions. I want you to be a full-fledged jounin before you leave for your trip. Now you have the rest of the week off, but next week I'm going to run you into the ground. Tsunade said seriously. You got it, Granny, I won't let you down. Naruto said and gave her a hug. I'm sure you won't, Naruto. She said, returning the hug. Now get going. He gave a mock salute and jumped out the window. Great, first Jiraiya and now him. I need to close the window sometime. She said. 5 months later. The now 14-year-old Naruto is returning from a B-rank mission that he had to eliminate some bandits going around causing havoc in one of the Land of Fire smaller towns. He walks through the village gates and notices the security is tighter than usual. He heads straight over to the Hokage office and enters without knocking. Granny Tsunade, what's going on? Naruto asked. Sasuke Uchiha left the village last night. Sakura Haruno was seen knocked out on the bench this morning. She was found by Izumo and Katetsu. She reported that he left on his own accord and tried to say he was under the influence of the curse mark. I know you just got back, but I need you to go out and help the team. It was reported that he was picked up by 4 sound shinobi on the way. Your mission is to eliminate them except the girl, have her brought back to the village. I've sent Shikamaru out with his own team he assembled. Sasuke is to be brought back by any means necessary. Dismissed. As soon as she was done, Naruto ran full speed to catch up to the group. He arrived to see Shikamaru and Temari fighting the redhead girl, but she was transformed into some kind of beast with horns on her head. Shikamaru, Temari, stop fighting her. Naruto said as he appeared. Why? She's the enemy, Naruto. Temari said. Yeah, Naruto, I have to agree with her. Why are we not supposed to fight her? Shikamaru asked. Naruto ignored them and walked up to the girl who pulled her flute out. Do you remember me from the invasion? He asked. She nodded but didn't say anything. Good. Do you remember what you silently asked me? She nodded again. Okay, that's why I'm here. What's your name? He asked. Teiwa of the North Gate. She answered. Meanwhile, Temari and Shikamaru are looking on confused. Okay, now what's your real name? He asked, and she froze with a worried look on her face. He noticed and pulled out the Uzumaki tracker seal. Is this seal on your body? He asked as he showed her the seal, and she dropped the power of the curse seal and nodded again. Okay, I want you to go to the Leaf Village. He said, shocking everyone there. Naruto, what the hell is your problem? Temari asked. You can't bring an enemy into the lead village like that. Shikamaru said. Yes, I can. She is supposed to be in the village anyway, but somehow Orochimaru got to her. Naruto said and created a clone. My clone will take you to the Hokage, who is part of what you are, just like I am. He said, shocking her. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Teiwa said, hugging Naruto. She let go and left with her clone. I'm going ahead. I need you two to help out anybody else on the mission. I'm sending a clone with each of you to help. They nodded with a lot of unanswered questions. Naruto, why did you just do that? Temari asked. S-ranked mission. That was all he said before taking off after Sasuke. Shikamaru and Temari knew better than to ask any questions after he said that they took off to help the other members of the retrieval team. Naruto traveled until he entered a clearing with an albino-looking guy with white hair, green eyes with red going around his eyelids and 2 red dots on his head. So who are you? Naruto asked the person in front of him. I am Kimimaro of the Sound 5. I am the leader of the group and the second strongest to Lord Orochimaru in the Sound Village. Kimimaro said. That's nice, so can you hand over the barrel? I kind of need it. Naruto said. No, I cannot. I have a mission to make sure Sasuke gets back to Lord Orochimaru with no problems. Kimimaro said. Suddenly the barrel opened and Sasuke came out of it. His hair was longer and had a grayish-purple look to it, and his skin was gray and his skin turned gray. Alright Sasuke, enough of the temper tantrum. Get your head out of your ass and go back to the Leaf Village. Naruto said in a bored tone. No, I'm through with that village that's holding me back. I need power and Orochimaru is the only one who can give it to me. Sasuke said. Naruto snickered at that last sentence. Oh, so you're going to somebody weaker than Itachi to give you strength to beat him. That's not very smart, so turn around and head back. I'm really not in the mood to fight right now. We both know you can't beat me, so just do what I say. Naruto said. Sasuke, Lord Orochimaru is waiting for you in the Sound Village. I can take care of this. You need to get moving. Kimimaro said. Sasuke nodded and took off toward the Valley of End. You know, I really don't feel like fighting you. Why couldn't you just let me take him back? Naruto said. Now he was mad. He really didn't want to fight, he just got off a mission. As I've said before, my mission is to make sure Sasuke makes it to Orochimaru. He plans to make Sasuke his new vessel. I was supposed to be the next body he takes over, however I have a terminal illness that can't be cured. My purpose in life is to serve Orochimaru, so that is what I will do until the day I die. Kimimaro said. Fine, let's get this over with. Naruto said with a sigh. He leaned his head to the left as a bone fragment flew by his face. So you use your bones as weapons, that's cute. Perhaps we can play fetch afterwards. Naruto said. Kimimaro didn't respond, he just rushed at Naruto producing some bone swords. Naruto just dodged all of Kimimaro's attacks. He had to admit he was impressed by his speed, but Naruto, even with his resistance seals on, was faster than Umbu-level shinobi. After getting tired of blocking, Naruto broke into Kimimaro's guard and gave him lightning-enhanced punches that made Kimimaro flinch from contact. He finished up his assault with a drop kick that was also infused with lightning chakra. Kimimaro went flying back and flew through a lot of trees. After 30 seconds, Naruto felt his chakra spike and felt the power of the curse seal active. Kimimaro charged forward. This time he had lines all over his body and bones were sticking out of his body coming from his arms and rib cage. He burst out from the tree line and Naruto blocked a punch from him and activated his Sharingan to avoid the bone strikes. Before Kimimaro could make his next move, Naruto called out his jutsu. Hammer of the Thunder God. He created the hammer of red lightning in his hand and swung it at Kimimaro, who was sent back but kept his balance on his feet. Before he could get up, Naruto threw the hammer at him and he crashed against the ground as the hammer exploded in a burst of lightning, shocking Kimimaro. I shouldn't be losing like this. I am the leader of the Sound 5 and the strongest amongst all ninjas in the Sound Village. I will not be defeated here. Another burst of chakra came from him and he entered his level 2 curse mark stage. Naruto only groaned at this. Why can't this be easy? He said. He looked at Kimimaro and his appearance changed again. He looked like a dinosaur with a tail, his skin turned brown and he had 4 more bones coming out of his back and black markings around his eyes. He charged at Naruto, who noticed his speed drastically decreased. Naruto stood there to block a punch and it was a bad idea. He was sent flying back from the force of the punch and went through a tree. He got up and was relatively fine. He looked up at the sky and noticed he was running out of time to catch Sasuke. He made his lightning edge and ran at Kimimaro, who created a drill-like weapon out of his bones and charged at Naruto. Naruto, seeing this, activates his main Jakyu Sharingan and starts to active Kamui, which still takes a second to activate, so once Kimimaro got close with his weapon it went right through Naruto, which shocked him, and before he could react Naruto pierces his chest with his jutsu, destroying his heart. Naruto waited to see if he would move, and after 10 seconds he left. About 10 minutes after he left, a squad of 20 blank masked Umbu showed up. The leader spoke up. "Remember, we are to get Sasuke Uchiha to Orochimaru. Kill the other, he can be a problem for Lord Danzo's plan," the leader said. The other Umbu nodded and they all took off toward the Valley of End. Naruto arrived to see Sasuke waiting for him. Sasuke was about to speak up until Naruto appeared in front of him and punched him in the face. He got back up and activated his Sharingan that still only had 2 tomo in each eye, however that didn't matter as Naruto was too fast for his Sharingan to see. He was punched in the gut and kicked off of the statue of Madara Uchiha into the water down below. He climbed out of the water onto shore and glared at Naruto. He activated his curse mark and traveled at speeds that Naruto guesses he copied from Lee, but it was only as fast as him with his weights on, so it didn't even make Naruto worried in the slightest. He was in front of Naruto and started to throw punches and kicks that were either blocked or dodged. However, due to Sasuke using the power of his curse mark, the dark chakra would leave burns on Naruto's arms. Sasuke jumped back, going through hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. He spat out miniature fireballs at Naruto, who jumped out of the way because he knew the fireballs had shuriken in them. Sasuke threw some kunai at Naruto, which he dodged. He noticed the ninja wire at the end, so he decided to mess with him. He made a clone and substituted with it. The clone was caught in the ninja wire and wrapped up in them. Sasuke sent a stream of fire on the wires, which burned the clone, that screamed out in pain. "See, loser, I told you before, you aren't on my level," Sasuke said. "This is coming from somebody who has only 2 tomo Sharingan," a voice said from behind him. His eyes went wide and he was kicked in the back into a rock. He looked at the Naruto wrapped in the ninja wire and it went up in smoke. He got up and activated the 2nd level of his cursed seal. His skin turned dark gray, his hair grew longer and turned a dark blue color. His eyes were black, but his Sharingan was still active and he grew wings on his back that looked like hands, and a dark star formed across the bridge of his nose. "I'm through fighting, it's time to end this," Sasuke said. He went through hand signs and lightning chakra formed on his hand. Naruto, seeing this, decided to end it as well. Sasuke charged at him at an increased speed due to the 2nd level of the curse mark. Chidori. Raise Non. Naruto made a Raise Non in the blink of an eye and pushed it at Sasuke's Chidori, which was easily beaten. Sasuke was sent flying into the wall of the Valley of End unconscious and his curse mark receded. Naruto went to pick him up but was surrounded by the 20 blank masked Umbu. They said nothing and charged at him. Naruto activates his Sharingan, takes out the cubic Araibasho and begins attacking and defending against the Umbu. After cut down, he saw Orochimaru appear out of the corner of his eye and take Sasuke. "Shit," was what he thought. He got tired of this and activated his main Jakyu Sharingan. His Susanoo came to life in its 2nd stage and Naruto began cutting down the Umbu left and right. One tried to run away to inform Danzo, but the Susanoo shot what looked like black senbons and all hit vital spots on the Umbu ninja's body. He looked and saw that he finished off all of the Umbu. He deactivated his main Jakyu and his eyes were irritated, but his vision was still good. If he had to guess, he had just over 80% of his vision left. He got up and left because he had a certain elder to talk to. He ran full speed back to Konoha. When he arrived, he went straight to Tsunade's office, but she wasn't there. He guessed she was at the hospital, so he just took a nap on her couch. About 4 hours later, Tsunade and Shizune walked in and saw him sleep. They smiled and left him alone. He woke up after another hour. He saw Tsunade looking at him. "So how'd it go?" she asked. "Mission failed," he said with a sigh. "What happened?" Before he could answer, Jiraiya came through the window and Danzo walked in the door. Before anybody could say anything, Naruto charged at Danzo and punched him in the face and started choking him. Jiraiya and Tsunade rushed to pull Naruto off of him, but his grip around his neck was enforced with chakra, so Tsunade had to call her personal Umbu and Shizune to get him off. After a struggle, he finally let go. "Arrest him, I want him arrested," Danzo said. "Nobody is getting arrested," Now Naruto, why did you attack Danzo? Tsunade asked. This son of a bitch is the reason the mission failed. He sent 20 of his little root soldiers after me, and once I had Sasuke they attacked, allowing Orochimaru to come and take the body. But of course his root shinobi went up in flames as soon as they died, so all evidence is destroyed. You pissed off the wrong person, Danzo. I don't know what you plan to gain, but next time you get in my way I'll show you why Taki and Shisui aren't the only Sharingan users you should be afraid of. Naruto said with his Sharingan blazing. Danzo, leave now. Tsunade said. He didn't move, so Naruto gave him a chakra-empowered kick and sent him through the wall. Everybody looked at Tsunade because that's something she does. What? I didn't teach him that. He must have seen it and remembered it from one of our spars. She said it was true, she did spar with him and he lost, but he found out he had ways to go before he could face a cage-level shinobi. However, during the last spar she surprised him by using wood-style jutsus he never told anyone. Only Jiraiya and Shizune know about that. Right, anyway Naruto, are you sure it was root? Jiraiya asked. Yes, I'm sure they had the NE symbol on the masks. By the way, Boar, get your ass out here, I know you're there. Naruto said. Naruto, Boar isn't one of my Umbu guards, he isn't here. Tsunade said. Yes, he is. He then disappeared and punched the corner of the ceiling to the left of Tsunade's desk, and the boar-masked Umbu fell out the ceiling unconscious. Cat, take him to TNI, tell Anko and Ibiki I want to know everything he does. No limits. Tsunade said. Cat took Boar and disappeared. Naruto, I know that Danzo messed up the mission, but you can't attack him like that. He is an elder of the village and he can go to the daimyo and have him kick you out of the village. Tsunade said. You mean the same daimyo that I'm about to see and become a bodyguard for, who doesn't even like Danzo? Naruto asked. Yeah, him anyway. I need you to take the curse seal off of that girl Teiwa, she's in the TNI in a holding cell. Tsunade said. I can't take it off of her. Well, at least not yet. He replied. Why not? You took it off of Anko. Why can't you take it off of her? Jiraiya asked. The same reason why I couldn't take Sasuke's off when the old man asked me to, it would kill her. Her body is still growing, so the pain to the body from removing it would kill her, since her organs would shut down a lot quicker than Anko's, and I can't place the medical seal on her while removing the curse mark. All we can do now is seal it away. He said. Okay, then let's go see her and get her out. Tsunade said. They all shunshin to the TNI holding center and tell the Umbu to open her cell. As soon as it was open, Naruto was tackled by a red blur to the ground. Thank you, thank you, thank you, was all Teiwa said over and over again. Tsunade and Jiraiya smiled at this. Are you here to take this seal off? I hate this shit. Teiwa said. No, I can't take it off yet, your body is still growing and the process would kill you. I'd say in about 2 years you should be able to handle it. Now, are you the only Uzumaki Orochimaru had? Naruto asked. No, there's another girl named Karen, but I don't know where she is. I know she doesn't have the curse mark though. Why, I don't know. All I know is Orochimaru killed my mother and basically forced me to work with him by giving me this fucking curse seal. During your match at the Chunin exams I saw you remove the caged bird seal. I knew you would be able to help me, that's why I made sure to make direct eye contact with you. Only thing that sucks is Orochimaru used my fucking friend Kin for one of the sacrifices for that reanimation jutsu. So can I stay here in the leaf? I mean, I know the Uzumaki clan was allied to the Hidden Leaf through marriage, so am I allowed? She asked. Yes, you are allowed. I'm just going to have Jiraiya seal off your curse mark. After that you're free to go. Tsunade said. Wait, where will I live? I mean, I'm used to basically sleeping on the streets due to the bunking conditions in the Sound Village, but a fucking bed would be nice. Teiwa said. I have an extra room that you can have. Naruto told her. Alright, but no funny business. I've had enough people trying to get in my pants in the Sound Village. I don't want to deal with that shit again. Teiwa said. Teiwa, were you know? Tsunade asked. Fuck no, but that didn't mean people didn't try. Hell, that nerd Kabuto tried a few times, but I always got away. I haven't seen him in a while, so the fucker must be dead. I hope he is. I don't know what he thought he was going to do with his little needle dick anyway. She said with a shrug. Yeah, he's dead. Naruto killed him when we went to get Tsunade to become the Hokage. Jiraiya answered. Sweet hey big tits, can you give me your secret to getting them like that? Teiwa asked. I'll tell you as long as you don't call me that and call me Tsunade. Deal. Tsunade asked. Deal. She said. Alright, one more question then we can seal up that curse mark. What type of ninja are you? Tsunade asked. Well, I use genjutsu but only because it was forced on me. Personally I wanted to become a medic like you, but Orochimaru had Kabuto so he didn't bother to let anyone else learn medical ninjutsu. Teiwa said. Okay, good, you're in luck. I'm going to begin a medical program for any kunoichi that wants to give it a try. You can join the program. Tsunade replied. Sweet, so who's the strongest in the village, I want to know? Teiwa asked. Well, kunoichi wise it's me obviously, then one of my Umbu guards Cat, and finally Anko, then Kurane. Tsunade said. Then you have me, Danzo, Naruto, Guy, Kakashi, and Asuma for the men. Jiraiya said. Danzo, I think he's a pedophile. He was always looking at kids whenever he met with Orochimaru with this weird look of want on his face. Teiwa said. See, I told you. Naruto yelled. I told you he was a pedophile but nobody believed me, you always laughed at me. He said. Okay, let's just get this over with, I have some important business to attend to. Jiraiya said. More like go to the Hokage's office and bang Tsunade for the rest of the day. Naruto mumbled but Tsunade and Jiraiya heard him. Shut up. Tsunade said and smacked him upside his head, causing him to glare at her while she whistles innocently. After the sealing was over, Naruto took Teiwa to his apartment and laid her down on the bed because she was still asleep from the sealing process. Jiraiya said she wouldn't wake up until the morning, so Naruto just sat down and started to meditate, something he would always do before bed. He made a quick run to Ichiraku's and talked to Ayame and Katetsu, who were still together. After that he went home to start packing for his trip. After all, he did have to leave in 2 weeks. 2 weeks later, Naruto, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Anko, and Kurane are at the village gates. Anko and Kurane are holding back tears while Tsunade is making sure he has everything. Yes Granny, I have everything, can I go now? Naruto asked. Yes, you can go Naruto, but say bye to Kurane and Anko first. Tsunade said. He walked up to Anko and Kurane and they both gave him a big hug and lots of kisses, which he did not like. You promise us that you will be okay and send a message whenever you can? Anko said. I promise. He said. Naruto, are you sure you don't want Shino and Hinata to know? I'm sure that they will ask about you. Kurane said. Yeah, I'm sure, I don't want to make such a big deal about it. Oh, and can you guys keep an eye on Teiwa? I don't want her temper to get her in any trouble, maybe get her a boyfriend, she must need to get laid like you and Tsunade did. Naruto said and got smacked upside the head. You just had to ruin it, but yeah, we will watch out for her, it's the least we can do. I promise. Anko said, giving one more hug. I hate to break up this moment, but we really need to get going Naruto, the sun is almost up and people will see us. Jiraiya said. You better not have him peeping in the bathhouses and per big on women or I'll cut your balls off. Kurane said. Well, if you haven't noticed, I haven't been peeping or anything for the past 6 months and a lot more women have been reading my books thanks to me having a woman's input. Jiraiya said, wrapping Tsunade in a hug that she returned. Yeah, okay, that's good, pervy sage got laid, now can we go now? Naruto said, not really wanting to talk about his grandparents' sex life. Alright ladies, let them go. Tsunade said. After a few more hugs and kisses, Naruto and Jiraiya walked out of the Leaf Village, one not to be seen for almost 3 years and another that would be back in less than 2 years. He's going to be stronger than us when he comes back. Tsunade said. Well, he's already stronger than me and Nichan, so that means he will be stronger than you and Jiraiya. Anko said. I have a feeling he already was stronger than them though. Kurane said. No, he wasn't. He couldn't force Jiraiya to use Sage Mode and I didn't need to activate my seal. Tsunade said. One thing for sure, it's not going to be the same for the next almost 3 years. Anko said. Kurane and Tsunade nodded, and after standing there for a few more minutes watching the sun rise, they left to do what they needed for the day. Chapter 14, The Return and Search and Rescue. It's been almost 3 years since Naruto left and much has changed. Tsunade started her medical program for Kunoichi and it was a proven success. Death rates on high-rank missions decreased drastically when a trained medic is on the team. Teiwaya joined, but she was also in classes with Sakura. She did not like Sakura. Despite Sakura being a good medic, she was still a spoiled fangirl and would spread her legs for anybody, especially if they were returning from a mission. Teiwaya actually had to be removed from quite a few classes by Shizuan, who was in charge before she strangled Sakura. Teiwaya was so good that Tsunade even offered her the honor of becoming her apprentice. Tsunade taught her how to use chakra in her punches like she does in more advanced medical techniques and gave her the slug contract. Teiwaya over the past 2.5 years grew quite a bit. She now stood at 5 feet 6 inches, an inch shorter than Tsunade, and due to her eating healthier and a better lifestyle, her hair was once again bright red like all Uzumaki instead of the dusty red she had before. She wore the exact same clothes as Tsunade when she was a teenager. A white V-neck half shirt that showed off her cleavage, which grew from an A-cup to a D-cup size. She wore mesh underneath that went to her thighs and a red skirt that she wore some spandex underneath but had the same shoes Tsunade wears. Originally people thought she wore that for Naruto, but to everyone's shock she was dating Lee about a year after she arrived. Everyone wondered how she put up with him and his constant flames of youth ramble, but she said she doesn't mind it. Sakura hasn't changed much except she stood at 5 feet 4 inches and her breasts only grew to a mid-B cup size. She wore a red half-top that could be unzipped with a mesh armor underneath that was as big as her shirt. She also had on black gloves and some black shorts that if she bent over would show off her ass, but covered it up with a gray apron skirt and some low-heel knee-high boots. The main reason Teiwaya didn't like Sakura was because once Tsunade told the village of Naruto's father and him being her grandson, Sakura decided that she would seduce Naruto and have him marry her so she could have access to the Senju and Namikaze accounts he would inherit. Teiwaya however knew Sakura couldn't pull it off because Tsunade told her about Samui and what her and Naruto meant to each other before she was forced to move. Teiwaya made her way to Tsunade's office to hand her the daily reports she received earlier. She reached the office and knocked. "Enter," Tsunade said. Teiwaya entered and saw Sakura in there as well but ignored her. She noticed Tsunade had a smile on her face but didn't know why. "I have the daily reports here for you, Lady Tsunade," Teiwaya said and set them on the desk. "May I know why you are smiling so brightly?" she asked. "If you must know, today is the day they come back," Tsunade said. "Really?" Teiwaya said, her smile matching Tsunade's. "Really they are? I mean, I don't care for Jiraiya, but I certainly missed Naruto-kun," Sakura said. "Yes Teiwaya, they are. Jiraiya said he would send a message when they were on the way," Tsunade said, completely ignoring what Sakura said. As soon as Tsunade finished, a messenger toad appeared and handed Tsunade a letter before disappearing. Tsunade read the scroll and without even thinking to tell them what happened quickly jumped out her chair and ran to the village gates. The civilians were wondering what was going on but didn't want to get involved. Teiwaya and Sakura chased after her but couldn't catch her until she stopped at the gate. "Okay Lady Tsunade, why the fuck did your ass run off like that?" Teiwaya said. Sakura was too busy catching her breath. "Jiraiya said he should be here in an hour, so I'm going to wait for them," Tsunade said. "Well, you could have told us." "Well, told me before you took off," Teiwaya said. They looked at Sakura, who began to frantically fix her hair and clothes, muttering to herself about a future husband coming back. After an hour and 15 minutes of waiting, Jiraiya and Naruto never showed up. "Damn it Jiraiya, you said an hour. No sex for a month for you," Tsunade said. "Aw, now that's just harsh. I thought you missed me after not seeing me for almost 3 years," a voice said. Tsunade turned around and saw Jiraiya standing there with a smile on his face. She rushed at him and gave him a big hug and kiss that made Teiwaya smile, and Sakura started to gag. "I don't know why you're gauging, spitter. There isn't a dick in your mouth. I guess you must be practicing later for your shift at the brothel house," Teiwaya said. She started calling Sakura spitter after hearing about her actions from some ninja and civilians. However, Tsunade told her that Naruto also called her that and told her why. "So pervy sage," Teiwaya said. "Don't call me that," Jiraiya yelled. Yeah. Where is the little fucker at?" I thought he was supposed to be with you. Teiwa said. Isn't he here already? He said I was walking too slow and left me 5 hours ago. Jiraiya said confused. We haven't seen him. Sakura said. Then they heard footsteps coming from outside of the village gates and a man came walking in that all three girls thought was sexy. This man was about 6 feet 4 inches, had spiky black hair with 2 jaw-length bangs framing his face and some spikes of hair over his headband that had blue fabric on it. He wore the standard Konoha uniform with a Jonin flak jacket, his arm sleeves had 2 white bands on each arm and blue shinobi sandals. He also wore a sash with the kanji for fire on it, meaning he was a member of the Guardian 12. His eyes were a cloudy blue color instead of the normal bright blue. This was Naruto returning to the village, but he was reading a book and didn't notice the people in front of him. Somebody clearing their throat got his attention. He looked up to see a pissed-off Tsunade and Teiwa tapping their right foot on the ground and Sakura staring at him with a look of want. Yo! He greeted. What the fuck do you mean, yo? We've been waiting for your ass all day. Teiwa yelled and slapped him upside his head. Naruto, you better have a good reason why you are late. Jiraiya said you left him 5 hours ago. You should have been here at least 3 hours ago. Tsunade said. Look at my eyes, Granny. What do you notice about them? Naruto asked. Tsunade looked at his eyes and knew what he meant. Is it time yet, Naruto? She asked, confusing Sakura, who spoke up. Time for what? Sakura asked. None of your business, Spitter. Go and find someone's dick to ride or something, this doesn't concern you. Teiwa said. She knew about Naruto's eyes. He told her through messages they would send back and forth through Tsunade and Jiraiya. Naruto only talked to Tsunade and Teiwa, he didn't want anybody else knowing about the message sending. They only sent about 10 letters each, not much but enough for them. I actually already found somebody to ride and I'm looking at him, Tomato, and if it is a health concern for my future husband then it is my business. Sakura replies. Yeah, not going to happen, Spitter. However, I've heard about your exploits from many ninja in the Guardian 12. I must say you are almost as good as your mom was in the videos I saw before, if what they say is true. Naruto said. But to answer your question, Granny, no, it isn't time yet. I'm at 50%, maybe a little less. But that's because I was practicing all my techniques, getting them to the point where I can use them in an instant. Okay, let me know when it's time. Tsunade said, and he nodded. Alright, let's head to the office so we can hand in the report. Jiraiya said. Alright, let's go. Tsunade said. They all left except Naruto, who waited for them to get in the office. After waiting for 10 minutes they were at the office and he suddenly turned gold and disappeared in a flash. He appeared behind Teiwa, scaring her, and she slapped him. Don't fucking do that again. Teiwa said, holding her chest. Okay, Jiraiya, how strong is he? Tsunade asked. Stronger than me. Hell, I might even say he is stronger than your grandfather in his prime, but I don't know. He always beat me using 25% of his strength and I was in sage mode. He said, shocking everyone in the office. Are you serious? The only person who could match my grandfather was Madara Uchiha, and he even needed the Kyuubi to fight on his side. Tsunade said. It's true, Tsunade. He even mastered 2 of his father's jutsus and is working on completing the Raiznan by adding his chakra nature to it. He said. Okay, Naruto, if you want you can either take a genin team or be a regular jonin. Tsunade said. I'll be a regular jonin. I don't really want to babysit. Besides, the 4 I want I'm sure are already on a team. Oh yeah, what's everybody else's rank? He asked. Well, Sakura is still a genin, she constantly failed the chunin exams. Shino and Hinata are still chunin, however after their next mission they might get promoted. Ino is a chunin but she prefers to work in her parents' shop and at the TNI department. Tenten is a chunin, she turned down the Umbu invitation. Koji is a chunin as well, but he took a break from missions to learn duties of running the clan. Kiba is a chunin, however nobody wants to work with him really. Lee, Shikamaru and Niji are all jonin, as well as Teiwa, who is also my apprentice. Oh, and Shikamaru has a girlfriend. Tsunade responded. Good for them, I guess. I know all about Shikamaru. I saw him in Suna during the chunin exams. I was one of the daimyo's guards. So has he made any moves while I was gone or not? Naruto asked, talking about Danzo. No, he hasn't. Actually, he's been pretty quiet. Even during meetings he doesn't say anything. Tsunade said. He's planning something and doesn't want to get caught. Naruto said. Who are you guys talking about? Sakura asked. It's not your business, Genin, so stay out of grown folks' business. Teiwa said. She knew they were talking about Danzo. Anyway, Naruto, that thing you did at the Chunin exams, have you mastered it? Tsunade asked. No, attacking is extremely hard. However, I did get the dodging part to happen whenever I want it to. Naruto said. Just then the door opened and Shikamaru and Temari walked in. Naruto? When did you get back? Shikamaru asked while Temari didn't make eye contact with him. Today actually. So how are you and Temari doing? I haven't seen you two together since I caught you. Temari cut him off. Shut up. She yelled and slapped him hard, leaving a handprint on his face. We're good. She can be a bit moody at times, but I don't mind it since she lets me use the seal for my naps and cloud watching. Shikamaru said, pulling Temari in for a one-arm hug. What did you catch them doing? Sakura asked. It's none of your business. He said, rubbing his cheek. She pouted at this, trying to be cute. Aw, you're no fun. Anyway, I'm going home. Would you like to join me for some fun? She said, pushing her breasts together to make them show. No, I'm good. I've already got my eyes on somebody. Naruto said. Sakura huffed and stormed out. So Shikamaru, what are you doing here? Temari is the official liaison between Sand and the Leaf. She is here for her usual meeting before leaving next week. Shikamaru said. Ah, okay, I don't want to impede, so I'm going to see a few old faces before heading home. Actually, Granny, did my dad have a compound or something for me? Naruto asked. Yeah, he did. It was finished right before he died, so he never moved in. All he did was add furniture in each house and added security seals to it so nobody was able to get in besides him and a blood relative and whoever else was keyed into the seal. She said, handing him some keys. The compound is huge, so he bought a large area by the Hokage monument. All of his money and everything I've put in your name, as well as your mother's. I've put everything personal of theirs in the house. It wasn't much, but it was all they had. They weren't really materialistic people. There are houses that do not have owners, so they won't open unless somebody with no evil intentions wants the house. She said. He nodded. Alright, Teiwa, let's go see the new compound. She nodded and they left. After 20 minutes of walking and talking to each other, they found the compound, and huge was not the word to describe what they saw. It was enormous. His dad built enough houses for 12 families to have as their own, and each house looked to have maybe 6 rooms each. She said he wasn't materialistic. These houses are enormous. He thought. Well, let's go in. If you want, you can have your own house to start a family. He said. She was shocked by this. Really? She asked. Yeah, I'm serious. He said. She hugged him and ran to a house but couldn't get in. I think you should add chakra to that seal on the door. It won't open until someone adds a chakra signature to the seal. I guess every house didn't have that same security as his house. Naruto said. Teiwa added chakra to the seal and it burned away, showing 2 keys. Congratulations, you have your own house. He said. She ran up and hugged him before going back to her house. He entered his and was amazed at what he saw, took his sandals off and walked around. The kitchen was huge. It looked like 30 people could fit in it and have room to stretch their arms out. The living room was huge as well and had a couch that went all around the room except for the entrance. The bedrooms were next. They each had a queen-size bed and more than enough room to add 2 more, but one of them had a crib and baby toys in it. He guessed that was supposed to be his room. The master bedroom, however, had a king-size bed inside with curtains that you could close. Mom must have picked this bed. I can't see Dad getting something like this. He thought. The room also had a walk-in closet big enough for Ino to fill up after shopping and still only be 10% full. Right next to the closet was a bathroom that had double sinks and a tub, as well as a separate shower in the corner. The mirror took up the entire wall over the bathroom sink. He left and went out back and saw a personal hot spring in the backyard with a training area that had absorption seals so any jutsus and damage would be absorbed. The backyard also had privacy barriers around it so no sound gets out and nobody can get in. Now that he thought about it, the windows had some as well. Must be because of Pervy Sage and his peeping habits. He thought. Well, I guess I'll go visit everybody. He left the house and saw Taewya in a rush. What's the matter, Taewya? He asked. I'm about bring Lee over so we can break in the new house with some intense sex. She said, running off. Naruto's face went green at that. I didn't need to know that. Anyway, off to Ichiraku's, he said, and headed out of the compound. He took to the rooftops to avoid the villagers. He arrived at a huge restaurant building capable of holding 500 people inside. He walked in and used his stealth skills to head into the back for the kitchen. He saw Ayam tasting some food before going into an office. He walked in and closed the door. I already told you that the broth just needs a bit more salt. Other than that, the food is fine, she said, annoyed. Well, I'm not a worker, he said from behind her. She immediately jumped into her fighting stance. Who are you? She asked in a cold tone. Really, it's only been 2.5 years since you saw me and you already don't recognize me. I'm hurt, Ayamne, he said with a fake hurt expression. Naruto? She asked. He nodded and she slapped him. Ow. What the hell is everybody slapping me for today? He asked. She slapped him again. Why didn't you tell me you were leaving? Me and Dad had to find out from Tsunade a month later that you were gone, she said, and her ladle appeared in her hand, making him back up, but he went into the corner. It was a secret I was gonna tell you, but I forgot, he said. This time he got slapped twice and hit with the ladle. Okay. So how have you been? She asked like nothing happened. Good, although my face and head have been better. So where's old man Toki? I didn't see him in the restaurant, he said. Naruto dad died last year, a week after we got the new restaurant. He was late to work one day and I left to see if he was okay. When I got there, he was dead. He died in his sleep. Tsunade did the autopsy herself. She said he had a severe heart attack in his sleep. We had planned a small funeral, but the entire village showed up. Even the council members put their egos aside for this. I'm just glad he was able to see his shack turn into an actual restaurant. Thank you for that. By the way, the whole unanimous donation was nice. I even made the money back to give back to you. I have one of my dreams now. I just need one more to come true. However, that has to wait until I get a new house with Kotetsu. We haven't been able to find anything yet, she said, wiping her tears. I didn't know he died. I'll pay my respects to him later. I didn't know he was close to so many people, but given how nice he was, it's not a shock to me, and don't worry about paying me back. That was for all the free meals you guys let me eat when I was little and for taking care of me. As for your house problem, I have a solution. I took over my father's compound he had built, and there are a lot of houses. You can have one if you want. It has privacy seals and security seals, so only you can enter. If it detects a foreign chakra signature, they can't enter the house. So what do you say? Taewya already has her own house, he said. I'll take it. I just have to let Kotetsu know I found a place. How much do we owe you for rent? She asked. No charge, the entire compound, houses included, are already paid for, he said, shocking her. They talked for another hour before he left. He went to see Anko, who would more than likely be with Kurane. He searched for their chakra signature and they were at Anko's house, so he shunsins to her house and opens the door. Hey Anko-ne. Hey Nai-chan, how's it going? He asked. Who are you? Kurane asked. It's me, Naruto. Don't you recognize me? He asked. They walked up to him and slapped him on each side of his face. He could only cry at this point. What did I do to deserve this? He thought. You couldn't send us a letter or something, Naruto? Kurane asked. Yeah, I know you've been summoning Shadow and playing and training with him. We have the same contract, remember? So why couldn't you send a messenger dragon? Anko said, getting ready to slap him again. Yeah, Naruto, you had us worried like we were your mother. We know you're strong, but a simple letter saying hi or checking up on us would have been nice. Kurane said. She also got ready to slap him. Well, Anko, if we have the same contract, why didn't you send me a message yourself? I was busy training and inside of a palace with the Guardian 12. I had no time to sit down and write a letter. If anything, you're as much at fault here as I am. He said. This of course got him slapped again by both of them. Okay, fair point. So how have you been? Anko asked. Yeah, how strong are you now? Kurane asked. Well, I would be better if I could feel my face, but I'm fine and I'm the strongest in the village. Pervy Sage couldn't beat me even in Sage mode. He said all of this with a swollen face. The hell dude, me and Kurane are low sun in level all around now and you can still beat us, that's not fair. Anko said. Kurane nodded in agreement. Yeah, I know, but that's not why I'm here. Are you two still with Asuma and Irika? They nodded. Do you all want to start a family? They nodded again. Okay, so I took over my father's compound he had built and there are a lot of houses. You can have one if you want. It has privacy seals and security seals, so only you can enter if it detects a foreign chakra signature. They can't enter the house. Teiwa and Ayam already have a house. It's already paid off, so you don't need to worry about rent. The utilities are all included in one bill for the entire compound, so all you have to worry about is food in your house. Will you guys take one? If all the houses are the same, then they each have 6 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms and a master bathroom, big kitchen, and living room, plus a personal hot spring and training area in each backyard. He said. Hell yeah, I'm moving into a house. When do I get the keys? Anko asked. When you choose a house, it's a seal on each house. It will dissolve and release. 2 keys will pop out. He said. Anko started to pack her stuff. I'll have to talk to Asuma first to see what he wants to do. Kurane said. Naruto nodded and gave them directions to the compound so they could get there. He talked with them for 3 more hours before heading out. He met up with Ino and Hinata, who of course slapped him for not saying he was leaving. They caught up and he left to meet Shino and they talked for a little bit. Shino isn't a man of many words. He ran into Kiba and could instantly see why nobody wanted to work with him. Koji, Tenten and Niji were out on a mission. He went back to his old house and sealed everything belonging to him and Teiwa in separate scrolls before heading back to his compound. He left Teiwa's scroll with all of her belongings on her front porch and went to his own house. He ate some food, took a shower and went to sleep. After a week off since he just returned, he was headed over to the Hokage Tower for a mission. It was 6 in the morning. He reached the tower and climbed in her office through the window. Yo Granny Tsunade, I'm here for a mission. He said. Naruto, why can't you use the door? She said with a sigh. He just smiled at her and then noticed Kakashi and Sakura in the office. Hi Naruto-kun, how are you today? Sakura said, brushing her breasts on his arm that she took hold of, trying to seduce him. He removed his arm and backed away from her. I'm fine and please don't do that again. I told you already I'm interested in somebody else. He said. She huffed and folded her arms under her breasts. Naruto. Kakashi said. Wanna be? Naruto said. Tsunade coughed to cover up her laugh. Okay Naruto, you want a mission, fine. She was cut off when a random Chunin barged in. Lady Tsunade, urgent message from Suna, the Kaze cage has been abducted. He yelled. The Akatsuki. Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura head to Suna and begin looking for the Kaze cage. I will send Team Guy as backup since they are out on a mission. You leave right now. Tsunade said. The backup won't be needed, I can handle them. Naruto said. Naruto, you're a Jinchuriki, you can't just barge in like some maniac. They are all S-rank shinobi. You're probably a B-rank shinobi at best. Kakashi said. For your information, I'm stronger than Pervy Sage in his Sage mode. I can handle the Akatsuki unlike you. You're nothing but an A-rank shinobi that slacked off, so at best you're a B-rank shinobi now. Naruto responded. Enough you two. Naruto, I won't send backup, but if you so much as come back with a scratch, I'm going to punch you so far in the air you won't come down until next week. Tsunade said. Now leave. Hi. They all said and vanished. They left the village immediately and made their way to Suna. After 30 minutes of traveling, Naruto saw Temari walking below them. Temari, you need to come with us. Gaara has been kidnapped by the Akatsuki. We're heading there now to get some clues and rescue him. He said. Temari didn't respond and just took off to the trees, heading to Suna as fast as she could. After a while they slowed down a bit to save energy. Naruto, Temari, slow down, we all can't go that fast. Sakura said. Sakura, we're only moving at low jonin speeds now. You should be able to keep up now, move your ass, we don't have time to waste. Naruto said. Naruto, that was uncalled for. I think you should apologize. Besides, we can afford to stop for a few minutes. Kakashi said. No, we can't afford to stop, you jackass. My brother, the Kaze cage has been kidnapped and you want to stop because you're lazy and this worthless excuse of a kunoichi can't keep up at a jonin speed. I have no problem leaving your asses behind. Naruto, if you still want to travel, let's go, otherwise I'm going ahead by myself. Temari said. Kakashi and Sakura just shrugged and sat down. Let's go, Temari. Naruto said. You'll get rode up, Naruto, I was assigned as the leader of this mission. Kakashi said, flipping a page in his book. Yeah, see, that's where you're wrong. There was never a leader assigned to this mission. Tsunade forgot to assign one. Besides, the leader of our allied village is in danger, so me going ahead without you and the slut who I'm sure you've fucked a few times already, I won't get in trouble at all. Now let's go. He said, and Temari jumped off with him. After 20 minutes of travel, Naruto called out to Temari. Temari, stop here for a minute. What the fuck, Naruto? Why are we stopping? Did you not hear that my brother is in the hands of the Akatsuki? Do you not care? I thought you were better than that. Temari said, pissed off. Are you done? He asked, and she nodded. Good, because instead of us arriving in Suna in a few days, we can get there in about 2 to 3 hours. He said. How? Temari replies. He just bit his thumb and went through hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Out of the smoke came Neji. Naruto, it's good to see you again. What can I do for you today? Neji asked. I need you to take me and Temari to the gates of Suna. Naruto said. Neji just sighed. Suna again, I hate the desert. It better be important. Neji said. Gaara's been kidnapped by the Akatsuki. Naruto said. Neji turned serious. Get on. Was all he said. Naruto and Temari climbed on Neji and he took off, causing Temari to scream and cling to Naruto. After 2 hours they landed at the gates of Suna and Naruto gave Neji a thanks before he returned home. Lady Temari, your brother Kankuro battled one of the Akatsuki members. It was Sasori of the Red Sand and the other was Deidara the Med Bomber. He was poisoned by Sasori and we have problems removing it. Lord Gaara had to protect the village unless it would get blown up, so he had to cover the entire village with sand before a huge bomb went off, but Deidara planted small bombs in the sand and Lord Gaara was knocked unconscious. Before we could save him, Deidara created a clay bird and it took Gaara and flew off. Sasori and Deidara left soon after. The guard explained. Where is Kankuro? Naruto asked. He's in our hospital, Naruto. The guard said. Let's go to Temari. I might be able to remove the poison with my water manipulation. He said. Temari nodded and led him to the hospital. They got Kankuro's room number and went inside to see Kankuro in pain and his skin was pale. Temari, seeing her brother like this, broke down. Kankuro, it's me, Naruto, can you hear me? He said. Kankuro nodded. Okay, I'm gonna remove the poison from your body, I'll just need to make a small cut on your body so it might hurt, alright? Kankuro nodded again. Naruto pulled out a kunai and made a small cut on Kankuro's chest, making him scream out in pain. Temari rushed to his side and held his hand, telling him it was going to be okay. After the cut was made, blood started to come out with another black liquid that they all knew was the poison. Naruto gathered a glob of water from the air and then heated it in his hand, making it warm. He used his control and sent water to go inside of the cut and start getting the poison. After 10 minutes of moving the water around and constantly taking it out, the poison was removed and Kankuro was breathing normally now. Naruto then placed a medical seal on him so he could recover. It would take a few hours for him to recover. Thank Naruto, but you need to go after Gaara. They've only been gone for a couple hours. The attack happened last night and if you and your team leave now you can catch up to them. I think I saw them head towards river country before I passed out. Kankuro said, then he looked around. Wait, where is your team? He asked. Well, they decided that resting was more important than saving Gaara, so me and Temari came over on Neji and got here in a couple of hours. Naruto said. Okay, well, I have a piece of Sasori's cloak so you can track him if you can. Kankuro said. Yeah, I can track it, you stay here, I'll be back in a few hours with Gaara. Naruto said. I'm coming with you, Naruto. These bastards attacked my village and took my brother, I'm going with you. Temari said Naruto knew it was no long in arguing with her, so he let her come with him. Now hold on, I'm coming too. It's time I put an end to my grandson once and for all. An elderly voice said behind them. Elder Cho, are you sure you want to come? I mean, I know you're strong for your age, but these are S-ranked shinobi. Temari said. Yeah, old lady Cho, are you sure you can handle it? Do you need me to get your cane so you can move? Naruto said. He met Cho during his stop in Suna and they instantly bonded, but mainly argued, although it was a friendly argument. Sure, go ahead, maybe after you get my cane I can give you your bottle of warm milk before we leave. Wouldn't want a cranky baby on the mission now, would we? She replied. Temari could only shake her head at these two. It was always like this. Can we get a move on already? Temari asked. Oh yeah, sure, let's go. Naruto said. They arrive at the gates and Naruto bit his finger again. Summoning jutsu. A normal-size orange fox with black paws and black-tipped tail appeared. Yo Naruto, my man, what's up? The fox said. Kinto, I need you to find the scent of this and tell me how long you think it should take us to find them. Naruto said and pulled out the piece of Sasori's cloak and Kinto sniffed it. He smelled around for 10 seconds before finding the smell and how strong it was. Okay, they went east and it smells like water that way. From what I gather, given it's still early, they must have stopped last night for rest, so you should be able to catch them in about 6 to 7 hours if you all can travel at a Jonin level speed for that long. Kinto said. Thank Kinto. Naruto unsealed a stack of fish for Kinto before he left. Okay, can you both travel at Jonin speed for 6 to 7 hours? They both nodded. Okay, then let's go. They took off immediately and all you could see was dust kicking up behind them. So Naruto, how did you get the poison out of Kankuro without any kind of antidote? Cho asked. Well, I'm not good with medical ninjutsu because I have too much chakra to have enough control over for it, and it's so dense, so I made a small cut on his chest and used my water manipulation to gather water and heat it with fire chakra before sending it into the cut and forcing the poison to come out before putting a medical seal on him. Sometimes being a Jinchuriki sucks. He said. Wow, that's something people would do if they had no medic on their squads back in my younger days. Like what you did, it was only used for removing poison, but it took hours and was extremely painful because the water wouldn't be heated, so it was more condensed and had a harder time moving through the body. Cho said. Wow, Elder Cho. How come they didn't teach us that in the Suna Academy? Temari asked. Because like the Leaf Village, the civilian council ran the academy, so they left a lot of stuff out. But the test was way harder than the one Konoha uses to graduate. Although with Tsunade as the Hokage, I'm sure she made some changes. Cho said. What's the graduation test in the Leaf Village, Naruto? Temari asked. Well, when I graduated, the civilian council set it up so all you needed was to know the clone jutsu, the substitution jutsu and the hench jutsu. That's why we got stuck with kunoichi like Sakura and why the death rate was so high on missions. We had civilian kids basically posing as ninjas thinking the world was a fairy tale only to end up dead. However, when Granny Tsunade took over, she changed it. She put the Ninja Academy in the hands of the Shinobi Council and the Hokage. She made it so if you wanted to graduate you needed to know, of course, the basic 3, and if you could not make a regular clone you could use a different kind like I did, and you needed to know at least one jutsu outside of what you learned in the academy and needed to be able to hit a moving target with Kunao, Shuriken, and Senbon. Doing this decreased the number of Sakuras graduating the academy, and she set up a medical program. Every team needed to have one medic on the team. Her doing this decreased the death rate on missions and forced civilians to train rather than pay the academy teachers to pass their kids. Hell, Sakura only graduated because her mother fucked the entire school staff except Irika. He was the only one who wouldn't be bribed, but he had to pass them because their test scores, even though they were fabricated, was enough for them to pass. He said. How the hell did your village civilian council get so much power? Cho asked. They did it right after the death of the 4th Hokage before the old man took over. They passed a lot of laws that Tsunade just finished vetoing. They made a law that stated civilians are exempt from paying taxes. Of course, Tsunade found out and gave them a choice to pay 14 years of taxes or be executed for nearly ruining Konoha's economy. They of course complained and tried to have her removed as Hokage, but the daimyo basically told them to kiss his ass. He said. Wow, how come the third didn't do anything? Cho asked. Honestly, he was old. The amount of stress he would have been put through would have killed him a long time before I became a ninja. He needed me out of civilian hands before he could do anything. He was going to start taking their power away, but the invasion happened and he gave up his life to stop Orochimaru. Naruto said. I'm guessing you were close to the third? Cho said. Yeah, I was. He gave me a new apartment when the orphanage kicked me out. He really treated me like a grandson. When he died, he told me to protect the king, and that's what I'm going to do. He responded. You know who the king is? Cho asked, shocked. Naruto just nodded. Wait, who's the king you have to protect? Temari asked. I can't tell you. It's something you must figure out on your own. Naruto said. Temari nodded and Cho had a thoughtful look on her face. They traveled in silence for the next 6 hours and found who they were looking for, traveling with Gaara's body being held in a clay animal. So how are we going to do this? Temari asked. We need to get Gaara out of there and then kill those two. But how? Cho asked. I can get Gaara myself. After that, I'll take on Deidara and you two take Sasori. Naruto said. Why do you get to take Deidara? Temari asked. His clay bombs are earth jutsus. You need lightning to cancel them out, and you both have a wind affinity. Naruto said and pulled out a tri-pronged kunai, making Cho gasp. You know that jutsu? She asked. Yeah, my father left it for me. He said. What jutsu? Temari asked. The Hiraishin jutsu. It's a jutsu created by Tobirama Senja, but Minato Namikaze took it and made it better. Cho said. Naruto just threw the kunai in front of Sasori and Deidara, making them stop, and Deidara got scared. No, it can't be. He's supposed to be dead. He whispered. What is it? Why are you scared? Sasori asked. That kunai belongs to the Yellow Flash. He single-handedly took out 1000 IWA shinobi during the Third Great Ninja War. Deidara said. But I thought he died. Sasori said. He did. A voice said, and a flash appeared in front of them. Oh look, it's the Kyuubi Hierarchy HM. Deidara said. Well, I guess it's our lucky day. Kisame and Itaka won't be able to get their target. Sasori said. Alright, this is how it's going to work. I'm gonna kick you away, Sasori, and have some people deal with you. As for Deidara, I'm gonna move you away from Gaara, get him secure, then kill you. Naruto said. Please, like you can take us. I'll show you why my clay explosions are the best form of art. HM. Deidara said. You're wrong, my puppets are the best form of art, and I'll prove it by. Sasori didn't finish because Naruto kicked him away. He gave the signal to Cho and Temari and they took off after him. Now that he's gone, it's just us. Naruto said. Oh, I'm going to enjoy this. I'll show you what true art is. He didn't finish because Naruto kicked him away. Seriously, I told them exactly what I was going to do and they didn't prepare for it. He thought as he walked over to the clay creature carrying Gaara. He cut open the creature and pulled Gaara out. He activates his main Jakku and pulls Gaara into his Kamui dimension. He looked up and saw Deidara walking back and he looked pissed off. You ruined my art. To hell with you being a Jinchuriki, I'm going to kill you. Deidara yelled as he ripped off his cloak that was torn up and began to channel chakra into his hands. Clay came out and formed into two giant dragon-looking creatures that Naruto knew would cause a big explosion. The creatures flew at Naruto and exploded when they were right in front of him. How do you like that? That's my C2 explosion jutsu. Deidara said when the smoke cleared. He was surprised when Naruto was still standing there untouched. How are you still standing? You should be dead right now. Deidara asked, pissed off that his jutsu didn't work. That's for me to know and for you not to know. With that said, Naruto charged at Deidara and began attacking him with taijutsu, but he was adding lightning and wind chakra to his punches and kicks, making Deidara a sitting duck because he couldn't create any small clay bombs. They kept getting cancelled out. After a while, Naruto kicked Deidara into a tree, making him cough up blood. I've had enough of this. I'm a part of the Akatsuki. We are the strongest ninja alive. I will not be defeated by some fucking leaf ninja. Deidara said. He then began to grow to a huge size and spoke again. This is a true form of art, my C4 explosion. I hope you're ready to die like I am. Deidara said, but Naruto knew this was just a clone. He felt the real Deidara buried himself underground. After a while of growing, before Naruto could charge and move the clone, it exploded. Naruto, thinking quickly, activated his Kamui and went into his pocket dimension. After 5 minutes he reappeared but hid his chakra presence and was waiting for Deidara to show himself before finishing him off. After 10 minutes of waiting he saw Deidara emerge from the ground. I knew he was all talk and no bite. That's why my explosive clay is a true form of art and not those silly puppets Sasori uses. Deidara said. Unknown to him, Naruto was right behind him with his lighting edge ready to strike. I guess I'll have to go tell Sasori we lost both of the Jinchuriki. Before he could take a step, a hand cover in red lightning struck him from behind, piercing his heart. How? He said, coughing up a lot of blood. You need to watch your surroundings like I do. I knew that was a clone, so I simply acted like I was going to stop it from exploding. I escaped as soon as the explosion came and hid my chakra presence and waited for you to emerge from underground. My lighting jutsu is the perfect assassination technique. It makes no sound, so I can sneak up on you if I want to. Now that you're dead, your partner is next. Naruto said before cutting his head off and burning the body, but he took the ring off his finger. It must be important if they all wear them. He thought he felt a chakra signature coming fast and disappeared in a flash to the mark he secretly put on Cho. A few seconds later a Venus trap emerged from the ground and a vortex appeared. Somebody killed Deidara and took his ring. Who could have done it? The Venus trap said, opening up, revealing a white and black body. Oh, I don't know, but they must be really strong if they can kill Deidara-senpai. The masked figure said in a childlike voice. Toby, stop the childlike voice, it's only us. The Venus trap said. Ah, but it's fun. Toby is a good boy, remember? Toby said. Then his voices changed and got deeper. Just kidding, I want you to find out who killed Deidara and what happened to the body of the Jinchuriki he was supposed to have. Zetsu. Toby said. Zetsu nodded and they both disappeared. Meanwhile Naruto arrived at the area where Cho and Temari were fighting Sasori. He saw puppets laying around everywhere, destroyed into pieces. He saw Temari cut up and out of breath sitting next to Cho, who was on the ground with a blade through her heart. He noticed Temari crying over her body. He went up and put a hand on her shoulder. She looked up and noticed him and just gave him a hug and cried her eyes out. After 2 minutes of crying she let go and wiped her tears. Where's Sasori? He asked, and she pointed to a human-looking puppet with a kunai stuck in what appeared to be Sasori's heart. He walked up and took the ring he was wearing. She protected me from that blade that was meant for me. She pushed me out of the way and threw the kunai enhanced with wind chakra into his heart at the same time as his blade went through hers. She told me she was doing it to protect the king, and I understand what she meant. The king is the next generation of shinobi that will lead our village in the future. Am I right? She asked. He only looked at her with a smile and she smiled back. Where's Gaara? She asked. He's safe. He activated his Kamui and brought out Gaara, who he could tell woke up and went back to sleep. Gaara, are you okay? It's me, Temari, wake up please. She asked. He didn't respond. Alright Gaara, wake up. Naruto said and slapped him across the face. Gaara woke up and looked right at Naruto. Did you just slap me? He asked. Nope. Was the simple reply from Naruto. Yes you did. I felt a slap. Gaara responded. It wasn't me. Temari, seeing this, had enough knowing where this headed and decided to talk. Okay Gaara, you're up now, let's make our way back to Suna. She said. Don't we have to wait for the rest of the team? He asked. We are the team. Me, Temari and Old Lady Cho. Naruto said. He then explains the reason. It was only 3 of them and they told him about their battles. Okay, let's go, we'll hold a funeral for Cho once we get back to Suna. Gaara said. Summoning jutsu. They heard Naruto call out and Neji appeared. Naruto again, this is twice in one day you called for me. Akazekage-sama, I see they have found you. Now let me guess, you want to ride to Suna. Naruto nodded his head sheepishly. I'm only taking you midway through the desert, you can walk the rest of the way. I hate the desert. I'm guessing by the sad look on Tamari's face that somebody died. She nodded and pointed at Cho's body. She protected me from a killing blow, sacrificing her own life for me. Tamari said. I see. You must always protect the king no matter the cost. I give you my condolences. Now hop on. I was in the middle of eating. They grabbed Cho's body and placed it in a body bag before climbing on, and Niji took off towards Suna. They made it halfway through the desert before Niji let them off and went back home. They walked for another hour before the gates of Suna were able to be seen, and they heard a guard yell out. The Kaze cage is back, everyone. As soon as he said that, a large crowd of ninja and civilians came out of the gates and began cheering for Gaara coming back safe. However, they noticed a cloud of sand kicked up and a girl with brown hair running at them. Knowing who it was, Tamari and Naruto moved out of the way. As soon as they did, Gaara was tackled to the ground. Oh Gaara, you had me so worried. Are you hurt? Do you need anything? The girl said, giving him a lot of kisses to his embarrassment and Naruto and Tamari's amusement. They knew he didn't like public affections, but his girlfriend didn't care. Matsuri, get off me. Gaara said, and she did. Matsuri has straight chin-length brown hair, dark eyes, and fair skin. She wears 2 arm guards, a dark pink shirt with cuts over the shoulders, a white shirt underneath the other, and a black headband around her neck. She saw Naruto and Tamari standing there with a smile and gave them a hug. Thank you so much, both of you. I was worried when I heard he had been captured. She said. It's alright, besides now that he's back, maybe you two can use that privacy seal I gave you. I'm sure him getting captured and being brought back made you want to. He never finished. He was punched in the ground by a giant fist made of sand. Although it is good to be back, we need to hold a moment of silence for Elder Cho. She sacrificed her life in battle to save Tamari and kill Sasori of the Red Sand, who was one of the people that attacked. Everyone please bow your heads and say a prayer for her. As he said this, his sand came forward with the body bag containing Cho. After a moment, Gaara spoke up again. Her funeral will be held in a few hours and she will be buried where the past Kaze cage are laid to rest it. With that said, he entered the village with Naruto, Tamari, and Matsuri, who were clinging to him. After the funeral was held, Naruto was at the gates leaving for Konoha with Gaara and Tamari with him. Naruto, thank you again for saving my brother. I know if we would have stayed with the other two we wouldn't have made it in time. She said, giving him another hug. I must thank you as well, Naruto. I for sure thought I was going to die. I am in your debt once again. Gaara said, extending his hand out to him. Naruto did the same and they shook hands. No problem guys, I'll do it again if I have to. Oh, and Tamari, your breasts felt great on my back when we were on Niji, but I think you should save them for Shikamaru. I'm sure he appreciates them more than me. He said. Tamari didn't smack him this time, she just hit him with the steel part of her fan and sent him flying, but you could hear him laughing as he flew away. So you and Shikamaru have been having sex? I can't believe you, Tamari. Telling me to wait until I'm married. Gaara said, making her blush. Oh shut up Gaara, I heard you and Matsuri going at it last week, you forgot to put up the privacy barrier. She said. This time Gaara blushed, but he had his sand armor on so you couldn't tell. Touché. Was all he said before they turned around and headed back into the village. Meanwhile, Naruto just landed in the sand a few miles from Suna. He stood up and was unharmed. He bit his thumb and summoned his ride home. Summoning jutsu. Out of the smoke came Shadow, who looked exactly the same except he was the size of the Hokage Tower. Yo Naruto, what's up? Need a lift or is this another training session? Shadow asked. Yeah, I just need a lift home and on the way tell the other two that were on my team the mission is over. He said. Shadow nodded and Naruto climbed on him and Shadow took off. Naruto decided to let Shadow take him directly to the Hokage Tower. So when they arrived, an entire squad of Umbu and Tsunade arrived, not knowing what was going on. Yo Granny, I'm back. Naruto said as he jumped off of Shadow, who returned home. False alarm people, it's just Naruto, return to what you were doing. Tsunade said. They walked into her office for his report. Okay Naruto, what happened? I just sent you out this morning for that mission. You didn't fail, did you? Did they extract the one-tailed beast? She asked. Actually no, they didn't. We stopped them before they could reach the hideout. It's located somewhere in river country but I don't know where. He said and started to tell her about his fight with Deidara and the fight between Chotamari and Sasori. Okay, so that's 2 members of the Akatsuki down. That's a good start. Anything else? She asked. Yatamari said Sasori was supposed to meet up with his spy he had working with Orochimaru in 3 weeks at the Tenchi Bridge. He said. I might know who the spy is. It might be Bor. We found out he was working with Orochimaru and helped him get into the village undetected, and he was giving an Akatsuki member info on our village defenses. From what we saw, the member must have been Sasori. However, he escaped before he could be executed. Tsunade said. Okay, I'll deal with it whenever I get the chance. He said. That's when Tsunade noticed Sakura and Kakashi weren't there. Where is Kakashi and Sakura? She asked. Oh, along the way to Suna we ran into Tamari and told her what happened, so we had to pick up the pace. We slowed down to save energy and Sakura needed to stop since she couldn't keep up with low Jonin speeds. Me and Tamari kept going, but I summoned Neji to get us to Suna in a few hours instead of days, while Sakura and Kakashi stayed behind claiming they had time to relax even though the Kaze cage was just abducted. I found them riding on Shadow on the way back and told them the mission was over. They should be back by now. As soon as he said that, Shizune entered. Lady Tsunade, Sakura and Kakashi are here to see you about the mission. She said. Okay, send them in. Don't tell them Naruto is here and already gave me the mission report. Naruto, I want you to hide. They both nodded. Shizune went to get Sakura and Kakashi while Naruto just went outside and masked his presence and smell. Sakura and Kakashi entered the office. Lady Tsunade, we're back from the mission. Sakura said. Okay, Kakashi, what happened? She asked. Well, we made it to Suna as fast as we could. We pushed ourselves to the point of making it there in a few hours. We met up with Tamari and Kankuro as they were about to leave to look for Gaara. We tracked them down to their hideout somewhere near the border of Omegakure, but when we got there Gaara was already dead and the 2 Akatsuki members got away. He said. What did the 2 members look like? I need to know so I can tell Jiraiya. Tsunade said. Well, we don't know. They wore masks that covered their faces so we couldn't see them. He responded. Where is the body of the Kaze cage? She asked. Tamari and Kankuro asked me to burn it for them. He said. So you made it to Suna and traveled to AIM all the way back here in less than a day? She asked and Kakashi nodded. Also Gaara was killed and you burned his body? Tsunade said. Yes, I figured if we pushed ourselves we could get this done quickly, and burning the body was the least we could do for not making it back on time. Kakashi said. Okay, thank you for the report. I just have one more question. Tsunade said. What is it? Sakura said, picking her nails. Do you think I'm a damn fool? I know what happened on the mission already. Naruto gave me his report already. She said, and then Naruto came back into the office. Now here is the actual mission report. You 2 didn't even make it to Suna. You stopped for a break that lasted basically the entire mission. You couldn't have met Tamari in Suna because she just left this morning right before we got the urgent message. Naruto and Tamari made it to Suna in a few hours because of his summons. Kankuro was hurt fighting the Akatsuki last night and Naruto had to extract the poison from him using his water manipulation and place a medical seal on him to heal him up. Now Tamari, Elder Cho, and Naruto fought the Akatsuki members, killing them both and saving Gaara from even getting to their hideout, which is in river country, not AIM. The 2 members were Deidara the Mad Bomber and Sasori of the Red Sand. Naruto killed Deidara and Cho killed Sasori, giving up her own life protecting Tamari to do so, and returned to Suna with Gaara. She said Kakashi and Sakura were now nervous, but Sakura spoke up. How do you believe Naruto did all of this in a few hours and not us? She asked. Because Naruto rode on his summons that took a lot of time off of his travel. Tsunade said. Oh yeah, and just what summons does Naruto have? Kakashi asked in a mocking voice. Dragons and foxes, but I use the dragons for transportation mainly. Naruto said, speaking up. There is no fox contract and the dragons are nothing but a rumor. Kakashi said. Did you not see the big-ass dragon I was on when I told you the mission was over on my way back? He asked. For the fox not having a contract. He bit his thumb and ran through hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Kinto appeared in a puff of smoke. Yo Naruto, what's up? Need me to find something or someone? Kinto asked. No, I just had to prove to them that a fox contract existed. He said, pointing at Sakura and Kakashi. Ah, I see. However, the smell they are giving off, especially the girl, is making my nose hurt. He smells like dogs and she smells like multiple men have just finished mating with her. Kinto said before returning home. See, the fox contract does exist. Now I'm going home to sleep. I'm tired. With that, Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash. Now for you both. Kakashi, you're suspended for 3 months. Sakura, you're a medic, so I can't afford to have you suspended, so you will work the graveyard shift at the hospital for the next 3 weeks and have your pay cut in half. She said, now get out of my office. They both left and Tsunade sighed. Just then Jiraiya came in through the window. How long have you been out there? She asked. I was talking to Naruto out there. He explained everything to me. He said. Good, because I don't feel like talking right now. She said and stood up, removing her top, walking up to him and kissing him passionately. Shizune walked in, saw this and left out, but activated the privacy seal on her way out. I'm taking an early lunch. Izumo should be home right now. She said and left a note on her desk that said her and Tsunade will be gone for 2 hours. Chapter 15, Tenchi Bridge, Reunions and Bonding. It's been 3 weeks since the Gaara rescue mission and Naruto has only gone on 5 C rank missions to stay active. Tsunade didn't want him to take anything too stressful since he had this S rank mission to do now. He made his way over to Tsunade's office to meet his team. He entered through the window, much to Tsunade's annoyance. I'm here, Granny, who's on my team? He asked. It's a former Umbu agent named Yamato, but his actual name is Tenzo. He was only assigned because the council thought you might lose control of the Kyuubi chakra and kill your teammates, and he was experimented on by Orochimaru. He possesses the wood style. They think he can suppress the Kyuubi chakra, but he can only do it up to 5 tails. However, they don't know you have complete control over it. As for the next member, I'm sorry, but it has to be Sakura. She is the only available medic right now since Teiwa is out on a delivery mission to Suna with Ino and Kiba. She said. That's okay, I don't care. He said. Just then Danzo walked in without knocking. Danzo, I do believe I told you to knock before entering. Get out and knock like I said. Tsunade said. However, Danzo ignored her and began speaking. Tsunade, I've heard about this mission to catch a spy, and... He was cut off by Naruto slamming him into the wall with his arm on his neck. I believe the Hokage gave you an order. Refusing to follow that order is treason and you can be sentenced to death, and calling her anything but her proper title unless given permission is against the law, the second Hokage made. Now get out, knock and wait for her to answer. He said and threw Danzo out of the office. Danzo, who was seething in anger, reluctantly knocked on the door. Enter. Tsunade said with a smirk, and Danzo walked in. Ah, Danzo, what a surprise. What can I do for you today? She asked, pissing him off. He clenched his teeth before speaking. Hokage-sama, I've heard about this mission to catch a spy and potentially face Orochimaru. I have a shinobi I wish to add on this mission. He said. Naruto knew he had an interest in this mission. So Danzo, you want one of your root shinobi to deliver a message? Naruto asked with a smirk. I have no idea what you're talking about. I simply wish to give extra help on a mission. Danzo said, lying to them. Very well, let me see his file. Tsunade said, and Danzo banded it to her. It was a decent file, but he knew all the missions were cover-up stories. Alright Danzo, he can join the mission. She gave Naruto a look. Tell him to meet his team at the gates in 2 hours. She said. Actually, he is already here outside of the office. I can bring him in now if you would like me to. Danzo said. Bring him in. Danzo nodded and opened the door so his shinobi could enter. Hokage-sama, this is Sai. He is yours to command. Danzo said. Tsunade and Naruto took a good look at Sai and knew he was a root member. Sai has short, straight black hair, and dark eyes which contrast with his translucent-looking pale skin. He is usually seen carrying a small backpack with his brush, scrolls, and ninja ink in it. He wears a short black and gray jacket with red straps as customary of all root members, to most likely show his allegiance to the organization. He also carries a tipless tanto on his back. The rest of his outfit consisted of a high-collared midriff shirt, black pants, shinobi sandals, and gloves with his index and thumb fingers exposed, most likely to facilitate the use of his drawing-based techniques. Welcome to the mission, Sai. Naruto. If Sai does anything suspicious on the mission that can harm Konoha and any reason, kill him. Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded. Danzo, you can leave. Danzo left the office. Sai had his mission, so he wasn't worried. Hokage-sama, nice to meet you. You as well, Dickless. Sai said with a fake smile. Naruto also put on a fake smile. Next thing Sai knew, a kunao cut his cheek, making him stop smiling and look at the kunao that was less than an inch from his face. If you looked closely, Sai had a drip of sweat on his head. Don't piss me off, Sai, was all Naruto said before a knock on the door interrupted them. Come in, Tsunade said, and Sakura walked in along with a man that has short brown hair and black, almond-shaped eyes. He wore the standard attire of a Konohanin, with a flak jacket. He wore a forehead protector like the one Tobirama Senja wore. Sakura, Yamato, nice of you to join me, this is Sai, she said, motioning to Sai, who still had his usual fake smile on. Hey handsome, after this mission, want to hang out? Sakura asked, pushing her breasts together. Sorry, but I'm not interested, ugly. Sai said. Sakura was pissed off that she was rejected and called ugly. Alright, that's enough, you know your mission. Head to the Tenchi Bridge disguised as Sasori and get whatever you can from him and capture him. Orochimaru may show up, but Naruto will fight him alone, do not interfere, she said. They all nodded. You leave in 1 hour. Yamato and Naruto stay back. Sai, Sakura head to the gates and wait for them. Sai and Sakura left. Hokage-sama, why did you need us to stay behind? Yamato asked. You were mainly put on this mission to control the Kyuubi chakra. Your wood style will not be needed, he can already control all of the Kyuubi's chakra. All you need to do is act as Sasori and capture the spy. Also, Naruto has a separate mission. If Sai does anything that is considered a threat to Konoha, he is to kill him. Yamato nodded as he knew Sai was a root agent. Very well, Hokage-sama, Yamato said. He left the office with Naruto. They arrived at the gate and saw Sakura still trying to get with Sai. Sakura, leave Sai alone, we have a mission to do, Yamato said. Good, now Yamato is the leader of this mission and I am second in charge. Do you both have everything you need? Naruto asked. They nodded. Alright, let's move out. We have a 2-week travel period to make it to the bridge. We will move at Jonin speeds, anybody that can't keep up will be carried. Now let's go, Yamato said, and they took off into the trees. They traveled at Jonin speeds and only stopped at a town halfway through to rest for a day. Sakura somehow managed to seduce a random civilian into having sex with her. Other than that, no problems arrived. They made it to the bridge and Yamato used his wood style to make himself look like Sasori. So Naruto, how do I look? Yamato asked. You look like him, but make your voice a lot deeper and somewhat scratchy, Naruto said. Yamato cleared his throat and spoke again. Like this, he said in a deep yet scratchy voice. Yeah, that's perfect, Naruto said. However, deep down he knew this mission was a failure. He felt Sai making an ink clone so he could run off. Naruto made 2 shadow clones and had them follow him and watch what he does before dispelling. He watched as Yamato in his Sasori disguise walked onto the bridge. The spy was already there waiting for him. You weren't followed, were you? Sasori asked. No. I still have that strange sensation from when I remembered who I was after you broke that jutsu, the spy said. I've got some questions for you, Sasori said. I don't have much time, so please keep it short. I risked my life to get here without Orochimaru finding out, the spy said. I want information on the location of his hideout and the whereabouts of Sasuke Uchiha, Sasori said. We're in a hideout on a small island on a lake to the north. We'll be moving again in 3 days, the spy said. What of Sasuke Uchiha, is he there as well? Sasori asked, sounding a bit desperate. Damn it, Yamato, relax, you're gonna blow your cover, sounding desperate, Naruto whispered to himself. Meanwhile on the bridge a noise was heard in a bush behind the spy. They turned around and it was just a rabbit. False alarm, I thought it was Orochimaru. It's just a rabbit. The spy said. Damn it, Orochimaru's here now. Naruto said, scaring Sakura. By the way, about what you ordered me to do, Lord Sasori. Even after his reincarnation, Orochimaru uses a jutsu to protect the cellular specimens from his discarded body, and I was not able to analyze the cellular data. The spy said. I see. Sasori said. Now please hand over the item you promised me. I've been here long enough as is. If Orochimaru finds out I'm here, I'll be killed. The spy said. Yamato pulled out a kunai ready to kill the spy but was cut off by Orochimaru showing up. Interesting conversation, I hope you two don't mind me showing up and joining in the fun. He said. He was followed. Yamato thought as Orochimaru stared at him. He's really here. It's Orochimaru. Sakura said. A snake started to coil around the spy but he jumped away and landed next to Yamato. Naruto knew it was the boar-masked Umbu. So that's what he looks like. He almost looks like Sai except he has darker skin and brown hair. Naruto thought. I wish he wasn't an enemy, I would totally bang him. Sakura thought. Lord Sasori, if you hadn't pulled out that kunai I wouldn't have been able to get away from him in time. The former Umbu said. I'm lucky it looks like he misunderstood, I guess my cover hasn't been blown yet. However, Orochimaru is here now. What do I do? Yamato thought. I remember that garb, it sure brings back memories, Sasori. Orochimaru said. So you followed him, did you? Sasori said. I just wanted to thank you in person, Sasori. After all, you're the one who sent this kid to me and he's come in very handy. Orochimaru said. I can't take on Orochimaru myself, it's impossible. I guess Naruto has a plan if Tsunade said he would fight him. I can't call them out yet, I need to wait a bit longer. Yamato thought. The spy gathered chakra to his hand and then cut through Yamato's disguise and cut him slightly on the arm. Yamato jumped into the air leaving the disguise and the spy jumped back to Orochimaru's side. Did he know who I was? No, that's impossible, what's going on here? Yamato thought. Multiple striking shadow snakes. Orochimaru sent multiple snakes from his arm at Yamato and wrapped him up, but he substituted himself with a wood dummy. That was a wood-style substitution. Interesting you must be. Orochimaru didn't finish. Lord Orochimaru, is that Sasori's real body? The spy asked. No, that's definitely not Sasori. Shikara, don't tell me after all this time as his faithful servant you haven't seen his real body. Orochimaru said. He always hid behind those ugly puppets of his. Shikara said. What is the meaning of this? Shikara, you were supposed to be an Akatsuki spy. You should have been under the control of Sasori's jutsu this whole time, Yamato said. Not anymore, Lord Orochimaru broke that jutsu long ago. Shikara said. So you pretended to be under Sasori's jutsu while you turned traitor? Or did Orochimaru use his power to change you? Yamato asked. Nope, I actually empathize with Orochimaru's ideals. Who are you anyway? I've never seen you around the Leaf Village. The plan was to kill Sasori, but somebody already beat us to it. Shikara said. I can tell you about him, Shikara. He was the only survivor, it seems, from when I was experimenting with the first Hokage's DNA. I assumed all of the test subjects died, so I abandoned the lab. Apparently they found him in my lab alive and decided not to kill him and use his abilities later for their Jinhuriki. Now that we have that out of the way, why don't you call out those two rats hiding behind you in the bushes? Orochimaru said. 2, it should be 3, which one is gone? Yamato thought and signaled for his team to come out. Only Sakura and Sai appeared. Where is Sasuke-kun? Sakura immediately yelled out. Wow, she can really scream. Shikara said. I wonder, do you act just like your mother did? Last time I saw her she was on her hands and knees with her ass in the air for me. Shikara added. Sakura only blushed and Shikara laughed. Tell me where he is now. She yelled, fighting off her blush. Now this is a surprise. I see Sasuke's fangirl and a guy who looks creepy with that fake smile. I assumed since you were here, my dear test subject, that the Jinchuriki would be here. Orochimaru said before anything could be said. A voice spoke up from behind him. I am. Was all Naruto said before he grabbed Orochimaru by the neck and threw him away. He activated his chakra mode and ran after Orochimaru. Well, Naruto has him, let's get Shikara. Yamato said to Sakura and Sai, who he didn't know was a clone. Sakura, being the smart person she is, threw a kunao at Shikara, but it landed behind him and Yamato smacked his head. It wasn't just because the kunao landed behind Shikara, no, it was because she threw an explosive kunao. The kunao exploded and the entire bridge blew up, but they all jumped back in time. However, they all landed on the same side. Sakura and Yamato instantly charged Shikara in a taijutsu battle, which he struggled with because taijutsu wasn't his area of choice. He was only Haichunin in that regard. Sakura came at him with the basic academy taijutsu that was filled with openings that he was able to exploit, but Yamato came at him with the style most Umbu used, and Yamato was great at it. He kicked Sakura away, but Yamato appeared in front of him and hit him with a punch to the gut and elbowed his kneecap, breaking it, making Shikara scream out in pain. He then hit him 3 more times in the ribs and 1 more time in the face before sweeping his leg from under him and driving his heel into his gut. He slapped a chakra suppression seal on Shikara and wrapped his hands and feet up with his wood binding jutsu. He turned around to see Sakura healing her wounds. He looked for Sai but only saw a pile of ink. He was a clone this whole time. Yamato thought. Sakura, where is Sai? He asked. I don't know, I thought he was behind me. She said. Alright, stay here with Shikara and make sure he doesn't try anything. Do not heal him. Yamato said before jumping off towards Naruto and Orochimaru. So he left the daughter of a whore with me. Tell me something, do you act just like your mother or only have the same pink hair and green eyes as her? Shikara asked as an insult, but to his surprise Sakura smiled at him. I can show you better than tell you. She said and took off her apron skirt, her shorts, and red thong she had on and walked up to him and pulled out his dick that was already hard, which was only 4 inches, and put it in her mouth. Meanwhile, Naruto is fighting Orochimaru in a taijutsu fight after having caught up to him. Orochimaru already had to shed his skin twice. He ducked a roundhouse kick from Naruto and threw 6 punches at Naruto, who easily dodged them thanks to him using his Ultra Instinct. Orochimaru hasn't landed a single hit since the fight started. He jumped back from Naruto and called out a jutsu. Formation of 10,000 snakes. 10,000 snakes with swords sticking out of their mouths all charged at Naruto, who gathered chakra in his lungs. Fire style, dual great dragon fire jutsu. 2 huge dragons of blue fire charged at the 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru laughed. It wasn't enough to take out his jutsu, however Naruto was not done. Wind style dual wind dragon jutsu. 2 dragons made of dense wind charged at the fire dragons and made the dragons grow in size and burn brighter, almost turning white and destroying the snakes, but kept charging at Orochimaru, who hid underground to avoid the attack. An explosion happened and Naruto blew away the smoke with his wind chakra. He saw Orochimaru come out of the ground and he was breathing heavily. Naruto, seeing this, dropped the power of his Ultra Instinct and activated his chakra node and held his hands out in front of him, gathering red and bluish-purple chakra, forming it into a condensed ball. Orochimaru, recognizing this, went slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Triple Rashomon. 3 gates appeared with faces on them. The first gate was red, the second was green, and the third was blue. The first gate takes the attack head-on, the second reduces the attack's power, and the third disperses the pressure, causing all attacks that come in contact with it to lose their power before they can be effective. However, Naruto was putting a lot of chakra into this attack. Orochimaru braced himself behind the gates. Tailed Beast Bomb. Naruto shot the ball of chakra towards the 3 gates, demolishing they easily, and a giant explosion happened. Naruto jumped into the trees with his clones and they dispelled, giving him the memories. Sai kept sending messengering clones to Danzo giving him information on his skills, however they intercepted all of them and dispersed them onto some paper, reading the message. Sai didn't know he was there, obviously more concerned about the mission Danzo had given him. Yamato appeared next to Naruto, who placed a privacy barrier that shielded them, making it look like a normal tree was there but they could see out of it. Naruto, what are you doing? You're supposed to be fighting Orochimaru. He exclaimed. I did. I'm waiting for Orochimaru to come from underground and for Sai to meet him. I'm sure he has a separate missio from Danzo. He was here the entire time. He made an ink clone as soon as we got to the bridge. I think Orochimaru may take him to his hideout. If he does we can follow him. I placed a tracker seal on Sai without him noticing. By the way, where's Sakura? He asked. I left her with Shakira. Yamato said. You do know she is most likely fucking him, right? Naruto asked. No, she isn't. He is an enemy to the Leaf, she wouldn't do that. He responded. Have you met her? 10,000 Ryo says she is. Make a clone and have it bring her to us. Guarantee she will either just be getting done fucking him or was in the process of fucking him. She can't get in trouble since there isn't a law in Konoha against it only harming a prisoner we captured and she isn't harming him. Naruto said. Yamato took the deal and created the clone to go grab Sakura. 15 minutes later Sakura and the clone came back and Sakura had white spots on her clothes and in the ends of her hair. Yamato just took out the money and gave it to Naruto before the clone even dispelled. They notice Orochimaru coming out of the ground and shedding his skin. Sai approaches him and talks to him before he shows him a file with a lot of papers in it. Orochimaru skimmed through it and they began walking away towards the hideout he was currently using. What is Sai doing? Sakura asked. She finished cleaning herself up. Sai is a traitor. When he was put on this mission somebody who is evil in the Leaf Village assigned him to this mission so he could do a deal with Orochimaru. Naruto said. However, this is a good thing as well. Orochimaru is taking him to the hideout. Sasuke will more than likely be there and we can grab him and bring him back to the Leaf. Yamato said. Yes, I can't wait for Sasuke-kun to come home. We can be together again and I can show him what he's been missing. She said. It won't work. Naruto said. What do you mean? Sakura asked. What I mean is, even though Sasuke will be there Orochimaru will already have an escape plan to get him and Sasuke out of the hideout. Naruto said. But we can always try, right? Sakura said. Yeah, we can. Yamato said. Naruto just sighed. Let's go, they're at the hideout now. He said and they took off. They reached the base and went in. Okay, split up, and search for anything we can use and if you find Sasuke flare your chakra. Yamato said and they split up. Naruto was searching through a lot of doors until he came across what looked like Orochimaru's office. He entered and found 2 files on the desk, one was the same envelope Sai handed to him. He opened it up and saw Umbu members from the Leaf without their masks on. He was more pissed at the fact that Yojao was the first photo. He sealed the file away and grabbed the second file. It read Karen Uzumaki. It had a list of her abilities and her picture: bright red hair with the right side short and spiky while the left side was longer and straight. She also had brown narrow glasses. He found her location but she would have to wait. He also saw that Kabuto was able to replicate her heel bite ability and gave it to 3 other people in the hideout he is currently in. He found the location of the notes on the test of her ability and burned it. He found another Akatsuki ring which he guessed was Orochimaru's. He sealed Karen's file and the ring away. He snooped around and found an interesting file on Danzo. He sealed it away before burning everything in the room and leaving. He went to the room that had the test subjects for Karen's heel bite ability and quickly killed them. He left out of the door when he found a girl with red lipstick, fair skin, dark eyes, and light blue hair which she keeps in a spiky ponytail with long strands of hair framing her face. Her outfit was a green dress with a long left sleeve and a short right one, a red turtleneck which has a white, fluffy collar and brown gloves. Under the dress, she wears a one-piece red suit. For shoes, she wears calf-length brown sandal boots. She also had a little boy with her. He had magenta eyes and long pale green hair. His outfit consisted of a kimono with a jade green inside and a gray outside along with cadet blue pants with bandages down to his ankles and wore shinobi sandals, his were low cut and dark brown. Who are you? The girl asked, putting the boy behind her in a protective manner. Naruto smiled at that. I'm Naruto Namikaze, formerly known as Naruto Uchiha. You are? He asked. I'm Gurren and this is Yukimaru. Now why are you here? She asked. I'm looking for Sasuke Uchiha apparently, but I already know where he is. What are you doing here? Given the way you are protecting Yukimaru, you are not a bad person. So why are you with Orochimaru? He asked. I'm here because he took me in when I was younger because of my Kekii Genkai and I quickly rose to become his strongest shinobi after Kimimaro. I was supposed to become his next vessel, but he chose Sasuke Uchiha instead. I'm in charge of caring for Yukimaru. That's why I'm here. She said. Okay, so how about a way out of here? A new life, no more experiments, and you can make an honest living? Plus I can get rid of that curse mark you have. Naruto offered, shocking her. What's the catch, and what about Yukimaru? She asked with hope in her voice. No catch, all you need to do is leave here with me, I can get you out undetected. You would come to live in the leaf and either become a kunoichi of the leaf or a regular civilian. I can give you a house that's paid for, so all you would worry about is putting food in the house. Also, I assumed Yukimaru was a packaged deal, so if you came, he came. Naruto said. What do you say, Yukimaru? Want to go live a better life instead of moving around a lot? She said. I'll go wherever you go, Gurren. I trust you. He said. Okay, we're coming with you, but how are we getting out of here? She asked. I'm going to store you both in my personal pocket dimension until I reach the Leaf Village. Is that alright? He asked, and she nodded, and he activated his main Jakyu Sharingan and used Kamui to absorb them into his pocket dimension. He deactivated his Sharingan and wiped the blood off his face. Then an explosion happened. We found Sasuke. He said to himself and headed to the explosion. He arrived and saw Sakura with wide eyes and Sai and Yamato just standing there. Sasuke-kun. Sakura said. Sakura, it's been a while. He said in a bored tone, then noticed Yamato and Sai. I don't know either of you, but it doesn't matter because you're all going to die. He appeared in front of Sakura, who was frozen with his Chokyuto drawn, then Sai stopped it with his Tonto. Good counter, you made the right move. However, he disappeared and appeared behind Sai, shocking him that he was so fast. He tried to stab him with his Chokyuto, about to stab him, but Yamato blocked it with his wood-style. Sasuke simply looked at him. You made the wrong move. He let his lightning chakra flow through his Chokyuto and it hit Yamato after cutting through his wood. He was about to kill them until he heard clapping from behind him. Wow, Sasuke, I'm impressed, you actually managed to get stronger under Orochimaru. Naruto said, causing Sasuke to activate his Sharingan, which now had all three tomos. Oh, look at who finally matured his Sharingan. Given how much chakra you're losing from activating your eyes, you must have just unlocked it. Pity you grew so much under Orochimaru, yet you're not even stronger than him, which means you're not even close to attack his level. He said. Shut up, I am stronger than attack, and now I'll kill him next time I see him. Sasuke said. Yeah. Look, I'm not really here to capture you, but it would be nice if I did get the council off my back about some stupid CRA that they will force me into. So I'm just gonna kick your ass a little bit until Orochimaru decides to show himself. He said and vanished so fast that he left an afterimage fooling Sasuke's Sharingan. He was behind Sasuke and kicked him in the head, sending him flying into some debris. Sasuke got up and charged at Naruto with his Chokyuto, but everything he did was dodged by Naruto, who used a brief moment of shock to backhand Sasuke away and broke his nose. Enough. Sasuke yelled. He jumped up to the highest ledge of the ceiling, looking down at them, and held his hand up in the air until somebody grabbed him. Sasuke, we have to go now. We have things to do. You can kill them the next time you see them. Orochimaru said, and they began to sink into the ground. After they left, Sakura spoke up. Why didn't you capture him, Naruto? She yelled. It was not our mission. Like Orochimaru said, he'll see us again. Now Sai. He said. Yes, Naruto. He replied with a fake smile that turned into a shocked look. He looked at his chest and Naruto's hand pierced his heart. He died right then and there. Naruto looked at Sakura and Yamato. Let's get Shikara and head back. They nodded, and shockingly Sakura didn't say anything about Sai being killed by Naruto. They picked up Shikara and headed back to Konoha. They made it in less than 2 weeks because they didn't stop a lot even when Sakura complained. They checked in at the gates and headed to the Hokage Tower. They walked up the stairs while Sakura and Yamato did with Shikara. Naruto went up to the window. He entered and stood silently behind Tsunade as she and her clones did paperwork. A knock on her door made her dispel all her clones. Come in. She said. Sakura, Yamato and Shikara all entered. Shikara was nervous because he knew he was about to die. Team Yamato returning from a completed or incomplete mission. Yamato said. What does that mean? Tsunade asked. Well, we captured the spy who Naruto told us was indeed Bor. However, we didn't get any important info out of him. Yamato said. Okay, where's Sai? She asked. I killed him. Naruto said from behind Tsunade, making her turn around and punch him back outside the window. He landed all the way at the gates and had to go back. Of course, he climbed through the window with no cuts or bruises, not even his clothes were damaged. As I was saying, I killed him. He was a traitor and gave Orochimaru some important files. He said and unsealed the file with the Umbu profiles in them. Okay, that's one down, but not the one we're looking for. Good job on your mission. I'll give you all pay for completing an S-rank mission. Naruto, kill Bor for me. Tsunade said. Naruto simply cut his head off with the Kubikuri Basho. Naruto, stay back, everyone else dismissed. Sakura and Yamato left, leaving Naruto, Tsunade and the dead body of Shikara on the ground. Naruto made a clone and it cleaned the body up. So what else did you find? She asked. I found the file for the other Uzumaki. Her name is Karen. He said, unsealing her file to took from Orochimaru's base. Tsunade read it and was shocked. Are you sure you killed all the test subjects and the notes and everything? She asked. Yeah, I destroyed his entire office. Oh yeah, one more thing. He activated his main Jakku and used the Kamui. Out came Gurren and Yukimaru. Explain. Tsunade said. So he told her the story about how he met Gurren and Yukimaru and the deal they made. Gurren also told her all she could about Orochimaru, but it wasn't much since she was never really around after she got Yukimaru. Okay, you have a choice. Do you want to be a ninja or a civilian? Tsunade asked. I want to become a civilian. I've seen and done enough in the shinobi world. I'm tired of it, but I will keep up my training just in case we are invaded or anything. Gurren answered. Okay. What about Yukimaru? Tsunade asked. It's up to him. He has ninja training and is a water user. Gurren said. Yukimaru thought about it for a minute. I want to become a ninja. But I'm already 14, so I'm too old for the academy. He said. That's fine, I have a team you can join. Tsunade said, handing him a Konoha headband. A knock on the door was heard. That's your team right there. Come in. Tsunade said, and in came Team Ebisu. Mogi, Udon, Konohamaru, and Hanabi, followed by Ebisu. Big brother. All four genin yelled and tackled him to the ground. Little monkey, Konohamaru, Snotnose, Udon, Red Spots, Mogi, Firecracker, Hanabi. How've you guys been? Naruto asked. We're good, we just came back from another boring D-rank mission. Konohamaru said. Yeah, I remember those days. Anyway, you guys and girls will be getting a new member to your team. This is Yukimaru. He will be joining you from now on. Yukimaru, meet your new team and friends. He said, but Yukimaru didn't answer. He was too busy staring at Hanabi, who had a blush on her face. Okay, since the lovebirds are staring at each other, Konohamaru, I have a gift for you. It's from your grandfather. As soon as he said that, the room went quiet. Even Hanabi broke out of her stare and was paying attention. A gift from the old man. He said, and Naruto nodded. What is it? Konohamaru asked with tears forming. When he died, he left me something that he wanted to give you when you became a genin. However, he sacrificed his life to save the village. During his final moments, he entrusted me with two things. One was he trusted me to protect the king and grow strong. The second was to give you his final gift. Naruto unsealed a giant scroll from his wrist and Tsunade gasped at what it was. Naruto, is that what I think it is? She asked. Yes, it is. Konohamaru, this is your grandfather's summoning contract with the monkeys. He left this for you and I am giving it to you now. Naruto said. Konohamaru hesitantly touched the scroll and it opened up, showing his grandfather's name in the first slot crossed out, signifying his death. He looked up at everyone and they nodded at him. Naruto gave him the instructions on how to sign it and he did. Now Konohamaru, go home and summon Inma the Monkey King if you can, he wants to talk to you. Naruto said. Ebisu gave his team the rest of the day off and they all went with Konohamaru, even Yukimaru, who was grabbed by Hanabi. So that's taken care of. Gurren, I need to show you where your house is. She nodded and he grabbed her shoulder and disappeared in a yellow flash to the Namikaze compound. Gurren stumbled and puked on the ground. Sorry, I forgot it was your first time. Naruto said in surprise he got slapped in the face. Warn me next time. Gurren said. She turned around and looked at all the houses. They were huge. I'm going to be living in one of these. How did you manage to get me one? She asked. I own this entire compound. My father had it built before he died. Now pick a house. He said and explained to her how the houses were and who already lived there. She got to the house she chose and channeled chakra into the seal and 2 keys popped out. She turned around and thanked Naruto for the house and went inside. Naruto went back to his house and went to the training area. He wanted to finish both versions of the Rasengan he had, so with that he created 600 clones and had them focus on adding wind chakra into the Rasengan while he works on the other version. For the one he is personally working on, it's at about 85% complete. He can create a large outside shell the size of his giant Rasengan and form small Rasenans inside of it, but he can't maintain the normal sized Rasenans inside of it. They all disperse after a couple seconds. Both versions he is working on should be able to be thrown. He got to work and noticed his clones had paired up 2 in each group. I wonder if they figured it out and are just being assholes and not telling me. He thought. After he practiced for 5 hours, he finally got one version of the Rasengan completed. He cupped his hands to his side and created a large bubble of chakra, and then 5 regular-sized Rasenans formed inside of the bubble orbiting around in the inside. He thrusted his hands forward and pushed the attack forward. It went flying at the training dummy and completely destroyed it. I wonder if the outside bubble is destroyed, will the smaller Rasenans go away or still fly towards the target? He said he dispelled his clone and he was right, they were assholes. They made the jutsu, however he couldn't throw it. He just needed names for them. I got it, the one I worked on, I'll call it the orbiting Rasengan. The other will be called wind style, Rasen Shuriken. With that he went to sleep. He woke up the next morning and went to see Tsunade. He put on his usual Jonin outfit with his guardian flag tied on his hip. He flashed to Tsunade's office and climbed into her window. He saw her sleeping at her desk and must have figured she pulled an all-nighter. He channeled chakra to his hand and started to rub her back in a soothing motion. Granny, it's time to wake up, it's almost 9 am. He said in a soothing voice. Shizun walked in with a stack of papers and was surprised Tsunade was still there. I wouldn't do that, Naruto, she tends to be violent when she wakes up. Shizun said. Don't worry, I got it. He said and continued to rub her back, waking her up with a yawn. Shizun was shocked that she didn't lash out. What happened? She asked, her words were a bit slurred. You fell asleep in your office. I thought you left early last night. Shizun said. I did, but I couldn't sleep, so I came back here and decided to finish yesterday's paperwork. Tsunade said. Don't worry about it, Granny, Shizun just worries a lot. Anyway, I have some breakfast for you. He unsealed 2 bento boxes. Inside the bentos were steamed rice, miso soup, grilled fish for proteins, and tsukemono, Japanese pickles. He gave one to both Shizun and Tsunade. Wow, Naruto, this looks delicious. Shizun said. Yeah, I know. Who would have thought you could actually cook? I guess the credit goes to the Ichirakus. Tsunade said as she ate the food. So, why are you here, Naruto? I thought I gave you the week off. Tsunade said. You did, but I wanted to talk to you about something. He said. What is it? She asked before he could answer. A knock came from the door. Enter. Tsunade said, and in walks Danzo. Yes, Danzo, what can I do for you? Tsunade asked. Hokage-sama, I'm aware that the mission to capture the spy has been completed. However, Sai did not return with them. I was curious to what happened. He said, and Tsunade pointed at Naruto. I killed him. So you just wanted him on this mission to give Orochimaru some pictures of Umbu without their masks on. I guess you offered them to him for some of his experiments. You know I could just kill you now, however, I don't have the proof that it was you, so you're lucky. You're slipping up, Danzo, one more wrong move and it will be checkmate. I'll personally kill you myself, no matter how many times I have to do it. He said, causing Danzo's eye to widen a bit, but nobody noticed it. He said nothing and walked out. Naruto, what was that about? Tsunade asked. That's why I wanted to talk to you. I found something interesting on Danzo, but first. he said, and took out 3 kunao and threw them into the ceiling, killing 3 rutumbu that were in the ceiling. After that was taken care of, he unsealed the folder on Danzo he took from Orochimaru's hideout and handed it to Tsunade, who read it. After she got done, she was pissed. "Naruto, I want you to kill him the next time he slips up. I don't care who is around. If he so much as sneezes the wrong way, kill him. Do you understand me?" He nodded. "Yeah, I do. I was going to kill him before, but I had no order or proof of his actions. By the way, Pervy Sage is here," he said, pointing at the window. Tsunade instantly went to the window and pulled him in the office and kissed him. "I missed you, Jiraiya," she said. She hasn't seen him since the day Naruto saved Gaara from the Akatsuki, and that was over a month ago. "I missed you too, Tsunade," he said. "Are you about to do what I think you're about to do?" Naruto asked. "Oh yeah, I've got over a month of sexual frustration, so get out," Tsunade said. "Alright, but no babies, we can't have you sidelined with the Akatsuki around," Naruto said, activating the privacy barrier and leaving. Can you guys wait until I leave?" Shizune said, running out, closing the door behind her. "I forgot she was in here. Now sit on the couch," Tsunade told Jiraiya. Shizune walked up to Naruto and slapped him. "Ow, what the hell was that for?" he asked, rubbing his face. "That was for leaving me in there with them. I almost had to watch them having sex," Shizune said. "I honestly forgot you were in the room, Shizune," Naruto said, which got him slapped again. Shizune stormed off after that. "Why does everybody keep slapping me?" he asked. He turned around to leave, then got slapped again. "What the fuck is everyone slapping me for?" Naruto said. "Oh, it's just me, fuckface. I need to hand in the mission report to Lady Tsunade." He looked down and saw Teiwa. "Well, I wouldn't go in there. Jiraiya is in there with her. You might as well give it to Tsunade," he told her. So she has her usual all-day fucking appointment. "Okay, that's fine. I hand this in and go grab Lee so we can do the same. I need my flames of fucking youth pounded into existence again after this mission," Teiwa said. "Don't ever say that again. Anyway, hey Ino, how's it going?" he asked Ino, who was also there. "I'm good actually. I don't really go on a lot of missions. I mainly stay in the TNI department or run the flower shop. Koji and I are good too. He wants to become a Jonin, so he is hoping for a field promotion. Now that I think about it, Naruto, besides Kiba and Sakura, you're the only one who doesn't have a girlfriend. What gives?" Ino asked. "I haven't found the girl I want to spend the rest of my life with yet. I mean, yeah, I have girls and everything fawning over me, but I would rather get with somebody out of love. I'm not like Sakura," he said. "I see, but about Sakura, I don't know what happened to her. Yeah, she talked about sex a lot when we were younger, but I didn't think she would turn out like this," Ino said. "All of the female Haranos are like that. Hell, I've seen actual footage of her mother in action despite her being married. Hell, I think her husband was the one recording it. I guess randomly sleeping with a lot of men runs deep in her family. Sakura only became a genin because her mom fucked all the teachers, male and female, except Iruka," Naruto said. "Wait, so that shit was the about some lady fucking the entire staff at the academy for 5 years straight was true?" Teiwa asked, and Naruto nodded. "Well, damn, I know who to keep my future children away from. Anyway, I'm handing in my mission report. I've gotta go have Lee pound me until I can't feel my legs," Teiwa said as she walked off. "I really don't need that image in my head," Naruto said. "Yeah, me neither. I'm off to do the same, except me and Koji are more into the slow and passionate paced sex. I'll see you later, Naruto," Ino said and walked off. "Didn't need to know that either," he said, and walked home to work on his Raisin Shuriken. He practiced the Raisin Shuriken until about 2 p.m. when he felt a pull from one of his kunao. He flashed away and arrived, stopping a scythe with his cubic Aribisho from stabbing Fu, who was beaten and had torn clothes and bloody, but he didn't see any cuts. Well, if it isn't the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Today might be our lucky day, Kakazu. We will be bringing in 2 Jinchuriki and I get 2 sacrifices for Jashin," the man with the scythe said. "Shut up, Haiden, nobody cares about your fake religion. we are not to touch the Kyuubi Jinhiriki. Pain-sama said he will deal with him personally in a few months. You're lucky Nanabi Jinhiriki, we will be back for you. Kakazu said. Hey fuck you Kakazu, I need my sacrifice for Jashin, you money-hungry son of a bitch. Haiden said and charged at Naruto and Fu. Before he could even get halfway his head was separated from his shoulders. Fu and Kakazu just stared on at how fast and easy he did that. I need to tell Pain-sama about this. Kakazu thought. Hey Kakazu, get your ass over here and reattach my fucking head, you piece of shit. Hey Kyuubi brat, you son of a bitch, do you know how much this shit hurts? I'm going to look like a freak for a couple of days. The head of Haiden said. What the fuck? Naruto said. They call themselves the Immortal Duo, but can you get me out of here please Naruto, I don't feel good. Fu said, and she threw up right after she was finished talking. Naruto picked her up in bridal style and flashed back to Taki in Shivuki's office. What the hell? Naruto, what are you doing here? Oh shit, what happened to Fu? He said as he ran to him and took her out of his arms. She was attacked by the Akatsuki. Why was she out on a mission by herself? Naruto asked. She wasn't on a mission by herself, she was on a team with 3 Umbu members. Shivuki said. They attacked me as soon as we ran into the Akatsuki duo. They should be back in the village already, most likely want to wait a few days before telling you I'm dead. Fu said as she threw up again. When you find those 3 Umbu Shivuki, kill them. Naruto said. Oh, I already planned on killing them. Shivuki said in a dark tone. Fu, can you tell me about Haiden and his abilities? Naruto asked. He doesn't really use ninjutsu or genjutsu or taijutsu, he is mainly a kinjutsu specialist with that scythe of his. However, it's his kinjutsu that you should worry about. If he gets the slightest drop of blood, he can make some kind of design on the ground and then drink your blood. All damage he does to himself is inflicted to you. That's why when you showed up and I was bloody that you didn't see any cuts. He can do any amount of damage to his body and it won't affect him. That's why when you cut his head off he was still talking. In a sense he is immortal as long as he makes sacrifices to whoever that Jashin is. Him and Kakazu called themselves the Immortal Duo because with Kakazu and his 5 hearts and Haiden being able to take any kind of damage without dying, they are basically immortal. Fu said and threw up again. Naruto decided to check her with his sensing abilities and found a 3rd chakra signature inside of her. Thank you Fu, I appreciate it. So are you and Shivuki dating? He asked. She nodded, and blushed as did Shivuki. Well, the reason you keep throwing up is because you're pregnant. He said, and she froze and Shivuki passed out. PP pregnant? I'm going to be a mother. She asked and Naruto nodded. How long have you been throwing up like that Fu? He asked. I've been throwing up for about 2 weeks now, I thought I was just sick. She said. Fu, it's impossible for a Jinchuriki to get sick or catch any kind of disease. The tailed beast inside of us will automatically heal us. Naruto said. If I had to guess I would say you're about 6 weeks pregnant. He said and Fu just started crying. I can't believe I'm going to be a mother. I never thought it would happen. She said, wiping some tears away. Naruto walked up to Shivuki and slapped him until he woke up. My head. What happened? Shivuki asked. You passed out. Naruto said. Why does my face hurt? Shivuki asked. I don't know, maybe you hit it on something. Naruto said, making Fu giggle at that. Shivuki looked at her and walked up to her. Is it true? Is she really pregnant? He asked. Yes, she is. Congratulations, you are going to be a father. Naruto said. Shivuki only nodded and scooped Fu up before giving her a kiss. No more missions for you. You will be by my side every day of the week, and if I leave out you will come with me and I'll hire Naruto as our guard. Shivuki said. I still need to make money Shivuki. She said. I'm giving you a 9-month S-rank mission for your pregnancy with a monthly salary of 300,000 ryo every other month. Shivuki said. A female Jinhiriki is pregnant for 10 months, not 9. Naruto told him. Okay, 10 months, it is 300,000 ryo every 2 months. Shivuki said he made the mission paperwork and stamped it. I'm so excited. I can't believe I'm going to be a mother. Fu said. We need to think of a name for the baby. She said. I'm going to go. This is a moment for you both and not me. Naruto said. Thank you Naruto for all you've done for Taki. This is the scroll with the alliance and terms I drew up for our villages. I know it took some time but I've been busy. Shibuki said. He handed the scroll to Naruto and shook his hand. Fu came up to him and gave him a big hug. Thank you for saving me and giving me the best news I could ever ask for. She said. He nodded and flashed away to the Hokage office. He looked at the clock and saw he was gone for about 2 hours. He entered through the window and saw Tsunade and Jiraiya cuddled up on the couch. He used his sensing ability to check Tsunade and see if she was pregnant. To his relief she wasn't. Yo pervy sage, pull your dick out of my grandmother, all three of us need to talk. He said. First of all, I don't pull out with Tsunade, and secondly, good job on the window entrance. Jiraiya said. Tsunade slapped him for that first comment, even if it was true she liked it better when he finished inside of her. Okay, so what's up Naruto? What do you need to tell us that's so important? Tsunade asked. I know 2 more Akatsuki members. He said. They both got serious. Who? Jiraiya asked. Well, one is Kakuzu. He is still alive, but it's due to the kinjutsu I told you about. He has a partner named Haiden and they go by the Immortal Duo. Haiden doesn't really use ninjutsu or genjutsu or taijutsu, he is mainly a kinjutsu specialist with a scythe of his. However, it's his kinjutsu that you should worry about. If he gets the slightest drop of blood, he can make some kind of design on the ground and then drink your blood. All damage he does to himself is inflicted to you. He can do any amount of damage to his body and it won't affect him. I even cut his head off and he was still talking. In a sense, he is immortal as long as he makes sacrifices to whoever that Jashin is. So you should tell all Jonin and Umbu about this. I only met them because I gave Fu one of my kunao for any emergencies. I arrived and saved her just in time from getting stabbed by Haiden. Also, the leader is somebody called Pain and he said he would personally come for me, but that won't be for a few months. Naruto said. Jiraiya was writing all of this down, as was Tsunade. What does Haiden look like Naruto? Jiraiya asked. He has medium-length gray hair that was slicked back and purple eyes. He wore no shirt, but wore the Akatsuki cloak. He wore a scratched-out Yugaku or forehead protector around his neck and some kind of amulet. He wore gray pants with matching shinobi sandals and also wore dark green nail polish, and his Akatsuki ring was on his left index finger, which bears the kanji 4-3 in it, and had triple-blade scythe with him. Naruto said. Jiraiya nodded and wrote that down. Thank you Naruto. Now, other than the usual check for outside threats, I can have my spy network relax for a bit. Now me and Tsunade have one more round before I leave. Anything you need? Jiraiya said. Yeah, after you get done having Pervy Sage empty his sperm in you. This scroll has the alliance document Shibuki came up with. Oh, and Fu is pregnant and Shibuki added me as their personal guard for any time he travels during the pregnancy, so I might get a couple S-rank missions within the next 10 months. With that said, Naruto left. He was walking down the street and noticed Gurren on what looked like a date with a civilian she met. He smiled at her and kept going until he made it home. He activated his Sharingan because when he looked at the ground around the compound, he noticed a gigantic seal on the ground in the middle of all the houses. He memorized it and went home through his father's notes on seals and found what he was looking for along with a note. Finally, after my trials and heartbreaks, I've finally made the seal that can restore the compound if it is ever destroyed. I know I made it gigantic, but I want to put this seal around Konoha just in case the same thing happens. I can't let anything happen to my mother's village after all. Tomorrow's October 10th, the day my son is supposed to be born. So I'll set up the seal the following day after all my son is being born, and I plan on proposing to Kiyomi-dem what the Uchiha clan rules are. I'm the Hokage, I can overrule that decision if I want. Minato Namikaze. Wow Dad, I wouldn't have even thought about this kind of seal. Naruto thought. He then noticed a small seal at the bottom of the paper and channeled chakra into it. A puff of smoke happened, and once the smoke was gone, it was a box for an engagement ring as well as a necklace that he guessed belonged to his mother when she was a kid due to how small it was. On the necklace it was a blue diamond in the shape of a heart with the Taurus symbol engraved on it somehow, and it was even a hole cut on the side of the diamond so the string was able to go through it. How the hell did Mom manage to cut a diamond? He thought he took off his necklace that had the yang symbol with Samui's name on it and the charms from the first Hokage's necklace that Tsunade gave him after one of their spars. He put his mother's diamond on the necklace so the first Hokage's charm was now in the middle. He then opens the engagement ring box and his jaw drops at the ring. It had a 2-carat cushion-cut diamond that takes center stage in this engagement ring. Round diamonds decorate the gallery of the ring, while chorus lines of sparkling round diamonds grace either side of the 14K white gold band, bringing the total diamond weight of the ring to 2 1/3 carats. He also had the wedding band for it. The line of sparkling round diamonds is set in 14K white gold. The band had a total diamond weight of 3/8 carat. What the fuck, Dad? This entire engagement set must have cost you a shit ton of money. You must have really loved Mom a lot. I guess since you haven't used it I will if I'm ever to get married. He thought as he put the ring back in the box and sealed it away. He went back to studying the seal his father made and decided to put it around Konoha tonight after everybody was asleep. He finished studying the seal and making it big enough for Konoha. Nighttime came and he went out to place the seal on the ground at midnight. After 5 hours of constant ink drawing and using his Manjikyu to Kamui under buildings to get the ink on the entire ground as well as using the Hiration, he finally finished. He felt somebody trying to get into the new barrier he set up for the village. The person was trying to phase through the barrier so he knew who it was. He walked up behind him and spoke. "Boo," was all he said. The man turned around scared. Naruto felt his chakra turn afraid before calming down. Naruto took notice of the cloak. It was the Akatsuki cloak, black with red clouds on it, but the man had on an orange mask. Naruto knew this was the fake Madara but let him talk. "How did you sneak up on Tobi like that? Tobi is a great ninja and can't be snuck up on," Tobi said in his childlike voice. "I walked, so why are you here? Tobi, is it to capture me? Because if that's the case then..." Naruto vanished behind him and put a hand on Tobi's shoulder. "Then you are way out of your league," Naruto finished with a cold tone. "How did he get behind me so quickly and be able to put a hand on my shoulder? My Kamui is almost instinctive, there's no way he is faster than my Kamui," Tobi thought. "Oh no, Tobi is not here for you. Tobi is only doing as Pain-sama ordered. I am to spy on the Kyuubi hierarchy because Tobi is a good boy," Tobi said. "Well, tell this Pain-sama of yours that I'll be waiting for him when he comes for me in a few months and I'll kill him like I did the other 2 members of your group," Naruto said. Pain-sama wouldn't like that if I told him. He will be even more mad to find out you killed Sasori and Deidara-senpai. So since you killed them, can Tobi have the rings? You must have taken them," Tobi said. "Why the hell would I want a dead man's ring? I don't have them. I'm not a fan of jewelry. So take your friend that's spying from the tree and leave." Naruto said he knew Zetsu was there the entire time. Tobi stood there before a swirl appeared from his right eye absorbing him and the other Akatsuki member went underground and left fast. Naruto sighed and went home. Next day Naruto woke up and decided to visit Anko at home. He went to her house and knocked on the door and Kurane answered. "Naruto, it's good to see you," she said, giving him a hug. "You too, Nai-chan. Is Anko here?" he asked. "Yeah, she's in the living room, come in," she said. He entered and took off his sandals before walking to the living room. When Anko saw him, she ran at him and thanked him for the house. "Thank you so much for this house, Naru-chan. Me and Irika love it. We already christened the entire house. Especially the hot springs. I tell you, Irika may act like a nice gentleman, but when it comes to sex he is a beast. Although he says I can do better on top, I mean no matter how fast or slow I grind my hips he says I can do better," Anko said. "Have you tried planting your feet and lifting yourself up and down while you're on top instead of on your knees grinding your hips?" Naruto asked. "No, why?" Anko asked. Kurane was also curious about this. "Well, think about it. It's like him going in and out of you in the missionary position, but you're on top and can give you a lot more pleasure," Naruto said. "I'm doing that tonight when he gets in. What about you, Nai-chan? You gonna try it out since you have the same problems?" Anko asked. Kurane only blushed but nodded nonetheless. "So Naruto, why are you here? Not that it's a bad thing, but due to your missions we barely see you anymore. Anko said. Well, I figured it's been a few years since the three of us hung out, so if you both have the day off I wanted to take you out shopping. He said. I have the day off. Anko said. What about you, Nai-chan? Actually, that's why I'm here, and it's good that Naruto is here too. I'm actually taking a break from missions. Me and Asuma want to start a family. He will still do missions, but he said the moment he has a bad injury he will retire. Besides, I have about 50 million ryo saved up from all of my missions and Jonin salary combined. Not to mention the 200 million ryo we both received 2 weeks ago from a unanimous person. She said, looking at Naruto, as did Anko. It was because you both helped raise me. I figured I would pay you back somehow. Now let's go, I'm taking you both out shopping. He said as soon as he said that they were both dressed and had their makeup done well. Kurane did. Anko only uses lipstick. They went out shopping, but Naruto grabbed Ayam from work claiming she needed a break, and after a 30-minute debate Ayam lost and went with them, and she did not regret it. Naruto spoiled them so much that the women that were with their significant other were getting jealous. They each got a lot of dresses, so much that they could go 6 months without wearing the same one. They got matching shoes, 3 pairs for each dress. They dragged him to a lingerie store where they got almost everything in their sizes. They dragged him to a sex shop in the red light district and bought all kinds of outfits, toys, and games to spice up their sex life. The final thing was he took them to get some jewelry. They all picked a lot of earrings, some were diamonds, and some were pearls. They did the same for necklaces but didn't touch the rings. They all said the only ring they want is the engagement ring and the wedding band. Unknown to them, Iriko was actually planning on proposing to Anko soon. He already bought the ring. After shopping, Naruto sealed all of their stuff in 3 separate medium-sized scrolls and then took them out to eat at a fancy restaurant. Now they were all at Anko's house, sitting in the living room. Wow, I'm tired and stuffed. Anko said. Yeah, I know, I haven't shopped or ate so much before. Kurane said. At least you guys don't own a restaurant. I don't even want to look at food for a month. Ayam said. So why not take a vacation? Naruto asked. I want to, but Katetsu doesn't get that amount of time off unless he gets an S-rank mission, and he hasn't had one in over 2 years. But he promised his next month off we would go to snow country. Ayam said. It's spring now, not snow. Naruto said. What do you mean? Kurane asked. Well, before I left for my training trip I had to protect the actress Yuki Fujikaze. Anko interrupted him. You mean to tell me you met the Princess Gale and didn't tell us? She asked. Yeah, so anyway, it turns out Yuki Fujikaze was a fake name. She went by her real name as Koyuki Kazuhana. She was the daughter of its former leader who was killed by her uncle. She ran away as a little kid. But during the mission the necklace she wore was a key to a generator and her uncle wanted it to rule the country. So after I killed her uncle and his followers she activated the generator and it melted all the snow, so now it's called Spring Country. She became the daimyo and we even had an alliance with them. Naruto said. So did you sleep with her? This came from Ayam. No, I didn't want to. She offered, but I told her it was a spur of the moment thing and she should find somebody she loves. He said. So are you still waiting for Samui to show up? I mean, who's to say she hasn't moved on and got with somebody else? Anko said. I haven't told anybody this, only Shino and Hinata know this. He then explained to them about seeing his mom in the Forest of Death and what they talked about. You saw Kiyomi-sensei? Kurane asked. Yeah, and she told me Samui was still alive and that I just missed her leaving Wave when I arrived during that Wave mission I took as a genin. He said. This, however, I haven't told anybody. During my training trip a month before it ended I hit a low point. I haven't met Samui yet and I was starting to give up. I went to a bar and since I am a ninja I bought a lot of sake and I drank sake for 5 hours straight. Then the daimyo had a friend over and his daughter was sending me signs the entire time she was there. She found me and told me after I was done to meet her in her room. I was going up to her room but time froze. I thought I was in a genjutsu and activated my Sharingan but couldn't dispel it. I was about to try again but then Kami came and stopped me from breaking it. She told me she knew what I was about to do and not to go through with it because Samui hasn't been with anybody or even kissed another boy. She's been saving herself for me. Kami said she had the same conversation with her a week before me. So I walked away and went back to my room. If Samui was saving herself for me, I'll do the same. He said. All of the girls had tears in their eyes. Kurane spoke up first. I know how you feel, kind of. I was at a low point in my life as well. I was a chunin still going on about being the greatest genjutsu user ever. I wanted to be even better than some Uchiha. I was so dedicated to genjutsu that I would neglect every other form of training. After being bullied and criticized for 5 months, I snapped and trapped some boys in an S-rank genjutsu that it took the Hokage to break them out of it. Then I became cold to everyone except Anko, Hana and Yojeo. I was being left alone, but one day after I came back from a B-rank mission, my house was trashed and the ruby necklace I wear belonged to my mother. The house was trashed. I didn't care about that, but somebody stole my mother's necklace and pissed on her photo I had on my dresser. I walked up to the Hokage monument and was about to jump until Asuma found me. He found the people that stole my mother's necklace and got it back for me. He pulled me back right as I was about to jump and just held me until I cried. Ever since then I've been with him, but only kept up the Ice Queen facade until I grew tired of wearing a mask. Kurane said. You all know my story, but what you don't know, a reason why I kept men away, even the really good ones, was because Orochimaru, when he was my sensei, would pay people to try and rape me and mentally break me so I could be of more use to him. I found out after he abandoned me. One day I was sleeping and I felt somebody enter my bed and grab one of my breasts. I tried to move, but my hands were tired down and I had a cloth tied over my mouth, so my screams were muffled and I couldn't get help. I kicked the guy off of me. When he went to take my panties off, I added chakra to the kick so he could be out for a while. I tried to get out, but I couldn't, so I had to break own wrist and hand to get one hand free, and I untied the other hand, but the guy already got up. He tackled me down and this time got my panties off. He was messing with his pants to pull his dick out but was struggling, so I grabbed a kunai from his pouch and stabbed him in his chest multiple times even after he was dead. I wanted to make sure that fucker couldn't do that to anybody else. I only stopped when somebody grabbed my hands. I looked up and it was Irika. He just held me and took care of me. That night he took me to his house and I stayed with him until I graduated. He was awkward around me, but he always was even before then. I asked him what he was doing at my house and he said he just had a feeling I was in trouble. After that I've had a big crush on him, but like he said when we got together on our date, thanks to Naruto-chan, he felt the same way but couldn't tell me because he was shy, and then I left with Orochimaru. I got back and he was in Umbu. I didn't see him until a month after Naruto-chan started the academy. It was awkward between us because we both knew there was a line we needed to cross, but nobody wanted to take the first step. Ever since we got together I make sure to tell him I love him at least 20 times a day. Anko said. Wow, I did not expect this day to turn into this. Naruto said. Yeah, me either, but I do feel like a weight was lifted off of my shoulders. Kurane said. Yeah, me too, I've never felt so relieved. I feel like a new woman now that I got that out. Anko said. I never knew you guys went through that. You walk around like nothing could bother you. I guess that's what you have to do if you're a ninja. Ayam said. Everybody has scars, Ayamne, but I have a confession to make to you. Remember that guy, and I'm sorry for bringing this up, but remember that guy who tried to rape you when you were 13 because Ichiraku's forced him to shut down his ramen shop? He asked. Ayam froze and nodded. When she was 13, this older guy about 55 years old lost his shop because Ichiraku's took all his customers and threatened Tuki to close his shop or he would pay. Tuki obviously refused, so one day when Ayam was closing up by herself, she went to throw the trash out in the dumpster. She was grabbed from behind by the same man and he just ripped her clothes off and she was screaming for help. The man lined himself up to her entrance and before he could enter her, he was tackled off of her, and when Ayam opened her eyes she had some clothes in front of her, but the guy was gone. She put the clothes on and hurried to close the shop and told her dad. Tuki told the third Hokage, but they never found the guy. It was as if he fell off the face of the planet. Well, the reason why the third Hokage never found him was because I killed him. Naruto said. He got a gasp from all three ladies in the room. Naruto-chan, are you telling me you had your first kill when you were 7? Kurane and Anko asked at the same time. He nodded. I was walking around town on my way home when I heard you screaming for help. I saw civilians and ninjas all look towards the alley and walk away. I ran up to the alley and noticed it was you. I saw him take his dick out and was about to force himself on you, so I tackled him off of you. I found some clothes in a bag next to the garbage and gave you some. I dragged him to an abandoned house and tortured him until he begged to die. I cut off his dick first, but he couldn't scream because he was tied up, and I sewed his lips together. I stabbed him 110 times in different parts of his body, 55 times for his age, 13 more for your age, and 42 times for the age difference. I cut one of his eyes out too, and his fingers and toes off. I also cut his stomach open and his guts came out. I put him in a body bag I stole from an umbu that dropped it a few weeks ago. I mainly used it for all my ninja supplies until that night. But anyway, I put him in the body bag with his eyes, guts, fingers, and toes. The reason he was never found was because I dragged the body bag to the Valley of End. Since I had the next 3 days of training off, I was able to make the trip. I put some big rocks in the bag with him and threw it in the water. The bag sunk all the way to the bottom of the river. The house that was burned down 4 days after he tried to rape you was the house I tortured him in. I used the fire to burn the evidence away. He said all 3 of the girls gave him a hug because it was obvious that he felt guilty about not telling her. "Why didn't you tell me, Anko or Kurane?" Ayam asked. "I didn't want you to think I was a monster. I never had a sister or mother figure in my life. I didn't want to lose any of you," he said. "Naru-chan, we wouldn't have left you. Hell, I would have helped you torture him and get rid of the body," Anko said. "Yeah, I would have told the Hokage to call off the search. I mean, we looked for almost a year and found no evidence. Even the tracking dogs couldn't find anything on him," Ayam said. "Naruto, I'm proud that you stood up for Ayam, but next time just let us know so we can help," Kurane said. They all hugged in one big group hug for 10 minutes. That's when Iruka walked in. What's going on?" he asked. "Bonding day," Ayam said. Anko walked up to him and kissed him passionately on the lips. "I love you, Iruka," she said. "I love you too," he replied. Anko then whispered something in his ear and he ran out back to the hot springs. "Alright, this day has been fun, but my man is home. I have lingerie to wear, sex toys to try out, and a dick to ride into the sunrise. Unless you wanna hear us, I suggest you leave," she said, running up the stairs to her room to get her stuff. They looked at the clock and it was 9 p.m. "Well, Katetsu should be home now. I'm going to do the same thing as Anko, so I'll see you guys later," Ayam said. "I'm doing the same, Naru-chan. I'll see you later," Kurane said and left with Ayam. "Naruto, get out of my house," Anko yelled from upstairs. He sighed. "I really need to find Samui soon." With that he left and went home to get some sleep. Chapter 16, 2 more down and saving a Sunin. It's been 5 months since the day Anko, Kurane, Ayam, and Naruto bonded. Anko dropped her tough girl act in public but would still snap if someone touched her or insulted her. Ayam, having a clear mind, was able to run the business a lot smoother and managed to open another restaurant in the red light district. It's over there because ever since Naruto came back he has been fixing it up and investing money. He fixed up 3 more blocks of buildings and opened stores or rented out to people who wanted to start a business. He made an orphanage, another animal shelter, a hospital would be built since Tsunade's medic program was growing and even civilians were allowed to take the classes. He built a large building for Ayam to open her second restaurant, and he made more apartment complexes. He was able to do this because all of his recent missions were A or S rank missions, so on top of the money he had from his parents he also made his own. His next step was to fix the brothel houses. He won't get rid of them, just make the buildings better. He wouldn't want to stop the ladies from their main and for some their only source of income. Kurane on the other hand wound up pregnant after using the new position Naruto told her about. Nobody knew except Anko, Tsunade, Ayam, who had a pregnancy scare but wasn't pregnant, Naruto, and of course Asuma. She hid it with a genjutsu on her body. Naruto also went out on missions with Fu and Shibuki, and Fu was showing as well, but she hid it too. They asked Naruto if he would be the godfather of their child and he accepted after Fu started crying when he didn't answer immediately. He offered them a house if after the pregnancy the village tried anything, and they both accepted the offer. Now we find Naruto sitting in his backyard in a lotus position. He just finished working on his Raisen Shuriken. He had a clone use it at close range and activated his Sharingan to look at the damage, and what he saw amazed him. After the attack hit, it exploded in a dome of tiny chakra needles coated in wind chakra. If he had to guess, those blades could cut somebody's chakra network. However, the drawback was at close range you suffer a bit of nerve damage in your arm, but it could be healed. He tried the long-range attack and he got the same results except the nerve damage in his arm since he threw it. He was waiting for Asuma to send him the signal with the kunao he had given him. Team Asuma, Izumo, and Kodasta were sent out on an A-rank possible S-rank mission. A monk by the name of Chirika was killed and taken away, but a lot of other monks were killed at the fire temple. However, Chirika was the only one taken, so Tsunade sent them out there to investigate and gave them the warning that the Akatsuki might be behind it, and if it is they were to call Naruto with the kunao she gave Asuma. Naturally Kurane and Ayam were worried, so they stuck together the entire 2 weeks they were gone. Naruto was pulled out of his thoughts when his eyes snapped open. Kurane and Ayam seeing this got worried and he flashed away. He arrived seeing Asuma bleeding on his thigh a lot but no cuts, and his face was burnt but no skin was peeled. He looked at Haiden and saw he was black and white standing in that circle again. I need to take him out of that circle. Sorry Asuma, but this will hurt. He thought. Ha, you're too late, bitch. I'm gonna sacrifice his ass to Jashin. Say goodbye, fucker. Haiden said. He raised his scythe to stab himself through the heart, but before he could stab himself he was kicked out of the circle and flew into some trees. Ouch. Asuma said, holding his face. Sorry Asuma. Naruto said. It's fine, at least that jutsu is over with. He replied. Ino, heal Asuma as best as you can and whoever else needs help. Naruto said. Sure thing. She said and started to heal Asuma. We need to get back to the leaf for you all to get healed. All of you are not ready for this fight except Shikamaru, but that's only because he is extremely smart, but he still needs to plan ahead. He can't think of something on the fly. He said. Hey, you fuckers aren't going anywhere. You cut my fucking head off last time and Kakuzu had to sew it back on. I looked like a fucking idiot. Do you know how fucking much that shit hurts? It's a fucking lot. Haiden said, pissed off. How about I cut your dick off next time so Kakuzu can reattach it? That way it's in your pants so nobody can see it. Naruto said. That would be fucking better than my fucking head having stitches around it. Kakuzu can just put my dick back on and nobody will know. Haiden said. So you want Kakuzu to touch your dick if it gets cut off? Naruto asked. Yes, despite him being an evil asshole, he has some soft ass hands. I can only imagine the feeling of those hands reattaching my dick. I bet it would feel good. Haiden said, not paying attention to what he is saying. I see. Naruto said. Haiden thought about what he just said, then realized how it sounded. Wait, you motherfucker, not like that. Kakuzu, if you touch my dick I'll fucking kill you. Do you hear me, you money-hungry son of a bitch? Haiden said. Haiden, shut up. Let's go, that one is the leader's target. Remember, we can't touch him. Kakuzu said. You're fucking lucky, bitch. Next time I see you, if Pain-sama doesn't get you your ass in mine, you fucking hear me, mines. Haiden said. Kakuzu, tell this Pain, as you all call him, that when he comes after me he will die. Naruto said. Kakuzu didn't say anything, he just walked away with Haiden, but Naruto knew he would pass the message on. Naruto, weren't you scared of them? Koji asked. No, I've already killed one of them. Temari also was involved in the death of one. This shocked Shikamaru since he didn't know. She didn't tell me she fought an Akatsuki member. When did this happen? He asked. During the rescue mission to save Gaara. She probably didn't tell you because of how she died. Next time you see her, ask her about it. Now everybody grab on, we're heading to the Hokage Tower so Chain Smoker can get healed. He said, and everybody was connected to Naruto and he just flashed away. They made it to Tsunade's office and everybody was dizzy. Kurane and Ayam, who were in the room, ran up to Kotetsu and Asuma. Asuma. Are you okay? Kurane asked as she speed-walked to him. She couldn't run due to her being pregnant. Kotetsu. You're okay? Ayam said as she ran and hugged him. Yeah, they're fine. Ino had to heal them, but clearly looking at Asuma's face he needs a bit more healing. Naruto asked. I did the best I could, Lady Tsunade, but I couldn't heal the burn mark completely. Ino said. It's okay Ino, I can heal the rest of it. Tsunade said. She walked up to Asuma and began to heal the burnt side of his face. So what happened? Was it the Akatsuki? Tsunade asked. Yeah, it was. Then we ran into Kakuzu and Haiden. They were after the bounty on Chirika, so they attacked the fire temple. They wanted the bounty on my head as well, but Naruto showed up and they ran away. They said something about their leader coming after Naruto in a few months. I read the file on Haiden, but the guy, knowing he can't die, just kept charging in and managed to give me a small cut, but it was enough to start his ritual. He stabbed himself in the thigh, which affected me, and tried to go for the heart, but I channeled chakra into Naruto's kunao and he arrived and kicked him out of the ritual. Asuma said. Lady Tsunade, we need to hunt them down. It's only a matter of time before those two attack again. I've come up with a plan to kill Haiden, and Kakuzu will be easy, just destroy his masks before killing him. Shikamaru said, with Koji and Ino nodding in agreement. You're not ready, Shikamaru. Naruto said. Naruto, you said it yourself. Shikamaru might only be the best person to take them in other than yourself. Why are you saying he isn't ready? Ino asked. Because, like I also said, Shikamaru doesn't have the ability to think of a plan while in the middle of a battle. Come up with things on the fly if something goes wrong. Let's say his plan fails, what is he going to do? Kneel down in his thinking position to come up with a plan. The Akatsuki won't give him the chance. Once he tries to do that, he will be killed. That means no more shogi games, no more cloud watching, and no more Tamari. Naruto said. Shikamaru sighed. He's right, Ino. That's the one weakness of all the Nara clan members. We come up with a battle strategy, and just that one, we do this so much that we just don't possess the ability to think of a plan on the fly. Shikamaru said. So what are you guys going to do? You can't just let them roam around freely. Ayam said. We aren't. I have a simple plan that should be able to work. Naruto said. What is it? Kurane asked. I have a soul purification seal that was created by the Uzumaki clan. It's made specifically for people like Haiden. It basically cleans their soul, getting rid of all of the tainted properties about it. It would cut off his immortality abilities and cause him to die when he takes a fatal blow. Naruto said. How are you going to place the seal on him? We can't get close to him, remember? Koji said. That's where you three come in. Shikamaru can stop him with his shadow possession jutsu, and you can stop him from trying to break out for at least 2 seconds with your mind transfer jutsu, giving Koji enough time to slap the seal on him. You can also take out one of Kakuzu's hearts. I'm going to sneak up on him and destroy one of his hearts, most likely the earth mask, and get some of his blood and put it in a vial. Since Shikamaru probably had this part in his plan, you act like Haiden cut you, but in reality you made him cut open the vial of blood, and knowing him, he will want to quickly kill you, so he will stab himself in the heart, taking out one of his hearts. I can destroy the rest of them on my own. Naruto said. Shikamaru thought about this plan. The only thing he really had to do was fake an injury, and from the way Haiden acts he would easily fall for it, and then he just had to stop him so Ino and Koji could do their parts. Simple yet effective. He knew Kakuzu wouldn't get involved because Naruto would be there. He would need to focus on him instead of helping his partner. When do we leave? Shikamaru asked, and Naruto looked at Tsunade. We have to wait for the spy network to give us any information on the next time they are in the Land of Fire. If they are close by, then I'll send you all out on a mission. Until then, remain in the village and don't sneak out. Tsunade said. They all nod. Good, you're all dismissed. Everyone left but Naruto. Something else you need to tell me? She asked. After my next fight with this pain guy, it's going to be time for the transplant. If you aren't available, I can have Anko or Teiwa do it. I'm just letting you know. He said. Okay, I'll be ready. We still have a couple months left, so don't use your Manjikyu until the fight with the leader. How bad is your eyesight now? She asked. I'm at about 30%. I have a genjutsu over my eyes and everything is looking fuzzy. I just mainly use my sensing ability to move around. He said. Okay, I'll be waiting for you when you need the transplant. Tsunade said. Naruto gives her a hug and leaves the office. Hey Shizune. He said as he saw Shizune sitting at her desk. Hi Naruto, just got back from a mission. She asked. Yeah, it was an S-ranked mission I had to go on. I saved Izumo, Kodastu, and Team Asuma from the Akatsuki. He said in the blink of an eye Shizune was gone. Did Dad teach her the Hiraishin before he died? He thought. He went home to get some rest, but when he got there Iriko was waiting for him looking nervous, and Naruto knew what his problem was. It's time, isn't it? He asked. Yeah, but I don't know what to do for her. Irika asked. How about the Hokage Monument restaurant again? It was where you both got together. Naruto suggested. Will you do that for me? Irika asked. Sure, just don't mess up. Take her up there at around 7:30 tonight. I'll have everything set up. Irika thanked him and went home to tell Anko he's taking her out later. 7:30 came by and Naruto really outdid himself. He laid his hair back again with a lot of hair grease and put on a tuxedo. He had the pathway set with seals that would light up as Irika and Anko made their way up to the eating area. He had the table set up with candles and 3 trays for food and dessert that were covered. The sun was to set at 8:25, so that gave Irika almost an hour to calm his nerves and figure out his speech. He sensed them walking up the pathway to the area, so he grabbed his towel and cleared his throat. He stood waiting for them with one arm behind his back and the other out in front of him at a horizontal angle. They arrived and he spoke. Good evening, Umino-san, Mitarashi-san. Welcome to the Hokage Monument restaurant. As you should know, I am Naruto and I will be your server for today. Might I had you both dressed up nice? He said in his professional server voice. Irika wore the exact same tuxedo as him. Copycat. Naruto thought. Anko wore a strapless purple dress she picked out when Naruto took the girls out shopping. Its fabric sparkled in the light and the dress went all the way down to her knees. It hugged her body, showing off her lovely shape, and it showed quite a bit of cleavage. She wore her hair down, but unlike last time she had it straightened, and she wore lip gloss this time instead of lipstick, and she didn't wear any eyeliner this time, but you could tell she had some makeup on her face. To finish it off, she wore some 5-inch purple heels where the front of the shoe had a small heel, so some of her toes showed, which she painted purple to match her fingers. Now if you'll follow me, I shall escort you to your seating area. Naruto said. They followed him to the table and Irika pulled out Anko's chair for her. Thank you, Irika. She said, smiling at him. You're welcome. He replied. Now for today I have prepared a lovely meal. For you, Mitarashi-san, I have prepared you some sweet and spicy chicken with fried rice, steamed vegetables, and a side of red bean soup. For Umino-san, I have prepared for you some bulgogi with a side of steamed vegetables, some rice, and some extra marinade sauce on the side, as well as my personal favorite, a small miso ramen on the side. For drinks, I'm sorry, but we can only serve sake again. However, it's from Lady Tsunade's personal stash, so it's the good kind. Please don't tell her. For dessert, I have prepared a small chocolate lava cake for both of you, as well as a red velvet cake. I hope you enjoy your evening. If you need me, I'll be standing off the side. Enjoy your meal. Naruto bowed to them and walked off to the side, but not before discreetly slipping Irika a note to read it. Don't fuck up, was all the note said, with a chibi Naruto holding his thumb up. Irika just sighed and put the note in his pocket. After eating and talking, Irika noticed the sun starting to set, so he got ready. This is it. You got this, Irika, he thought. Anko, would you like to get a better look at the sunset? She nodded and he stood up and helped her out of the chair. They walked towards the sunset and watched. I know I said this the first time up here, but this is beautiful, Anko said, not noticing Irika taking something out of his pocket. Anko, I have to tell you something, Irika said. She turned to look at him. What is it? She asked, worried. Anko, these past 3 years we've been together has been the best time of my life. I watched you from the academy to now, seeing you grow from a little girl with a dream of becoming one of the best kunoichi ever to actually making your dream into a reality. I watched as you went through the hard times and even comforted you when you needed it, and you've done the same for me. You grew up to be the most beautiful girl I've ever seen in my life, and I'm happy to call you my girlfriend. However, I want that to change from girlfriend to wife. What I'm trying to say is, Anko Mitarashi, will you grant me the honor of becoming my wife? He asked as he opened the ring box, showing her the ring. Anko was crying and wiping away tears, sniffling. He could only nod. Irika to her left hand and placed the ring on her finger and stood up and hugged her and kissed her. You've just made me the happiest and luckiest man alive, Irika said. Anko said nothing but kissed him again. This one lasted 5 minutes. How long did it take you to set this up? She asked, wiping her face. Honestly, I've been wanting to propose to you for a while, I just didn't know how to go about it. Naruto actually set all of this up today for me. he said. So wait, Naruto knew you were going to propose to me? She asked and Iruka nodded. How long were you planning on proposing to me? She asked. Well, I told Naruto 2 weeks after he returned, so for about 5 months now. Iruka said. Anko gave Naruto an evil glare. Hey, don't look at me, it's supposed to be a surprise. I didn't want to ruin it, he said. Okay, you're forgiven. I love the ring, Iruka, she said as she finally took a look at it. Displays a mesmerizing 1-carat round first light diamond that creates infinite flashes of color for more fire and sparkle. It has enchanting twists of shimmering round diamonds and a matching contoured wedding band to complete the look. Crafted of 14K white gold, the set has a total diamond weight of 1.5 carats. This looks expensive. How much did it cost you? She asked and Iruka mumbled something under his breath. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, speak up, she said. Iruka mumbled under his breath again. You either speak up or no sex for 2 weeks, she said. Iruka finally gave in and told her. It cost me 967,226 ryo exact, he said, and Anko's jaw dropped. Why did you spend so much money on it? She asked. Because you deserve the best in life, that's why, and this was the best that I could find, he said. Alright, let's go home. I wanna have sex, I don't want to feel my legs after we're done, and you aren't pulling out tonight. Bye Naru-chan, I'll see you when I recover, Anko said and sped off, dragging Iruka with her. How the hell can she run in heels? He asked himself. He went to clean up and noticed the red velvet cake still sitting there. He was about to take a piece, but Anko came and took it along with the extra frosting. Sorry, but I'm gonna need this tonight. She sped off again. I should have charged for this, he said and started to clean up. 2 weeks went by and Anko told their inner circle of friends she was engaged. What followed next was high-pitched squeal from every girl that was around and a lot of questions from them. However, true to Anko's word, she did not allow Iruka to pull out of her that night and every night after. She wasn't pregnant and she asked Tsunade to check what's wrong, and she had a small problem with her uterus, but Tsunade fixed it. However, she couldn't have sex for about 2 weeks. Now Naruto's headed to Tsunade's office for the mission. Hiden and Kakuzu have been spotted and him and Team-Asuma are going to eliminate them. He jumped to the window and entered, and Team-Asuma was there, but so was Kakashi. She better not, he thought, and he went to stand next to Shikamaru, who wasn't near Kakashi. Okay, now that Naruto's here, let's move on. Naruto, Ino, Shikamaru, and Koji. You already know the mission and the plan. You are to fill Kakashi in on the way there. Kakashi, Naruto is in charge of this mission, do you understand? She said. Yeah, I know. He wasn't paying attention, just reading his book. Tsunade ignored it for now. Alright then, you're dismissed, good luck. Naruto, stay behind, she said. We leave in an hour, meet me at the gate. I want to be within a mile of them before we stop. Do anything you want, but be at the gate. I'll only wait 10 minutes after the hour. Don't be late because I will leave your ass here. Naruto said. Ino, Shikamaru, and Koji nodded and left. Kakashi left before he could even finish. Okay, why is Kakashi on this mission? He asked. The council wouldn't leave me alone. They said it would be dangerous sending you out with only one other Jonin and 2 Chunin. Actually, depending on how Koji does on this mission, he may get a field promotion. Anyway, they wouldn't leave me alone, and Kakashi is the only other Jonin not out on a mission. I'm sorry Naruto, but it's your mission. You can punish him however you please if he gets out of line. Now get going, Tsunade said. Naruto left in his classic swirl of blue fire. He arrived at the gate and waited for his team to show up. Shikamaru showed up first and they only nodded to each other. Ino and Koji arrived exactly at the hour mark, breathing heavy, and Ino's hair was messy. He high-fives Koji and teased Ino a little bit. They waited for 10 minutes and Kakashi didn't arrive. Let's go, he said, and they all took off. Naruto, are you really going to leave Kakashi? Koji asked. Yes, I am. He's late for an S-rank mission that is crucial to not just our village but the others as well. I told you all to be there in an hour and I would wait only 10 minutes. Despite him not hearing the last part because he decided to leave early, he still wasn't there. If he can't show up on time for an S-rank mission, then he shouldn't be a shinobi anymore. Naruto answered. He has a point, Koji. Naruto was put in charge of this mission and has the authority to do that. It's part of the job Jonin has. Now not like I have anything against Kakashi, but he would be a liability. He hadn't trained in years. I'm sure if the three of us wanted to we could beat him. Shikamaru said. Shikamaru, what about Naruto? Can he beat him too? Ino asked. Naruto was able to beat Kakashi when he was a genin, possibly before that. The only people in the village I think that can beat Naruto would be Lady Tsunade and Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya is the strongest in the village, then it's Lady Tsunade. Shikamaru answered, shocking Ino and Koji. Sorry, but you're wrong, Shikamaru. I'm stronger than both of them combined. Naruto said, shocking all three of them. Wow, Naruto, I didn't know you were that strong. So how strong were you as a genin? Ino asked. I was about low sun in level as a genin. He said that part shut down any other questions they had. They traveled for and Naruto suddenly stopped. Why did you stop, Naruto? Ino asked. Well, 1, the sun has completely gone down, and 2, they stopped a mile ahead of us, so we're on good time. Also Kakashi is here. No sooner than he finished, Kakashi arrived and he was breathing heavy. You were supposed to wait for me, Naruto. This is not how a Jonin should lead his team. Kakashi said, pissed off. I gave you an hour, you didn't show. I even waited an extra 10 minutes. Now shut up, we camp here for the night before heading out in the morning. I'm giving us enough time to eat and get 9 hours of sleep. Everyone unpacked their sleeping bags or tents and set up. Naruto pulled out a scroll and unsealed a lot of food. It was enough to feed Koji with his appetite and 3 more people. Naruto, I'm in heaven. Koji said, looking at all the meats and vegetables. Eat up, it's enough for Koji, Ino, Shikamaru, and myself. Naruto said. What about me, Naruto? You didn't include me. Kakashi asked. You were late, eat your own food that you packed. He said and went through hand signs, slamming his hand on the ground. A slight humming noise was heard before everything went quiet. Naruto, what was that? Ino asked. Privacy barriers, no sound gets in or out and nobody can see in, but we can see out of it. It's see-through on the outside, but they still won't see us. Now since you and Koji brought a tent, I'll give you a seal to use as well, but it will only cover the tent. I don't want to hear you fucking in there. He said to her. Sweet, cause I planned on getting in another workout tonight. Ino said and then whispered in Koji's ear. I wanna try the other hole tonight. After she whispered in his ear, she calmly went to eat, but Koji has a nosebleed. Well, Ino, whatever you said to him, I hope you can move in the morning. Naruto said. They all ate and then eventually went to sleep. Naruto woke up the next morning before everyone and woke them up. Alright, wake up, it's 7 a.m. We need to pack up, I want to leave in an hour. They packed up and Naruto notices Ino has a limp when she walked. They made eye contact and he just smirked at her. She blushed and looked away. After getting packed and ready, they sealed everything up and took off into the trees again. After traveling for a few hours, they were an hour from the immortal duo. They were so far back because the duo woke up and left earlier than Naruto thought, and they put at least 5 hours extra into the trip. Naruto called for a stop. Ino, use your mind transfer jutsu on a bird and scout ahead of us. Koji, hold her body so it doesn't fall. Naruto said. They both nodded and Ino went through her hand signs. Mind transfer jutsu. She aimed and took over a bird that was flying by. She used it to spy on the duo and noticed them arguing. They were walking slowly as if on guard for an attack. She had to leave the bird when Kakuzu turned around, sensing something behind him. The fuck's your problem, asshole? You nearly scared me to death. Haiden said. Haiden, you can't die, you're immortal and don't worry about it, it's just a bird. Kakuzu said. Then he killed the bird. Ino snapped her eyes open and spoke. They're up ahead, but they are walking slowly on guard, expecting an attack. She said. Alright, does everybody remember the plan? Naruto asked. Everyone nodded except Kakashi, who was reading his book. Naruto took out a kunai and cut the book to shreds. Shikamaru, do you have the vial? He asked. Shikamaru started to pull it out, but it wasn't there. It's gone. I just had it this morning. Where could it have gone? He said. Oh, you mean this vial? Kakashi said, holding it up for everyone to see. Yes, Kakashi, that vial. Now give it here. I need to use it for the first part of the plan. Naruto said. I don't know, you did destroy my book, so I think I should break this. Kakashi said and crushed the vial in his hand. There, now we're even. He said with his eye smile. Before anybody could react, Naruto punches him in his stomach and looked him in the eye with his Mangekyou activated. Tsukuyomi. 3 seconds later Kakashi was out cold and Naruto sealed him in a stasis scroll. He wiped the blood off his eyes and reapplied his genjutsu over his eyes. Great, now what do we do? That was our only vial. Ino said. No, it isn't. I had an extra one just in case. Naruto said and pulled out the vial. Alright, let's head out now, this time we engage. Be careful of that scythe. I noticed that it has some type of chain to it so he can throw it at you. Now let's go. They took off and after an hour they landed in front of the immortal duo. Hey look Kakuzu, it's the motherfucker that cut me up and kicked me away. He also brought his friends. I remember the fat fuck, he punched me and snapped my neck. The lazy fucker just stayed back, and the blonde bitch, oh I remember, she looks like she knows her way around a dick, so I might save her for last. Hayden said. Kakuzu didn't answer. Kakuzu, you son of a bitch, are you fucking listening to me? Don't fuck with me right now. Hayden said, but turned around and Kakuzu was laying face down with a hole in his back right where his heart would be. Kakuzu stood up, removing his cloak. He revealed 4 masks on his back, one of which was now broken by Naruto after he struck him with a lightning edge. Each mask contained a heart. The broken one gave its heart up to keep Kakuzu alive. The 4 masks broke free from his back into separate entities, with the broken one dying off since it gave Kakuzu the heart it would use. Kakuzu was pissed off and then decided to replace his heart with Naruto's. Naruto, having done his part of the first step, jumped back to Team 10. Having done his part, discreetly handed Shikamaru the vial of blood and nodded to them. Ino spoke up to do her part in order to separate Hayden from Kakuzu. Hey Hayden, Jashin doesn't exist, and even if it did, I bet it would be a big pussy just like you are. She said. The fuck did you just say? Kakuzu, you take the Jinchuriki key, I want these bitches myself. I'm going to fucking kill you all and sacrifice you for Jashin. Hayden yelled and then charged at Team 10, falling for the trap. They led him into a different clearing away from Naruto. Your friend is an idiot. Naruto said. He isn't my friend, just a dumbass I stuck with. Now enough talk, I'm taking your heart to replace the one you got rid of. Kakuzu said, and the 3 remaking masks along with himself attacked. Naruto activated his Sharingan and dodged a fist from Kakuzu and a fire jutsu from the fire mask. He activated his ability to dodge an Ultra Instinct and charged at Kakuzu in a Taijutsu battle. Kakuzu couldn't keep up and was taking a significant amount of damage from Naruto, and without his earth mask he couldn't harden his skin to negate the damage. I need to fight at long range. Whatever he is doing is making it hard for me to attack, and my masks can't attack him with me being so close to him. Kakuzu thought. All of a sudden he freezes and collapses, grabs his chest and realizes his main heart was destroyed. How did he destroy my actual heart? He didn't even touch me. He thought to himself. Good job guys, now it's time to finish this. Naruto thought. Just then they heard a loud scream that sounded like Hayden. What was that? Kakuzu said in a low voice, but Naruto heard him. That would be the sound of your partner dying. We purified his soul, disconnecting him from whatever made him immortal, and now they are killing him. Naruto said. That's impossible. No technique like that should even exist. I can't win this one, it's 4-on-1. If I was just fighting the other 3 I could win, but the Jinchuriki makes things difficult. Kakuzu thought. Team 10 appeared in the clearing and Shikamaru handed Naruto Hayden's ring. Naruto notices Ino looked sick. Shikamaru and Koji must have had her finish Hayden off for her first kill. He thought. He looked at Shikamaru, who noticed, then back at Ino and back to Shikamaru, who just nodded, confirming his thoughts. Just then Kakuzu called his 2 remaining masks to his body and began to transform into his long-range form. He spit threads out of his mouth and 7 more came from his back with his 2 remaining masks on both sides of his face. I thought he was ugly before, but this is just hideous. Ino said. Do you need any help, Naruto? Koji asked. No, but you might want to get back. They all nodded and he created a clone. He formed a raise-non in his hand and the clone channeled wind chakra into it, creating 4 spinning blades around the raise-non. Kakuzu was worried about that jutsu, so he decided to attack first. He jumped into the air and thanks to his transformation he glided over to Naruto and attacked him with his threads. However, to his and Team 10's shock, they just went right through him. I didn't even see him move. Were the thoughts of everyone seeing this. Kakuzu heard a voice from behind him. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. He turned his head and saw the jutsu flying towards him. He had no time to move and the jutsu connected, sending him away while grinding into his back. After a short amount of time, the jutsu exploded into a vortex of miniature chakra blades, cutting up Kakuzu and destroying his chakra network as well as his 2 remaining masks. After the jutsu ended, Kakuzu fell out of the sky into the giant hole created by Naruto's jutsu. I can't believe it. I was somebody that survived a fight with Hashirama Senju and I'm defeated by a child. Kakuzu said as he laid on the ground. Don't you know the next generation always surpasses the previous generation? Besides, you only survived that fight with Hashirama because you ran away and had to steal a kinjutsu from Taki in order to survive. With that said, Naruto created a lightning javelin and stabbed Kakuzu through his heart he got from his lightning mask. Naruto then took the ring off of his finger and sealed his body away. You guys ready to head back? He asked. They all looked and nodded. Okay, so do you want to travel all the way back or stop once the sun goes down and travel the rest of the way in the morning? He asked. I say we travel back and stop for the night. We could use a rest. Shikamaru said. Alright, let's go. He said. What are you going to do about Kakashi, Naruto? Ino asked. I'm letting Granny Tsunade deal with him. He won't be getting off easy this time. He almost put an S-rank mission in jeopardy over a fucking book. I wouldn't be surprised if she terminated his ninja license. Naruto said. They took off into the trees and Naruto felt that same spy from the Akatsuki coming towards the battleground. Going by how his chakra felt, whoever it was, they were pissed off because they didn't know who killed them or who took the rings and bodies. Naruto kept moving, not even worried. They make it back to the village and Naruto dismisses Ino and Koji, telling them he and Shikamaru can handle the mission report. Ino and Koji leave, then Naruto and Shikamaru head to Tsunade's office. Shikamaru obviously went through the door. Naruto went his usual route and went through the window. Naruto entered and saw the look on her face. He knew something was wrong, but it would have to wait. Shikamaru entered and Tsunade steeled her face. Alright, report. She said. Well, we traveled to where they were seen and I sensed they were still there. We traveled until the sun went down about a mile out from where the immortal duo was located. That's when Kakashi decided to join us. We woke up the next morning and met up with the enemy. I had Ino take over a bird to track them and we were only an hour out. We went over the plan and Kakashi almost put the mission in jeopardy. We encountered the enemy and I took out Kakuzu's earth heart with my lightning edge, and that's when Team 10 took Haiden away. I fought Kakuzu myself, however due to our plan Haiden managed to take out Kakuzu's actual heart and he had to get another heart which took out his lightning mask. Team 10 came back from their fight and Kakuzu transformed into some sort of thread monster and I had to wound him with my Raisin Shuriken. It destroyed his chakra network and when he was down I killed him with a lightning javelin. I'll let Shikamaru tell you about his fight. Naruto said, and Shikamaru spoke up. My report isn't really that long. We insulted Haiden and he just charged us like a blind animal. He swung his scythe at me and cut the vial of Kakuzu's blood open and performed the ritual and stabbed himself in the heart and like Naruto said took out Kakuzu's real heart. He then charged us again when nothing happened and I managed to stop him with my shadow possession. Ino got him with her mind transfer and Koji slapped the seal on him. The seal caused him pain because during the purification process black smoke was coming off of him. Koji used his partial expansion to crush him and since Ino didn't have her first kill yet we had her slit his throat while he tried to get away. Shikamaru said. I thought he said his report wasn't long. Naruto and Tsunade thought. Alright, what happened to Kakashi? Tsunade asked and Naruto pulled out the stasis scroll and channels some chakra and Kakashi came out. This dickhead was late. He also ruined the mission by crushing the vial you gave us all because I cut up his book for not paying attention. If I hadn't brought that extra one I would have had to send them home and do the mission myself. Since they wouldn't have a plan of attack. Naruto said. Tsunade looked at Shikamaru. Is this true? Shikamaru nodded. Okay, why is he knocked out? She asked. Tsukuyomi. Naruto said, earning a glare from Tsunade, and he gave her a look that said he was sorry. Tsunade healed him and he woke up. Kakashi Hatake, I've had enough of your behavior. You are hereby stripped of your shinobi license, your Sharingan will be medically removed and you will be sent to blood prison for 7 years. Take him to the holding cells. Shikamaru, you're dismissed. She said. Kakashi was taken away by the and Shikamaru left. Naruto sealed the room and walked up to his grandmother and gave her a hug, and she broke down crying. She cried for 20 minutes until she stopped. Granny, what happened? He asked. She was quiet for a while before she spoke. Jiraiya found out the location of the Akatsuki's base. He said he was going to find out some information on the leader. I tried to talk him out of it, but he wouldn't listen. He made me bet him that if he survived we would get married. I took the bet, and knowing my luck he won't live. She said and started crying again. Does he have my kunao on him still? He asked. Yeah, I made him promise that if he was in trouble to use it. Knowing how stubborn he is, he won't use it, so I secretly put a Katsuyu slug on him so it could activate the kunao. She said. Okay, I know your slug will activate it, however if he goes into sage mode the toads will be there as well, they know what the kunao is for as well, so they might activate it as well. So if I were you I would get ready for a wedding. He said, and she smiled. Yeah, I guess when you put it like that I should. I won't know anything until the mission is over and the Katsuyu slug returns. The mission should take him about 3 weeks to complete. I'll get an emergency medical station set up in my office just in case. She said. Okay, and if he survives I know the leader will come here looking for me, so I want all civilians and Kurane in the bunker in the Hokage monument. I don't want them getting hurt. But this is also a bad time, I'm supposed to meet with the dragons and foxes for training. Foxes are going to teach me their taijutsu style and the dragons will teach me their sage mode. He said. How long will you be gone and when do you leave? She asked. I'm supposed to leave in 2 weeks. He said. Well, I guess no missions for you for the next 2 weeks. She said. Yeah, I guess so. If I'm gone when the leader attacks, please take care of yourself. He said. I will. But I'll also fight for my village. I wouldn't be much of a Hokage if I didn't do anything to protect the village. She said, and he just smiled and left. 2 weeks go by and Tsunade hasn't heard anything from Jiraiya or the Katsuyu slug. So here she was in the office with Naruto just talking and spending time together when Naruto stopped talking and got serious. Get the medical area ready. He said and flashed away. Tsunade was scared right now. Shizune! She yelled. Naruto arrived and saw the condition Jiraiya was in. He was missing an arm, but the toads found it. It was a clean cut, so Tsunade should be able to reattach it. And it looks like he had a crushed throat. He looked up and saw the person who did it. Well, actually he saw the people that did it. So this is the Kyuubi hierarchy. You've made my job a lot easier by coming to me. The one in the front said. I take it that you're pain. You don't look like much, and given the chakra I'm feeling from you, you're just a puppet. But don't worry, I'm not here to fight you. He said and put his hand on Jiraiya. We both know it's not time to fight yet, but it will happen soon. He said. No, we fight now. Pain summoned a black rod and charged at Naruto, who didn't even flinch. He just flashed away back to Konoha. We will meet again, Jinchuriki, and when we do you shall know Pain. Pain said. Naruto arrived back in Tsunade's office and placed Jiraiya on the table they set up and left the room so Tsunade and Shizune could do their job. He was worried he didn't want Jiraiya to die. He was one of the 2 blood relatives he had left alive. 7 hours later Shizune came out and looked exhausted. She stumbled and Naruto rushed to help her and sat her down in a chair. Thank you, Naruto. You can go in now, he'll make a full recovery. She said through her heavy breathing. Shizune, you should go home. I'll let Granny Tsunade know. He didn't get a response. He saw she fell asleep and he created a clone to take her home. He entered the office and saw the same green toad from earlier, and Tsunade was sitting next to the table rubbing Jiraiya's face. Granny Tsunade, I had a clone take Shizune home, She passed out as soon as she left the room. He told her. "That's fine, Naruto. I guess I need to pick out a wedding dress now, huh?" She said with a smile. "Yeah, I guess you do. Look at it like this, maybe your gambling won't suck so bad now since you actually won this time," he said, and she lightly slapped him. "Shut up. Oh, by the way, this is Fukazaku, he has something to tell you," she said. "What's up, old geezer frog?" Naruto asked, and Tsunade punched him into the wall. "Show some respect, he is one of the elders of the Toad clan," she said. "It's alright, Tsunade. Anyway, I've been told of a prophecy about..." Naruto cut him off. "I don't believe in prophecies, so get to the point," he said. "Alright, that guy we fought, Pain, he has the Rinnegan and it allows him to control gravity, either pushing it away or pulling it close. It also gives him power over life and death. He can also create paths like the ones Jiraiya fought. The Deva path, which allows one to manipulate both attractive and repulsive forces. The Asura path, which grants the user mechanized limbs, weaponry, and armor. The human path, which gives the ability to remove a soul and so, read a person's mind. The animal path, which lets the user summon a wide variety of creatures. The Preta path, which can absorb all forms of chakra, including most ninjutsu. The Naraka path, through which one can summon and control the King of Hell. The outer path, which rules over both life and death. However, Jiraiya put a message on my back and Tsunade can't decode it. Perhaps you can do it," Fukusuka said as he revealed the code to Naruto, who wrote it down. He looked at the code for 2 hours until he figured it out. "It says the real one isn't amongst us. It means the paths are all puppets. I figured that out once I got there. Somebody was sending chakra to the black rods on the path's bodies. The controller would need to be up high enough to send chakra but close enough for them to be able to move properly," Naruto said. "Now Granny Tsunade, I'm going to go meet up with my friends before I have to go. Make sure Pervy Sage gets in that bunker with the civilians and all the genin." He gave her a hug and a kiss on the head and walked out. "That kid is going to be the greatest shinobi of all time. I don't think once he dies anybody will surpass him," Fukusaku said. "Yeah, I know, but I need to move Jiraiya to that bunker and place our barrier over him so I can enter when I please but nobody can harm him." Fukusaku nodded and went back to his home while Tsunade took Jiraiya to the bunker. Meanwhile, Naruto met up with all of the rookies and Jonin senseis except Kakashi. "So guys and girls, how've you been?" Naruto asked. "Well, I've begun my training to take over the Hyuga clan, and also I've chosen Neji as my right hand," Hinata said. Now this shocked Neji because he didn't know. "I thought your clan had elders instead of 2 people running the clan," Ino said. "They did, but once Naruto got rid of the caged bird seal, my father was able to run the clan how he wanted to. He never liked the idea of having slaves in his clan, but the tradition was hard to get rid of due to the seal," Hinata said. "Well, my dad is training me to take over his position in the TNI department," Ino said. "My clan has asked me to take over in a few years, however they have requested that I ask Naruto for the blueprints of the seal you made. They would like to stop having hives inserted into a child's body," Shino said, and Naruto tossed the blueprints on how to make the seal. He got a nod from Shino. "I'm close to getting kicked out of my clan. They said my behavior is like that of a stray dog that goes around biting everybody." Kiba said nobody felt sorry for him. "Well, Anko has chosen me as the next person for her job after she retires. I mean, think about it, I can torture people and then go home and have Lee pound his flames of youth inside me. It's pretty fucking sweet, right?" Teiwa said. "Never say that again," Naruto said, and Teiwa slapped him. "Okay, why do all the girls keep slapping me since I came back?" he asked, and they just shrugged. "I have decided to open up a weapons shop in Konoha. Hire some workers and open up more shops so after I retire I can have a backup plan. I found a building in the red light district that would be perfect. However, the people said I would need to talk to the owner of the building if I was serious about renting the building. Apparently one guy owns like 6 to 7 blocks of property and was working on getting more land. Whoever it is must be loaded." Tenten said. "Loaded with money, you say? I think I just found my future husband. Perhaps I can try to get him to take me out on a date," Sakura said. "Anyway, so Tenten, why haven't you talked to the owner yet?" Naruto asked. I don't know where to find him. They said only a few people knew who owned all of those blocks and it's hard to find him. She said. Well, now is your chance. What building is it? He asked with a smirk and everyone's jaw dropped except Kurane, who already knew. You own all those blocks in the red light district? Tenten asked. Yup, I sure do. It seemed like a good investment. I'm working with Tsunade on building a hospital over there, and I'm in the works of buying a huge block to open up another ninja academy and civilian school so the poor kids don't have to travel across the village to go to school. He said. Well, can I show you the building later this week? She asked. Sorry, but I'm going to be busy for the next 2 weeks. I'm leaving on another training mission. My summons want to teach me their personal taijutsu style and the other wants to teach me senjutsu. He said. When do you leave? Maybe I can give you a going away gift. Sakura said, scooting next to him and putting her breast on his arm. Yeah, that's not going to happen. But I leave any moment now, and Kurane, I'm sorry, but you're going into the bunker in a few days with all the civilians and genin. Naruto said. Why? She asked. Because the leader of the Akatsuki is coming and all civilians, genin and handicap ninja are going into the bunker. He said. But Kurane-sensei isn't handicapped, Naruto. Hinata said. Kurane sighed. Actually, I am. I wanted to wait a little longer to tell you all. The only people who know are my closest friends and Naruto, since he is like my baby brother. The truth is I'm 5 months pregnant. She said, and immediately all the girls squealed except Sakura, who gagged. Sorry Sakura, no one's dick is in your mouth, so there's no need for that. Ino said, making everyone laugh, and Kiba just leaned over and whispered in Sakura's ear if he could have a shot. She thought about it and nodded as they got up and left together. He wonders why his clan doesn't want him. Niji said. Yeah, I know. Did you hear he tried to beat a worker at the brothel house last year because she wouldn't give him a discount? Ino asked. He did what? Naruto asked in a cold voice. Yeah, he did that, but he didn't know all the workers knew how to fight. He got his ass kicked. She said. Good. I won't have any of that in the red light district. He said. Why do you care about them so much? Ino asked. Because I lived in the red light district growing up and until I returned from my trip with Jiraiya and my time in the Guardian 12. They took care of me whenever I needed it. They all became like mothers to me. That's why I bought the buildings they work in and will eventually fix them up. I even built affordable homes for them. He said. Naruto, what exactly do you own in the red light district? Hinata asked. The orphanage, the animal shelter, and 4 apartment complexes, all 2 or 3 bedrooms. Out of all the blocks I bought, there is only 2 things I don't own, and that's the Ichiriku's restaurant building and the hospital that will be built. He said before anyone could speak. 2 puffs of smoke were outside. They went out to see what it was and saw a large red 6-tailed fox and an all-back dragon about the size of the Hokage Tower. These were Scarlet and Shadow. Yo Naruto, the dragons will begin your senjutsu training after your training with the foxes, and the boss and elder dragons have decided it is time to meet you. Shadow said. Then Scarlet spoke. Lord Kurama told me to come get you as it is time to learn our taijutsu that would be helpful in your Ultra Instinct form if you ever learn to attack with it like you dodge. Scarlet said, and Naruto nodded. Okay, hang on. He bit his thumb and went through hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Out came a small lime-yellow dragon with green eyes and wings about twice the size of its body. It also has no arms or legs. It's so cute. Ino squealed and picked it up, rubbing it against her face, but the dragon shot a small fireball at Ino and she dropped the dragon. Yeah, so you shouldn't do that. She hates getting picked up by strangers. He said. Do you remember who Tsunade is? He asked the dragon, who happily nodded. She likes Tsunade. Okay, I need you to stay with her as a messenger if she needs me to come back, okay? He said. Sure thing, Naruto. The dragon said. Wait, you can talk? Why the hell do you just nod all the time? Naruto asked. It's fun, by the way. The name is Tatsu. Tatsu said before flying off to find Tsunade. Fucking dragons. He said, getting a snicker from Shadow. Alright Scarlet, let's go, and remember Kurane. I want you in that bunker within the next few days. He said, and with that he disappeared. So Kurane-sensei, how good was Asuma-sensei? Ino asked. Kurane just sighed and walked away. 2 weeks passed and Naruto mastered the fox-style taijutsu and he was really good at it. The dragons were with him right now finishing his sage training. He met the elder and boss dragons. They were relaxed but he could tell they were powerful. The boss dragon was 700 feet tall. He had an all-white body with red eyes with a black slit for the pupil and its wings were huge. This was Vice Ryan. Now the elder dragon was about 1,500 feet long, but unless it was flying his body was always curled up. It was all red with a black stomach and had spikes all along its back and wings except near its head. On top of its head it had some kind of blue gem on its head. Its eyes were gold with no pupil. This elder went by the name of Helios. Both were impressed at how he was handling senjutsu and were working on the final technique. In Dragon Sage mode all of Naruto's attack power was increased tenfold. His entire eyes would turn a lime green color with a black slit as a pupil, but if you looked closely it wasn't a slit but a diamond-shaped pupil, and his skin would harden like that of a dragon, making it impossible to penetrate. Come on Naruto, this technique requires you to pull the heat from the sun into your body and release it as a fireball. You've almost got it, you need to concentrate. You get it once and it almost becomes second nature to you. I don't know why but it just does. Helios told him. If I had known he would get senjutsu down this quick I would have met him a long time ago. That shadow clone idea was ingenious. Helios thought as he remembered when Naruto came up with the idea to speed up the learning process. However, Naruto could only use 10 clones to help him. He was snapped out of his thoughts when Naruto shot out a huge fireball from his mouth. He could feel the heat from it was the heat absorbed by the sun. Good job Naruto. Now we will have to work on you getting into Sage mode faster. But first, why do I sense anxiousness from you? Helios asked. Well, I'm worried about the village being attacked and me not getting there in time. Naruto said. That is understandable, however Tatsu has not returned so your village is safe for now. Now what is the other thing you are anxious about? Helios asked. Meeting Samui again. I was told she was alive and I would be meeting her soon, however I have yet to see her and I've been back for almost a year now. Naruto said, and he began to tell him about Samui and how they met in his meeting with his mother and Kami. Yes young love, however you must be patient, the time will come when you meet this Samui again. When you meet her I would like for her to sign the contract as well. Now let us begin training. He said, however before they could attack Tatsu showed up looking badly damaged. Tatsu. What happened? Naruto asked as he picked her up. Naruto, the village was attacked about 10 minutes ago. The enemy was on its way a week after you left. Tsunade got the warning and wanted to summon you back, but 2 of the elders argued against that decision. She left the office to evacuate the civilians and everyone else, you said. When I was about to return, the elder with the bandage over his eye stabbed me with a sword, but he missed anything vital. I took a few days to heal up. Here I can show you what I mean. Tatsu said and activated a genjutsu that showed what happened. Genjutsu. Naruto and Helios saw Tsunade arguing with Koharu and Danzo about the evacuation and his return. They saw Tsunade storm out with Koharu and Hamaru leaving behind her and Danzo staying behind. If I am to rule the leaf, I cannot afford for the Jinchuriki to return. He would ruin all of my plans. Danzo said and stabbed Tatsu in the back with a small sword he pulled out of his cane. Tatsu recovered in a few days and was with Tsunade when Pain arrived. Who the hell are you? Why are you attacking my village? Tsunade asked. I am known as Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. I came for the Jinchuriki, but it seems he is not here. If that is the case, I shall demonstrate to you the power of a god. With that said, Pain flew into the air high up in the sky, most likely with his gravity manipulation. See pain, feel pain, no pain. He said. Almighty push. What happened next shocked Naruto. The entire village was destroyed by an extreme force of gravity, nothing remained but a huge crater. He saw Tsunade get up and begin to channel chakra. She began healing all of the shinobi in the village. The civilians were all evacuated. Tatsu, go bring Naruto back. She said. Tatsu nodded and disappeared. End of Genjutsu. Naruto stood there motionless at what he just saw. He was going to destroy these puppets and then deal with the real body if he can find it. He unsealed a jar with liquid in them and looked at the eyes inside of it. After this fight I will gain eternal light. He thought to himself. He looked at Vice Ryan, Helios, and Shadow. Let's go. They disappeared in a puff of smoke. Chapter 17, Ultimate Power Unlocked Together at Last. One word can be used to describe Konoha right now: chaos. Dead bodies were everywhere. The village was completely destroyed, all caused by one man who claimed to be a god. Amongst those bodies were two well-known people in the village: Shizune Kato, who had her soul ripped out by the human path after she refused to give up Naruto's location despite her not even knowing. The second one was Irika Umino, who died after he was stabbed by the Deva path for the same reason. Tsunade Senja was using up all of her chakra to keep everybody alive. Pain was about to attack again when a large puff of smoke came from the middle of the crater where Konoha once stood. The entire Rookie 11, Anko, Asuma, Guy, and Tsunade stared at the area the smoke came from, and Hinata activated her Byakugan. "It's Naruto," she said happily since her teammate returned to the village. "What is he doing?" Sakura asked. "He's waiting for the enemies to arrive. He's on his summons, but some of them are huge," she said. Tsunade took off to fight along with her grandson despite her being out of chakra. Naruto stood there on top of Very Zion, who was next to Bob, and on Bob's right was Shadow, who had his spikes out along his back indicating he's in battle mode. However, up above all of them was Helios, who had a pissed off look on his face. Naruto looked down and saw the 6 paths of pain below him. He jumped off of Vice Ryan and landed on the ground, staring each one of them down. "So you've finally come at last, and all it took was me destroying your village and killing some of your loved ones. Do you hate me now? Do you feel pain?" Deva Path asked. "Hate you? No. But I am going to kill you. You don't come into my village destroying it and walk away from it without any problems. You claim to be a god, however you're nothing more than a puppet being controlled from afar," Naruto said before Pain responded. Tsunade dropped in, looking worn out and barely able to stand. "Pain, I told you that I would kill you. It's time for you to die for what you did to my village," she said through her heavy breathing. "That's nice, however I'm not here for you," Deva Path said, and the Ashura Path took off towards Tsunade to kill her. "The one I'm after," Deva Path said, but was interrupted. "Is me," Naruto said, destroying the Ashura Path with a Senjutsu-powered Raise Non. Naruto looked up and noticed the path farthest in the back started to channel chakra. "That must be the Nakara Path. I need to take that one out," he thought, and that's exactly what he did. He phased out of view, leaving an afterimage appearing behind the Nakara Path, and destroyed the body with a giant Raise Non powered by Senjutsu as well, and returned to his original spot. Tsunade was amazed at how quickly he took out 2 of the 6 paths. No way, he just took out 2 of the enemies in less than 10 seconds. Hinata said, surprising everybody there since they all struggled against one individually. "Yosh, Naruto's flames of youth are burning brighter than the sun on a hot and youthful summer day," Guy said. "Guy-sensei, I shall get my flames of youth to match Naruto's, and if I cannot I will do 10,000 push-ups, and if I cannot do that I will run 10,000 laps in less than an hour, and if I cannot do that then I shall." He was knocked out by Tenten. "Shut up," she yelled, smacking him upside the head with some type of board she picked up. Back in the fight, Naruto went up to Tsunade and placed a medical seal on her. He bit his thumb and went through hand signs. Summoning Jutsu. Scarlet and the Omega brothers appeared. "Scarlet, I need you to take Granny Tsunade away from here. You're a medic fox as well, so can you help her heal the wounded?" Scarlet nodded and picked up Tsunade with one of her tails and gently placed her on her back and took off. Summoning Jutsu. He heard Animal Path say, and out came some giant rhinos, centipedes, and giant birds. "Alright guys, you handle the summons while I deal with the real bodies." The dragons and foxes nodded and took off towards the summons. Naruto, still in his sage mode, charged at the 4 remaining paths. The Deva Path held out his hand. Almighty push! Naruto was sent flying back, and before he could regain his composure the Preta Path caught him in a full Nelson hold and began draining his chakra. Naruto, realizing what was going on, closed his eyes and released his sage chakra instead, which the Preta Path absorbed. The Preta Path had a smirk on its face, but that soon went away when he started to turn into stone. Once he was completely made of stone, Naruto released one of his clones that barely had any sage chakra but enough to enter sage mode for a few minutes. He entered sage mode and immediately broke out of the Nelson hold and destroyed the statue with a punch. Universal Pole. He was pulled by an invisible force toward the Deva path, who held out a black rod intending on stabbing Naruto with it, but Naruto released his Sage mode and activated his main Sharinon. Kamui. He turned intangible and the black rod went right through him. He turned tangible and sent a kick at the path's head from behind, but he simply ducked out of the way and Naruto was kicked away by the human path. He regained his balance and created a clone to stick around. The clone would need to be his eyes. After this fight he gave it enough chakra for a jonin. The clone took off towards the others to hang back. Naruto creates another clone and begins to make a Raisin Shuriken. The jutsu was finished and it was giving off the usual screeching noise. What is that? Hinata asked quietly as she looked at Naruto create the Raisin Shuriken. It's called the Raisin Shuriken. The Naruto clone answered. Naruto, what the fuck are you doing here, numbnuts? You're supposed to be fighting the fucking enemy. Teiwa said and went to slap him, but was surprised when her wrist was caught by him. I'm just a clone, Teiwa. He told me to come back here because after this fight he said he will be in darkness and would require eternal light. The clone said. Anko, Teiwa, and Tsunade immediately understood. How bad is it? Tsunade asked. 20%. He was lying to you this whole time since he came back. His plan to fight that path that can control gravity relies on using it. He just hopes he can last long enough to fight him off. The clone said. No way he threw it. I've never seen such control over so much chakra before. Hinata said. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. Naruto threw the jutsu at the three remaining paths. They all jumped away since the Deva path hadn't recharged his jutsu yet, so they had no choice other than to do that. But Naruto was expecting this. Explode. He said, and with a pulse of his chakra the Raisin Shuriken exploded and the animal path was caught in the explosion, and since it was a fake body and had no chakra network the body was shredded to pieces. With the animal path gone the summons went back to the summon world. Naruto, do you require our assistance still? Or can you handle the rest by yourself? Helios asked. I can handle the rest from here, you can leave now. He said, and all of his summons returned home. He stared down at the remaining paths and thought of a plan. I can't use my eyes again yet. I'm going to need them once I fight the Deva path one-on-one to counter his gravity manipulation. I can't use ninjutsu since it will just get blown away, and genjutsu is out of the question due to the Rinnegan. I guess taijutsu and fuinjutsu it is. He thought. His body relaxed and his Sharinon turned silver. He is completely relaxed now. I guess he has given up. Deva path thought. Your body has relaxed, does that mean you've given up now? You cannot defeat me, I am pain. I am a god, the second sage of 6 paths. You had no chance. You may have caught me by surprise by taking out my other 4 paths, however, that was luck. Now that your luck has run out, my victory today is inevitable. Deva path said. Why would I give up since my body has relaxed? Nothing is over. I don't rely on luck, I rely on pure skill. You call yourself a god, well then call me the Godslayer because I'm going to put an end to you today. Naruto said and charged at the Deva and human paths. What is Naruto doing? Hinata asked. What happened? The clone asked. His body just relaxed and he charged in like Kiba would do. She said. Hinata, what color is Naruto's eyes right now? Guy asked seriously. His Sharinon is active but his eyes are silver instead of the red color. She responded. Guy looked at Anko and she just had a smirk on her face. They began to feel an overwhelming pressure throughout the village and Anko spoke up. Guy, I think you know what's going on. She said. Guy only nodded and moved closer to look at the fight, as did everybody else that was able. On the way Anko passed Iruka's body and froze. He wasn't moving. She didn't know he died. She thought he was out performing search and rescue like some ninja were doing. She rolled his body over and he had a hole in his chest that looked like he bled out from it. She broke down crying and everybody looked sadly at her. He just proposed to me a few weeks ago. I was so happy my dream came true. Then a few days ago I got the best news any woman could hope for. I'm pregnant. We were going to have a family. He wanted a daughter just like me. If we had one, he wanted to name her Akira and give her my last name. Akira Mitarashi will be her name. You guys can go on. I'll stay here, I want to be alone right now. Anko said. The others left. The Naruto clone stayed back and gave her a hug. It's going to be alright Anko, we will still be here for you. The clone said. Thank you Naruto. You can go with the others. I really want to be alone. Please. She said. He gave her a kiss on the head and left. She didn't even acknowledge that he left, she just sat there with Iruka's head in her lap. Naruto reaches the paths faster than they thought and he kicked the Deva path away with so much force he went into the wall of the crater. The human path tried to grab Naruto but he dodged out of the way. He channeled lightning chakra into his hand. Hammer of the Thunder God. With that Naruto created the hammer of lightning and smacked the human path away with it and gave chase. He caught up to the path that just got up and faked a leg sweep, causing the path to jump over it. However, due to the Deva path not being around to see the fight, the human path got hit with a kick to the chin, sending it up in the air. He jumped up and shoved a raise onto the gut of the human path, sending it flying to the ground. The human path tried to get up but a lightning javelin was thrown and pierced right through its head. Naruto landed and looked at the last and final pain that was left. And then there was one. Naruto said. It does not matter, I can always create new paths after I defeat you. Deva Path said. Let me ask you something. Why do all of this? Naruto asked. Simple, I seek peace. Peace all over the world. Pain said. So you want to wage war just to cause peace? That makes no sense, you're contradicting yourself. Naruto said. Peace is born through war. Like how love is born from hatred. My end goal is to achieve the dream even Jiraiya-sensei couldn't achieve. Pain said. You were trained by Jiraiya? Naruto asked. He was surprised Jiraiya never spoke of him having another student other than his father. Yes, I was. He trained me and 2 other people for 3 years. He told us about his dream of peace throughout the shinobi world. It stuck with us and we all worked to achieve his dream. I seek peace and justice. Pain said. You call attacking my home, destroying my village and killing my friends justice? Naruto said. What about my friends, my family, and my village? My village suffered the same fate as yours because of your hidden leaf shinobi. It isn't fair to just let you all talk about peace and justice. I'm returning the favor. The leaf village started this. I'm going to be the one to finish it. I have the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. I have the power to shape this world by any means necessary, and if I have to wage war to create peace, then so be it. Pain said. Your ideals contradict each other. You called yourself a god earlier and I'm keeping my word of becoming a god slayer. With that, Naruto and Pain charged in at each other in a taijutsu battle. Naruto, however, had the edge. He was using his Sharingan and on top of him having his Ultra Instinct that he could dodge the punches and kicks thrown at him by Pain. It was a stalemate due to Naruto not able to attack properly. Almighty push. Kamui. Pain was shocked that his jutsu didn't work and that cost him. Naruto took this moment of shock and drop-kicked the Deva path away. Why didn't my jutsu work on him? Pain thought he got back up but Naruto was right in his face and punched him. He managed to get his arms up in time but was still sent flying back. He looked up and saw Naruto coming towards him. Once Naruto was close enough, he called out his jutsu and prepared to stab him with a black rod. Universal pull. Naruto was pulled forward and the black rod was right in front of him, aimed at his stomach. Kamui. He phased through Pain again and then kicked him away. What the hell is going on? How is he doing that? Pain asked himself. I can only use the Kamui 2 more times before the pain in my eyes becomes unbearable. I'll have to rely on my normal Sharingan. I can still counter the almighty push, however I don't know if I can counter the universal pull. However, I do have a way to get those black rods out of me. Naruto thought. His thoughts were interrupted when Pain sent a small black ball into the air. Planetary devastation. Next thing Naruto knew, he was being picked up from the ground as well as some giant boulders and pieces of rubble. He noticed his Hirai Shinkonao mark on the ground he placed discreetly at the beginning of the fight and teleported to it. Pain decided to charge at Naruto and began another taijutsu fight. This had the same results as the last time. He was overwhelmed and had to use his jutsu again to escape. Almighty push. Kamui. The attack did nothing to Naruto, who overestimated how many times he could use the Kamui again. His eyes were burning so much he deactivated the main Jakir. He knew he needed his taijutsu to work, so he charged in again. This time he just focused on the fight. He stopped worrying about everything else and became completely calm. The fight was going well. His attacks were sharper but he couldn't keep his eyes open. The pain was too much and he knew it was a risk but it needed to be done. He closed his eyes. Hinata said. Why the fuck would he do that? Does he want to lose? I haven't let Lee do me in the back door yet, I can't fucking die now. Taewya said and everyone just looked at her. What? She asked. Nothing Taewya, nothing at all. Ten said. It must be time for the transfer. Anko said, walking up. You doing okay now, Anko? Tsunade asked. Yeah, I'm fine, I just needed a moment. Anyway, his eyes are closed, which means he probably is saving whatever little eyesight he has left. He probably created the clone to guide him somewhere after the fight. Now is his Ultra Instinct active, princess? Anko asked Hinata. Yes, but what does that have to do with anything? Hinata asked. He isn't in any real danger, the only problem is he can't attack. So maybe he closed his eyes to clear his mind and not worry so much and have his body attack properly, and because his eyes are in pain and it hurts to keep them open since he risks using any techniques again. She said and everyone nodded at her logic. Anko looked at Guy, who was sitting there with a serious look on his face, as well as Lee, who understood what Naruto was trying to do. I think he will be able to do it. Naruto, your parents would be so proud of how bright your flames are burning right now. Guy thought. Naruto and Pain were trading punches and kicks, well that's what it seemed like, but Naruto was dodging everything Pain was throwing at him and Pain was taking more damage every time he got hit. Hinata, looking on, noticed this and couldn't help but smile. Anko saw this and smirked. You can do it, Naru-chan, just a bit more and you will achieve something not even the Sage of Six Paths could. She thought. As soon as she finished, a huge wave of calm chakra was felt throughout Konoha and everyone looked and saw Naruto's hair was a completely different color. Naruto, feeling his body take over his movements completely, took one last deep breath, and after that Pain stood no chance. Naruto just moved faster and faster every time he attacked him, but the more his attacking speed increased, so did his attacking power. He was kicked back into the wall of the crater. Naruto let out a yell and a wave of chakra came off of him that everyone felt. He charged at Pain, who barely had time to stand, and punched him in the gut, almost going through him. Before Pain could react, Naruto grabbed him by the back of his head and dragged his face all across the wall of the crater, leaving a line going across it showing the distance he was dragged in the wall. Pain, needing to create some space, created another black rod, however Naruto grabbed it and stabbed him with it before kicking him away. The others watching this had their jaws on the ground. This wasn't a fight anymore, this was a straight up ass kicking being given to the leader of the Akatsuki. Everyone looked at Guy and Lee, who both stood up, and to their shock they both bowed in respect to Naruto for accomplishing this. I am a man of my word. I told Naruto 3 years ago at the Chunin exams that if he would master this technique I would personally bow to him. I am no longer the greatest taijutsu master in Konoha. I pass that title over to Naruto Namikaze. He said and bowed once more. The respect Guy had before with everybody else just went up, however he had to ruin the moment. Yosh, I have lost my title, however my flames are not done burning yet. I shall run 1 million laps, and if I cannot do that I shall do 1 million push-ups with the Hokage monument on my back if I can't do that. He was shut up by the clone, placing a silencing seal on him. Why didn't you do that earlier? Ten asked. I had to use actual chakra for that seal. I have to be conservative with what I have. The boss needs me for a plan later. The clone answered. Hey, since you're a shadow clone, can you feel things the original would? Sakura asked. Yeah, why? The clone asked. You wanna go behind this rubble really quick? I can relieve some of your stress. She said. Seriously, the village was destroyed and you're thinking about getting some dick. The clone said, and she shrugged. Okay, how many injured people have you let stick their dick in you since this happened? The clone asked, and she shrugged again. Get away from me. The clone said. The next thing they saw was a huge explosion and the final path defeated on the ground. Naruto was still beating Pain with no remorse. Every time Pain threw a punch, Naruto would hit him with 20. This went on until the Ultra Instinct wore off and Pain was able to kick him away. Naruto's body was in pain and he couldn't really see. He opened his eyes and everything was a blur. He activated his Sharingan and it made things a bit better. Pain and Naruto were both worn out. Pain from the beating Naruto just gave him and Naruto from basically being blind and the completed technique of Ultra Instinct took a toll on his body. He was fighting himself and pain this entire time. However, they both had the same thought. This is my last attack. They thought. Pain gathered his chakra and Naruto cupped his hands to his side and created a see-through sphere of chakra and 5 regular-sized raisins formed inside. Naruto didn't have to, but he took a running start and they both called out their final attacks. Almighty push. Orbiting raisin. Naruto pushed his hands forward and his raisin made contact with the invisible barrier. Pain was relieved when an explosion happened and smoke was around. He knew in 5 seconds he could use his jutsu again. It's over, I win. Pain thought, but to his shock, out of the smoke came the 5 raisins that were inside of his jutsu. They made contact with him and exploded on contact. He flew back and hit the ground, no longer moving. It was over. Naruto fell to one knee and his clone appeared next to him. I got you, boss. The clone said, helping him stand. Thanks. He said as he released the second clone from the dragon world and his sage mode activated. He picked up a black rod and stabbed himself with it to find the real body. After 5 seconds he found him. The person looked up in shock. Nagato, what's wrong? Asked a blue-haired woman with amber eyes and a chin piercing wearing the Akatsuki robe. He reverse tracked me using sage mode. Nagato said. Naruto and the clone were about to leave until Naruto made another clone. Stay here and tell them what happened and not to follow us. The clone nodded and he left with the first clone. Just then Tsunade, Anko, and Teiwa appeared. Where the fuck is he going now? Teiwa asked. They're going to finish off the real body. He said don't follow him. The clone said. Why would he do that? He's basically blind. Anko asked. That's why he made the other clone before the fight so he can guide him better to the location. The clone said. How long will he be gone? Tsunade asked. Not long, maybe 20 minutes or so. If I were you I would collect all the bodies and let the civilians out of the bunker. I have a feeling something amazing will happen. With that the clone went up in smoke sending the memories back to Naruto who just reached a fake tree made of paper. He entered and what the clone saw because Naruto couldn't see, was a redhead man with the Rinnegan. He was extremely skinny, had multiple black rods sticking out of his back and was in some kind of machine. Not noticing the woman next to him the clone spoke. Dude, you mean to tell me it's been a fucking cripple this whole time behind all of this? This sucks. I thought it would be some evil boss you know with a cool outfit wearing spikes or something, not this. You're one ugly person I tell ya. The clone said and Naruto smacked his head. You will not speak about Nagato like that, show some respect. The blue-haired woman said. That's enough, Konan. Nagato said. The clone looked at the woman now named Konan and spoke up. Wow, you are quite the looker. I can only imagine what you're hiding under that robe of yours. I'd say you're about maybe a DD cup size under there. Perhaps after business is done here we can head back to my place and roll around. I mean, I have nothing to be shy about. I'm packing, and from the tense look on your face you haven't gotten laid in years. Hey boss, if you could see what I'm looking at you would totally bang her. The clone said. I'm 35, I'm too old for you. Konan said. You can be older all you want, but you certainly aged like fine wine. I wouldn't mind a taste. Konan started to blush at that and Naruto had enough and destroyed the clone. Fucking clones. Sorry about that. Sometimes since they don't really feel pain since they disperse they get a bit perverted since I can feel pain. He said and stopped and went through the clone's memories and saw what she looked like. Although he was right, you are beautiful but not the one I'm looking for. He said. Konan couldn't speak but Nagato did. Okay, despite your perverted clone, have you come here to kill me like you said? Nagato asked. At first I was, but then I thought about it. I don't even know your full story, so tell me about it. Naruto said. Very well, I was a war orphan due to the death of my parents by Leaf Shinobi. I met Konan and our friend Yahiko who took me in. We became close, basically a family. Then Jiraiya sensei found us. He trained us for 3 years before leaving us behind on his journey to find peace. We started the Akatsuki as a rebel group helping those in need, fighting against the once leader of Omegakuer Hanzo the Salamander. We created the Akatsuki with the sole purpose of creating peace through words. We had a meeting with Hanzo to establish peace among the Akatsuki and AIM because a civil war broke out. It was supposed to be a peaceful negotiation, however Hanzo, aided by Danzo, changed his mind and took Konan as a hostage. He ordered me and Yahiko to kill one another and Konan gets let free. I was against this until Yahiko threw himself onto my kunao, killing himself. I was enraged and attacked Hanzo, however he escaped and I became a cripple as you see right now. Then years later I created the bodies for my 6 paths that you defeated and thus pain was born. I killed Hanzo and was approached by a man in a mask claiming to be Madara Uchiha. He told me about this plan for peace, but it involves all of the tailed beasts, so we spent years recruiting members of our group and funds for us. We started as a mercenary group taking missions from villages, mainly IWA, to earn money for our goal. That is my story. Now that you know it, you can see that peace is not going to be achieved without war. Nagato said. So I got 2 things from that story. You're extremely easy to manipulate and I need to kill Danzo. Naruto said. How can you say Nagato was easily manipulated? Konan asked. How can you just go along with somebody who claims to be Madara Uchiha? I've seen him. He acts like an idiot. Madara would never do something like that based on the stories I've heard about him. He isn't even the same height or have the correct body type. On top of that, he uses a jutsu to make his voice deep. The guy is a fraud. He played you and used your anger to manipulate you. Besides, even if you captured the other 8-tailed beasts, your plan wouldn't have worked anyway. Naruto said. Why not? Nagato asked. I released the Kyuubi when I was 12 thanks to an Uzumaki seal. My godmother left me all of the Uzumaki sealing scrolls which I've mastered, and I was able to remove him and send him away. Naruto said. You lie, there is no such seal that exists. Konan said. Actually there is. Ask Nagato, after all he is an Uzumaki. Naruto said with a smirk. How did you know? Nagato asked. I have the Uzumaki locating seal. I tried it out and I had 3 dots on there. 2 were with Orochimaru, but I saved one of them. The other is probably traveling around now since Orochimaru is supposedly dead. The other was Tsunade Senju, my grandmother, who is part Uzumaki from her grandmother. However, there was a 4th dot that was extremely faded, almost as if the person didn't want to be found, and it seems I've found him. Naruto said. I am an Uzumaki, however I did not want to be found because Uzumakis were being hunted and killed. This was before I made the 6-path bodies, so I placed a blocking seal over mine. Now answer me this, Naruto. How will you find your answer to achieve peace if war is still around? Nagato asked. Well, I know war is still around and at this point unavoidable, however I won't give up. In Pervy Sage's book Tales of a Gutsy Ninja, he wrote of a student who gave him inspiration to write it. That person was you, Nagato. There is nothing that will make me give up my dream of peace. If it even exists somewhere, I'll grasp it and hold on to it to make sure it lasts. I'll never give up. I'm sure he trusted you to find the same thing, however you gave up and chose pain and destruction. Instead of you using your gift for destruction, you could have used them to make the world better. Naruto said, and Nagato had a thoughtful look on his face. Why? How can you stand there and decide you will never change? Nagato asked. Because I've already felt pain when my uncle died. He committed suicide in front of my eyes, all to make sure peace remained in this world. My grandfather gave up his life in front of my eyes and entrusted me to protect the King of the Leaf and told me to never fall off the path I've chosen to follow at a young age. No matter what pain comes, I refuse to give up. That does not describe who Naruto is. Naruto said. You're a weird one. You remind me of my younger self a little bit. I shall put my remaining trust in you during your quest for peace. Nagato said and held up a hand sign. Why are you gathering chakra? Naruto said, getting ready to fight. Nagato's ocular prowess has a technique that governs life and death. The 7th path, called the Outer Path. Konan said. In Konoha, the king of hell emerged from the ground and released the souls of the deceased from its mouth. All around Konoha, dead bodies were being hit by green light and waking up. Anko and Tsunade, who were holding the bodies of Iruka and Shizun, were scared when they turned green but were shocked when they woke up, and everybody around, civilians and ninja, were celebrating. Naruto has done it and he finally won. Back in the paper tree, Nagato's hair turned white and blood was coming from his mouth. Nagato was dying. There's nothing harder than having to accept the death of a person you've loved. So in order for us to ignore that, we simply tell ourselves that they cannot die. It's a false reality we all wish we could live in, where everyone we care about lives forever. But sadly that isn't the case, especially in our world and the current state it is in. Naruto, I truly believe you and achieve peace. With that the paper tree faded away and Nagato died. Naruto and Konan were standing there with the body of Yahiko that was used for the Deva path. So what are you going to do now? Are you still returning to the Akatsuki? Naruto asked. No, I'm done with the Akatsuki. I'm going back to aim to become the leader and lead it into an era of true peace like the original Akatsuki was supposed to do. Konan said. I have a suggestion. I think you should destroy Nagato's eyes. That fake Madara must want them for his plan to work. I'd destroy them now if I were you. If he wants them, then he will come after you for them. Naruto said. Konan thought about it for a while before removing his eyes and balling them up in paper before blowing it up. She made a paper bouquet of roses and handed them to Naruto. Like Nagato, I too shall put my trust in you, Naruto. Konan said before she could leave. Naruto gave her a tri-pronged kunao. Just in case. He said. She nodded and left in a flutter of paper with the bodies of Nagato and Yahiko. Well, I better get going. He said and summoned Shadow. I take it that you won, Naruto. Shadow asked. Naruto nodded. Let me guess, your eyesight is gone and you need the transfer. Shadow asked again and Naruto nodded. Shadow picked Naruto up and put him on his back before taking off towards the Leaf Village. They arrived and everyone was waiting for him. They rushed him and kids started harassing him with questions, pulling on him. All his friends were in the back happy for him. Naruto, Tsunade said, walking up to him. He lifted his head towards her. Can you see me? She asked and he shook his head no. She grabbed his hand and took him to a medical tent they set up and he laid down on the mat they had in there. I need the eyes, Naruto. She said and he unsealed them from his bicep and gave them to her. She did a sleeping jutsu on him and began the transplant. 3 hours later she was finished. He had bandages over his eyes. You usually would have to wait about a week for your body to get used to the new eyes, however, you should be ready to use them in about 3 days. So just keep the bandages on. I'm going to move you to my tent with Jiraiya. He should wake up from his coma soon. So just take it easy. Tsunade said. He nodded. Thank you, Granny, and I'm sorry for lying to you, but I just didn't want you to worry about me. Oh, and you don't have call our allies to help rebuild. I placed a seal on the ground around Konoha to restore it, but it has to wait since I'm incapacitated right now. He said. Okay, Naruto, I won't worry about it. I have an emergency meeting with the fire daimyo and the elders. Apparently he got word the village was destroyed, but the thing is he was told before it even happened. Tsunade said. It was Danzo, he was responsible for all of this, the Akatsuki. Me arriving late, he wants the Hokage seat. He's gonna try and force it from you. Bring up the fact that he told the fire daimyo before it even happened. That will shut him up, because then he would be forced to answer and tell him about Root being active still. Naruto said. I will just relax for the next 3 days, I'll take care of everything else. She said and left. Naruto pulled out his necklace and held the yang symbol on it. I'll see you soon, Samui. Were his final thoughts before sleep claimed him. Unknown to him, the person he was thinking about would be in the leaf in 3 days. How much farther till we get there? A redhead with amber eyes complained. We still have 3 days, Karui. That gives you plenty of time to figure out why your breasts haven't grown or why you're still single and haven't been laid. A light blonde-haired boy said. Shut up, Omoi. Karui yelled and threw a rock at him in the direction on Konoha. Don't worry about my breasts, and Samui hasn't been laid either, she rejects everybody that asks her out. Karui said while pointing at her. Will you two stop arguing like little kids? It's not cool and you're giving me a headache. Samui said. Sorry, Samui, but Karui does raise a point. You've never let a man touch you before and you reject all of their offers to take you out on a date. Have you ever kissed a boy before? Umwa asked. Yes, I have. Now leave me alone. We've still got 3 days until we reach Konoha, now let's go. She said and jumped off into the trees. Wow, Umwa, you actually got something out of her. Karui said. I know, and it's weird," he said, and they jumped to catch up to Samui, who took out her necklace with the yin symbol on it. "I'll see you soon. Kami better not had lied to me," Samui thought before putting the necklace away, since Amwa and Kurui caught up to her. As they traveled more, a ghost of Kiyomi appeared with a smile. "It's time you finally met each other again," she said before disappearing. 3 days later they arrived at the Leaf Village, and of course Amwa had to mess with Kurui. "Kurui, how could you do this?" he asked. "I didn't mean to. It was just a tiny rock. What do we do now?" she asked, scared. Samui rolled her eyes at this. "Let's go, we're only here for information on Sasuke Uchiha, the Akatsuki, and to tell the Hokage about the 5-cage summit the Raikage requested." Samui said. They walked some more until they found a jonin. "What are Kumo shinobi doing in the Leaf Village?" he asked rudely. "I am Samui, this is Kurui and Amwa. We were sent here with a letter to the Hokage from our Raikage," Samui said. "Very well, follow me. I'll take you to the Hokage," the jonin said. "Before we go, what happened here?" Kurui asked. "The leader of the Akatsuki came in and attacked our village. This was the result until he was defeated," the jonin said. "Your Hokage must be pretty strong if she was able to take out the leader of the Akatsuki herself," Amwa said. "It wasn't our Hokage, she was focused on healing the wounded shinobi. It was one of our jonin who is stronger than our Hokage. She even admitted that she couldn't beat him. They've spared a lot before he left to train and she barely won. He came back after almost 3 years and completely wiped the floor with Jiraiya-sama, and he even used Sage Mode, but said the jonin was only using 25% of his strength when they fought," the jonin said, shocking them. "Where is this jonin?" Amwa asked. "Nobody knows, he hasn't been seen in 3 days. He came back from training blind and it got worse when he fought the Akatsuki leader. Lady Tsunade said she would fix him, but nobody saw him for 3 days," the jonin said. "Now only one of you can come with me due to the Leaf not really trusting Kumo due to past reasons," the jonin said. "I'll go with you. Kurui, Amwa, try not to cause any trouble," Samui said and left with the jonin. Kurui and Amwa walk around until they hear Sakura talking to Ino and Hinata. "I don't know, guys, this village wouldn't like this had Sasuke-kun been here," she said. "Sakura, for the last time, Sasuke is not coming back to the village and we know that," Ino said. "Yeah, face it, Sakura, that Sasuke fantasy of yours won't happen," Hinata said. That's when Kurui drew her sword and spoke up. "Tell me everything you know about Sasuke Uchiha," she said, and charged at them. She was outnumbered, so Amwa drew his sword and joined in. Meanwhile, Samui finished her meeting and got information on Sasuke and told Tsunade about the 5-cage summit. She was walking around looking for her team when she heard sounds of fighting. "I told those 2 idiots not to cause any trouble." With that, she took off towards the fighting. She found them fighting 3 girls from the village. "What are you 2 doing?" "I said don't cause any trouble. The first thing you do is start a fight," Samui said. "I know, but they have information that isn't in the Leaf data books on Sasuke and they refuse to give it up. So they will tell us by force," Kurui said as she and Amwa charged in again and the fight ensued again. "I'm not getting involved in this. You want to fight, go ahead," Samui said. Amwa and Kurui were already fighting. Meanwhile, Naruto just woke up and took his bandages off. He looked at his eyes, they were still blue. He activated his Sharingan, then his Mangekyo, which was different. His 4 Chokutomo were still there, however they were outside of a circle that had Shisui's Mangekyo pattern inside of it. "Picture is on my profile. Eternal light," he said. He stood up and used his water manipulation to wash up. He had some soap in the tent. He dried off with his fire chakra, heating his body. He put a pair of boxers on that he had sealed on him and put his pants and sandals on when he felt Sakura, Ino, and Hinata's chakra spike, as well as 3 foreign shinobi. 2 were aggressive and the third was annoyed. He didn't bother to grab his shirt or vest. He picked up the Kyubikurei Basho and took off towards the fight. He was above them in a tree and saw the 2 fighting was a redhead and girl and a light blonde-haired boy. He didn't even look at the third person. He saw Kurui and Amwa charge at Sakura, Ino and Hinata, so he made himself known. He jumped down and kicked Amwa's sword away and grabbed Kurui's from her. He had the Kubikaraibasho pointed at Amwa's neck and Kurui's sword pointed at her own neck. Everyone was shocked because it happened so quickly. I'm going to ask once, why the fuck are Kumo shinobi here in the Leaf Village? He said in a cold tone. The girls were speechless due to him not having a shirt on, so they saw his physique. He had an 8-pack and his chest muscles were perfect for his body and his arms were muscular but not bulky. Amwa spoke up. We wanted information on Sasuke Uchiha and to speak to the Hokage about something. The Raikage wants to deal with the Akatsuki since they took his brother. He said. You should have checked our shinobi records room then not fucking attack Leaf Shinobi, and I find it funny the Raikage wants to get off his ass now. The Leaf sent him a letter to help deal with the Akatsuki and he declined. Now that his brother is taken he wants to fucking get his head out of his ass. If it was up to me I would reject his offer, but knowing the Hokage she probably agreed already. Naruto said. Kurui got her wits back and spoke. Don't disrespect the Raikage in front of us or I'll kick your ass, and second, this pink-haired girl has information that isn't in the record books. Kurui said. If you haven't noticed I have a sword at your neck, so don't threaten me. I've killed 3 members of the Akatsuki and came up with the plan to kill another so that 4 and one of them happened to be the leader, so dealing with you would be child's play. He said, and Samui spoke up next. Where did you get that necklace? She asked. None of your business. He said. Wait, you defeated the Akatsuki leader? You're like the same age as us. Kurui said. Same age, yes, but you're nowhere near my level of strength. I can take on Jiraiya Tsunade at the same time and was able to fight Orochimaru on even ground at the age of 13. Naruto said. I'll ask one more time. Where did you get that necklace from? Samui asked. None of your fucking business. Naruto said she was going to attack, but Sakura, Ino and Hinata spoke up. Well, if it isn't the hero of the Leaf Village. Where have you been? Ino asked. Yeah, Naruto, you had us worried. Hinata said, and Samui froze. So Naruto, since you've healed, I would love to finally get some alone time with you. Sakura said. Okay, first I had to get my eyes fixed, that's why you haven't seen me for 3 days, Ino. Hinata, I'm sorry, but I was in the Hokage's resting tent, and Sakura, I've told you this before, it will never happen between us. Naruto said. And Naruto? Samui said. Yeah, what do you want? He asks. You don't remember me? Samui asked. No, I don't, am I supposed to? He asked. She nodded and pulled out her necklace, showing him her yin symbol. He dropped the swords. Kurui and Amwa jumped back to Samui's side. Samui? He asked. She nodded, and ran and gave him a hug, which he returned. What the fuck is going on? Samui, you never let a boy touch you except the one boy you said you kissed, now you just give some random Leaf Shinobi a hug. What the fuck are you doing? Kurui asked. Amwa just nods his head in agreement. Sakura and Ino were also confused, but Hinata has a smile on her face. Is this her Naruto? Hinata asked, and he nodded while still hugging Samui, and he felt tears on his chest. He let go and wiped them away from her eyes. He leaned down and gave her a kiss that she returned. This shocked Kurui and Amwa even more. I missed you, Naruto. She said. I missed you too. He said, and they broke apart and he got a good look at her. She was tall, fair-skinned with a curvaceous figure. Her eyes were still blue and now she had straight, shoulder-length blonde hair. She wore a very low-cut outfit which displays her cleavage, with mesh armor underneath, a short skirt and red hand guards, high boots, and what appears to be a modified Kumo flak jacket that covers her stomach only, similar to a girdle. She also carries a tanto strapped horizontally to her lower back. Wow, you certainly grew up, Samui. You're even more beautiful than when I last saw you. He said, and she blushed. I can say the same about you. She said, and he scratched the back of his head laughing. So what happened to you? Why did you just disappear and go to Kumo? He asked. I didn't just disappear, my father hated you and lied to me. He said you were killed by some rogue ninja and we had to move because he didn't want that to happen to me. She said, and gave him another hug. Just then an Umbu appeared. It was Kat, and she gave Naruto a message. Naruto, Hokage-sama has told me to tell you to fix her fucking village before she punches you in the air, so far you won't be seen for a week. Her words not mine. She also says that if you say you forgot I can slap you. Kat said, and everybody could hear the amusement in her voice. You didn't forget, did you? She asked, and Naruto looked around. No, of course I didn't forget. I had something to deal with. Besides, if she wanted to tell, she could have gotten her old ass up and told me herself. He said. Is that so? A voice asked from behind him that made him freeze. He turned around and saw Tsunade with a certain smile on her face. It's going to hurt, isn't it? He asked as she nodded, and next thing everyone knew, she uppercut him into the sky so far that after a while he became a shining mark in the sky. So you came to my office, but I didn't get your name. Tsunade asked. I'm Samui, this is Karui and moi. Samui replied. So you're the girl he's been waiting for. You got a good one. He's turned down every marriage proposal, any marriage contracts sent his way, and he even had girls offer him SEC just because, and he rejected them all. But let me tell you something, you hurt my grandson and I'll hunt you down. Tsunade said. Grandson? How is he your grandson? Karui asked. Well, one night after the second shinobi war, me and his grandfather were hanging out. Next thing we knew, I had a dick inside me moving in and out. Karui cut her off. Okay, alright, I get it, no need for details. But he has black hair. I'm sure your kid must have had blonde hair. Karui said. My son did have blonde hair, however Naruto's mother is an Uchiha, so he has her hair color but his father's spikiness. Now I'm going to have him fix my village, so you might want to stand back, he's about to be landing soon. Tsunade said, and they all backed up, and sure enough he came falling out of the sky and left a Naruto-sized hole in the ground. He jumped out completely fine with a smile. You broke your record, Granny Tsunade, that's the highest you've ever punched me. He said, and Karui was just staring at him. How is he not hurt or have any scratches on that sexy body of his? Karui said. Karui, back off, he's mine. Samui said. No bitch, actually he's mine. I had him first. Sakura said. Well, look at that, it's time for me to fix the village. Naruto said. Naruto, answer the question. Are you mine or some random blonde bitch that just walked into the village? Sakura asked. Why couldn't I have been born ugly? Anyways, Sakura, I was never yours, no matter how many times you tried. As for Samui, we've been together really since we were kids. We were each other's first kiss, actually the first few kisses before she left. So that makes her mine and vice versa. Now can I please fix this village so I don't get punches again? Yes, you can, everyone should be on top of the Hokage monument by now. Tsunade said. Okay, you guys might want to jump in the trees for this one. They all jumped in the trees, but Samui gave him a kiss before leaving. He walked about 10 feet in front of him and located the activation seal for the giant seal he placed and channeled a ton of chakra so much that it became visible. Uzumaki sealing, village restoration. As soon as he said back, he was blown away by the seal, but Hire shined to the kunai he had stuck in the tree, shocking the Kumo shinobi. You know the Hire Shinjutsu? Karui asked. Yeah, my father left it for me. He said. Who was your father? Moi asked. Minato Namikaze, I look just like him except I have black hair. He said. You know the Raikage will challenge you to a speed contest if you wanna date Samui since she is from Kumo, right? Karui asked. That would be true if she was actually from Kumo. You see, Samui is technically a Konoha shinobi. Her father enrolled her into the Ninja Academy for when our age group was scheduled to go. He never removed her from the program, and the civilians ran the Ninja Academy before I took over, so they saw her name and remembered her father, so they kept giving her passing grades when she wasn't here. They even graduated her, so if she wanted she could move here and claim a headband if she wanted to. Tsunade said. Wow, I would love to move back here, but I don't have anywhere to live. Samui said. Samui, you can't be serious. What about Kumo? Karui asked. What about it? It's filled with men that want nothing but to just get in my pants. You remember those 6 months I was gone? She asked Karui, who nodded. Well, I was sent to prison because the Raikage tried to give me a B-rank mission to sleep with him and I refused, so he had me sent to prison. So no, I will not be staying in Kumo anymore. I'm moving back to be with Naruto. She said, hugging him. Wow, your Raikage is an asshole, how could he do that? Ino asked. He tried the same thing with his secretary Mabi and she refused. He had her killed by the Umbu claiming she was a spy. He didn't try it with Yujito because she is a Jinhiraki and she would let the two-tailed cat loose on him. Samui said she took her Kyumo headband out from her back pouch and took off her Kyumo flak jacket and handed them to Karui. I'm not coming back to that village, you can go but I'm not. Samui said. Karui just hugged her and was shocked. Samui returned it. I'm going to miss you, Samui. I can't leave Kyumo, it's where I was born and raised. Karui said. You Karui, despite your attitude you're pretty cool. Now do me a favor. Samui said. What's up? Karui asked. Drop the genjutsu on your chest, I've seen them before. Samui said. Karui was shocked but nodded. The genjutsu dropped and they were the same size as Hinata's. Okay, they must have grown. Now I'm going to warn you, if the Raikage finds out you have a chest like that he will assign you the same mission he tried to give me. Now what you can do is file a shinobi release form. Go to my house and in my kitchen there is a loose floorboard. It has a stamp of the Raikage underneath it. Mabi managed to get her hands on one for me. Use it to stamp where the Raikage needs to stamp it and hand it to the council and they will file it. I want you to come here with me. I should have a house or apartment. You can come too if you like. If that is okay with the Hokage, of course. Samui said. Yes, they can join, and don't worry, the only person who would try something on you will be taken care of shortly. Isn't that right, Naruto? Tsunade asked, but Naruto wasn't paying attention. He was staring at a tree in front of him. Tsunade went to slap him but he vanished with his sword, and then next thing they knew 10 dead blank masked Umbu members fell out of the tree. Yeah, he is going to die really soon. Did you get the order, Granny? He asked. I sure did. I talked to the daimyo after everybody else left and put up the privacy barrier. He wrote up the kill on sight form for me. Why? She asked. Danzo, get your ass out here. He yelled. Everybody get back now. He said, and Danzo walked out with his arm uncovered in Sharingan. You can't use your Sharingan, boy. It's time I killed you and started my plans to take over the leaf. Root to me. As soon as he said that, his entire army of root shinobi, which wasn't much, maybe about 100, showed up. You're a fool, Danzo, I can use my eyes now and they are better than ever. He said and activated his eternal Manjakyo Sharingan. Susanoo. He was surrounded by the upper body of a black warrior in armor that had a golden tomo on its chest. The Susanoo also had a sword just like the Kyubikarei Basho in its hand. Naruto used the sword of his Susanoo and killed all of the root shinobi and cut Danzo in half. But to everyone's shock except Naruto, he disappeared and reappeared without a scratch on him. So you wanted all of those Sharingan to use the infamous Izanaga technique so you can cheat death? That's good, it means I can kill you multiple times over until you are finally dead. 1 eye down, 9 more to go. Danzo was scared. Naruto figured out his plan and he took out all of his root shinobi. Now Danzo, we both knew this was coming. However, I bet you thought the people behind you would come kill you. Naruto said, and Danzo turned around to see Sasuke and Itachi staring at him. What? Was all Danzo could say. See, Ino, I told you Sasuke-kun would come back. Look at him, hasn't he grown even sexier? Sakura said. You do realize this is a genjutsu, right? Karui asked. Huh? How do you know that? Sakura said. Because Itachi is dead. Sasuke killed him when they fought. Umwa said. Sasuke didn't kill Itachi. I know Itachi was already dying from the same thing that Shisui had. All Sasuke did was fight somebody who was at about 50% maybe less, and he still struggled against him. One of my dragons decided to come to our world and noticed them fighting. Itachi never went for any killing blows. His ultimate goal in that fight was to remove the essence of Orochimaru from his brother, which he did. However, a small white snake got away, so Orochimaru is still alive. Now enough talk, I need to kill Danzo. Naruto said. He charged at Danzo and stabbed him in the chest with his lightning edge. Danzo fell to the ground and disappeared once again. You've become a real pest, boy. I should have killed you when you were younger. Danzo said. Yeah, I get that a lot now. This is taking forever. Samui just came back and I want to spend some alone time with her. Naruto said, so he charged at Danzo so fast that his arm was cut off and the eye behind his bandages was ripped out. Danzo felt his eye removed and tried to use Izanagi again and it didn't work. My Izanagi isn't working, what did you do? Danzo asked. I took out all of your Sharingan at once. Naruto said, holding the arm with the Sharingan in it, and Danzo gritted his teeth and pulled open his robe, revealing a seal, and activated it. If I can't control the leaf, then neither will you. Danzo said, but Naruto punched him in the air with a chakra-enhanced punch and grabbed everybody close by and protected them all with his fully complete Susanoo. An explosion happened and the area around them was blown up a bit, but not by much, something that could easily be fixed. He released the Susanoo and everybody was relieved. Well, Naruto, looks like that's another plot of land you can buy. Tsunade said. No, I'll stick with fixing up the red light district. It's a better investment there. Naruto said. Wait, you own an entire district? Karui asked. No, I own about 6 to 7 blocks. I inherited 3 from my father and I bought 3 or 4 more since Granny became Hokage. Outside of the stuff I haven't bought yet, there is only one building I don't own, and that's a restaurant called Ichiraku's. I bought it, fixed it up, paid the entire building off and signed it over to my Ayam, the owner. He said. Wow, Samui, you got a good one. He's sexy, strong and rich. Only thing wrong with him is he probably has a small penis. Karui said. Yeah, I don't have a small one. It's part of the reason I don't wear anything tight. He said. Samui whispered in his ear. How big are you exactly? She whispered and he responded. 10 inches. He whispered back and she had to fight back a nosebleed. Okay, can we get this over with now? Anything else you need, Lady Tsunade? Samui asked impatiently. She wanted to spend some time with Naruto. Yeah, there is actually. At the 5-Cage Summit next week we can bring 2 bodyguards. I'm bringing Naruto and Samui as my guards. That's it for me. Anybody else got anything to say? Nobody said nothing until Naruto spoke. Actually, yeah, I have a gift for Samui. He said. He bit his thumb and went through hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Out of the smoke came everyone's favorite dragon. Hey Bob. Naruto said, and Karui laughed. It was the wrong thing to do. Who the fuck is laughing at my name? Bob yelled, and Karui instantly shut up. Hey Bob, remember that girl we talked about? Well, this is Samui. He said, pushing her forward. She was actually scared to meet this dragon and he just pushed her forward. Bob leaned down to get a better look at her. Hey. She said. Sup. So Naruto, I take it Helios gave you his blessing? Bob asked, and Naruto nodded. Suddenly a scroll appeared in front of Samui and unrolled, revealing only Naruto's on the contract. The Dragon Elder, after hearing about you from me, has decided to let you sign the dragon contract. Just bite your finger and sign it and add blood to your hand for the handprint. She did as told and Bob disappeared with the scroll. Now what? Samui asked. Now I show you then hand signs and you summon your familiar. He bit his thumb and did the hand signs slowly so she could see them, and he summoned Shadow. What the fuck, Naruto? I was with my girlfriend and we were just about to. He stopped when Tsunade was glaring at him. You were about to what? She asked. Nothing, just fly around. So what's up, Naruto? Shadow asked, changing the subject. Samui signed the contract and is about to summon her familiar. I thought you wanted to see who she got. He said, and Shadow looked at Samui, who bit her thumb and did the hand signs. Summoning jutsu. What the hell is this? Shadow, where did you go? I was waiting for you too. The dragon was cut off by Samui. I summoned you. I'm Samui. Who are you? Samui asked as the smoke finished clearing and Naruto and Shadow had their jaws on the ground. It was a dragon that looked like Shadow, except this one was all white with an icy blue stomach and sky blue eyes with a black diamond-like slit in its eyes. This was Shadow's girlfriend. The name is Suzushi. I take it I'm your familiar now. I would love to stay and chat, but me and Shadow were busy, so let's go, lover boy. Suzushi said and took Shadow with her to the dragon realm. Okay, no more surprises. Naruto said. Alright everyone, you're dismissed. Karui, you can stay a few days before heading out again. Tsunade said. We would, but the Raikage is expecting us before he leaves for the 5-Cage Summit. We have to leave now unfortunately to make it back on time. Kurui said. Naruto walked up to her and tapped her on the back of her neck. If you need a quick escape, channel chakra to that seal I placed on your neck and I'll be there in the blink of an eye. He said, and Kurui thanked him and took off with Amwa. Kurui, are you really going to leave Kumo? Amwa asked. If what Samui says is true, then yes, I am. I'm going into the village with my actual chest out. If the Raikage tells me to come back later for a B rank mission, I'll go to Samui's house after the report and use the stamp and call Naruto to pick me up after I hand the form to the council. Are you going to come with me if I do? She asked. You know I am. We stick together through anything, remember? Amwa said. Yeah, I remember. Kurui said, and they kept moving towards Kumo. Back in the leaf, Naruto was with Samui in his house with her straddling his lap making out. I really missed you, Naruto. I thought about you every day. She said in between kisses. I missed you too. He said through kisses. Take me to your room. I've waited long enough for this. Make me yours. She said. He stood up and she wrapped her legs around his waist and he took her to the room. It's a good thing the houses were soundproof and had a privacy barrier, because Samui and Naruto's moans would have been heard throughout the village. Meanwhile, the fake Madara was talking to Sasuke's team Taka. It consisted of Sasuke, a red-haired girl with glasses that was Karen Uzumaki. There was an orange-haired boy Yugo. A white-haired boy with shark teeth, this was Suigetsu. Zetsu has informed me that Danzo has made a scheme to become Hokage. He will be at the 5-Cage Summit. You can get your revenge on him there, Sasuke. The fake Madara said. Good, after he dies Konoha will burn to the ground. Sasuke said, showing off his main Kyushari non. Meanwhile, Naruto and Samui just finished another round of sex and Samui was glowing. Naruto pulled out of her and laid next to her and she cuddled into his chest, breathing heavy. I love you, Naruto. She said. I love you too, Samui. He said, and kissed her on the head. They laid like that until Samui fell asleep with a smile on her face, and Naruto soon joined her. Chapter 18, The Uchiha Falls and War Declared. A few days go by since Naruto met Samui and she moved to Konoha. They were cuddled up in bed just talking about her life so far. He introduced her to his most important people, Anko, Ayame, Kurane, and Jiraiya, who joked about Tsunade having another child. Anko, Ayame, and Kurane all grilled Samui to make sure she was just after his money and wouldn't hurt him. After the grilling was over, they tried to embarrass Naruto about the sex, but all three of them wound up taking notes from the two teenagers. I didn't think it would be so easy for me to fit in here. Samui said. I told you it would be easy. Although I think you have a problem with my fangirls. Naruto said. Naruto, I just got you back, I don't want to lose you, especially to those girls. When I said you're mine, I meant it. Samui said, looking up at him. Samui, after what we did the first night here, I'm not going anywhere. He said and leaned down to kiss her. It started out as a peck but turned into a passionate makeout session. Samui was about to put her hand down his pants, but she was stopped by Naruto. I'm sorry, but somebody activated one of my markers. I'm all yours when I get back, I promise. He told her. He gave her one more kiss and teleported away. Samui laid there upset that she was interrupted but was worried about whoever called him. Naruto arrived. Seeing Konan about to be killed, he flashed to the marker he placed on the masked man and kicked him away, then grabbed Konan and took her to Konoha. He arrived in Tsunade's office and she was there with Jiraiya. Granny, can you heal her? This is the lady that left the Akatsuki. This is Konan. He said. Yeah, I can do it. She got up and walked over to Konan and began healing her. After 20 minutes Konan's wounds were healed and she was awake. Konan, what happened? Jiraiya asked. I was in the middle of making plans for AIM to become peaceful and build relationships with other countries when the fake Madara showed up demanding I hand over Nagato's Rinnegan. He attacked when I didn't give them to him and we fought. I thought I killed him, but he just faded away and appeared again. It took me using everything I had to kill him, but then he was just alive again. We fought again and he still struggled against me and barely won. He would have killed me if I hadn't called for Naruto. He saved me. I was literally 10 seconds away from dying. Konan said. He used the Izanaga technique to stay alive. It costs an eye to go blind, and the only way to restore the sight is if you gain the Rinnegan. But let me ask you something. When you were fighting him, did your attacks keep going through him? Naruto asked, and Konan nodded. He uses the Kamui, a technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He's the same guy that fought my dad and godmother. They said the same thing, all he did was make their attack phase right through him. He probably doesn't have much skill outside of the one move, and he maybe only know the typical Uchiha fireball jutsu. Naruto said. That's good and all, but why does he want the Rinnegan, and where are Nagato's eyes? Jiraiya asked. He wants the Rinnegan to control the Gedo statue that has the tailed beasts we've collected inside. Without it he can't control it. We've collected all the tailed beasts except for the one-tailed beast, seven-tailed beast and the 8 tails. It's impossible for them to get the 9 tails since Naruto got rid of it, so the only other thing he can do is throw a temper tantrum and maybe go to war, having failed in his plan to capture the tailed beasts. He found out that the 7-tailed host was pregnant, and since she is vulnerable he was going after her. As for the Rinnegan eyes, I destroyed them. She said. Just then Naruto disappeared again in a yellow flash. He arrived and saw Fu scared, holding her stomach trying to protect her baby. The genjutsu was released from her stomach. Shibuki was looking beat up but had a kunao in each hand. Standing in front of Fu, who had her other hand on his shoulder. She looked up and noticed Naruto. She was going to say something when he held his finger to his lips. Shibuki, seeing this, says nothing. The fake Madara charged at them, but they were suddenly sucked into a vortex faster than he could get there. Naruto concealed his chakra and spoke up. You were to slow Tobi. He said. Tobi spun around looking for who said that but found nobody. You won't find me, so stop looking. Naruto said. Stop hiding like a coward and show yourself. Tobi said in an angry voice. Why would I do that? This is much more fun. Besides, you really shouldn't call anybody a coward. You hide behind your Kamui technique in a fight, but once it wears out you can't actually fight, can you? You don't have to answer that. Naruto said. Show yourself. Tobi yelled. My temper. You should learn to calm down. By the way, nice touch up on your body with the senju cells. I can feel the chakra from your eye as well. I've felt it before, somewhere long before I've met you. So that begs the question, who are you really? Naruto asked. I am Madara Uchiha, the strongest shinobi known to man. Tobi yelled. Now there's no need to lie. After all, I don't think Madara would lose to Konan and have to resort to using the Izanaga technique just to win the fight, and you barely won. Naruto said. How do you know about the Izanaga technique? Tobi asked. Oh, I've been around for a while. I know all about the Uchiha techniques gifted by the Sharingan. Naruto said. You talk as if you aren't worried about the Uchiha techniques. You are standing in front of the strongest Uchiha known to man. Tobi said. That's because I'm not worried about the Uchiha techniques, especially from someone who can only use one technique from the famed Mangekyo Sharingan, and only halfway at that. Now that other kid Naruto Uchiha, he is someone I fear. Naruto said. The Jinchuriki is nothing compared to me. I will capture him soon enough. Tobi said. You say he is nothing compared to you, but it is in fact the other way around. Someone responsible for taking out almost the entire Akatsuki and even the leader with the Rinnegan who you had to wait for to die before making your move on him, and you aren't worried. You must believe that you are really Madara. Oh well, it was nice seeing you again, Tobi. Naruto said, and with that he vanished back to Konoha. Who was he? Tobi asked himself before he disappeared in a vortex of his own. Naruto arrived back in the Hokage's office. What are you guys doing? Naruto asked. Just catching up with my old student. Jiraiya said. Where did you go, Naruto? Tsunade asked, pouring another drink. I had to save Fu and Shibuki from the fake Madara. Naruto said he activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and used Kamui to bring Fu and Shibuki out, who was immediately being healed by Tsunade. Fu, what happened to you both? How did he find you? Naruto asked. We were kicked out of the village because somebody that we trusted told the council I was pregnant. We were about to call for you until that masked man showed up and attacked us. Thank you for saving me and Shibuki-kun. Fu says. Don't worry about it, besides I can't have my godchild dying on me. Naruto said with a smile. We thank you for letting us stay here, Lady Tsunade. Shibuki said. It's nothing now, I believe Naruto has a house for all of you if you would like them. Tsunade said. I'll have to pass. I will be returning to AIM and take my place as its leader. Besides, if I need help I'll just call Naruto, Konan said. We'll take it, but I don't want to be a shinobi anymore, Lady Tsunade. I don't like fighting and was only forced to because I am a Jinchuriki. I want to stay at home and be a mother to my child. Fu said. I can accept that, and after you give birth in 3 to 4 months and rest up a bit, Naruto can remove the 7 tails from you if you'd like him to. Tsunade said. I would like that very much, Lady Tsunade. I'm sure Kome will be happy as well. Fu said. So you learned his name, that's good. Naruto said. Konan, when do you plan on leaving? Jiraiya asked. I'll leave tomorrow, it's late right now. She said. Okay, I'll head out with you. I need to do one final stop amongst my spy network. Jiraiya said. What do you mean final stop? Naruto asked. It means I'm retiring, Naruto. Tsunade and I want to have more kids, and before the rest of you say how, me and Tsunade, despite being in our 50s, kept our bodies in top shape so everything still works like we are in our 20s. Especially Tsunade, since she is part Uzumaki, she has that longevity thing going on. Plus I'm leaving the spy network in good hands with you, Naruto. Jiraiya said. Well, that's enough excitement for the night, everyone is dismissed. Konan, you can stay at my house since you're leaving with Jiraiya in the morning. Naruto, remember we leave in 3 days for the Cage Summit. We can fly on Niji and get there in a few hours, so travel won't be a problem. I've already booked 2 hotel rooms for us. Now take Fu and Shibuki to their new home. Tsunade said. Everyone, Naruto, Fu and Shibuki left while Tsunade, Jiraiya and Konan stayed behind and had some drinks. Naruto was sensing the way Tsunade and Konan were feeling tonight, and if he had to guess, Jiraiya was getting lucky tonight. Naruto reached the compound and showed Fu and Shibuki the houses and told them what they had to do. They were shocked when they found out they only had to worry about food and clothes and whatever else that they needed. They entered the house and were amazed by the way it looked. Naruto told them if he needed anything to just come to him. They thanked him and he went home. He entered his house and called out for Samui, but she didn't reply. He checked the kitchen, the hot springs, the living room and all of the other rooms since she likes to explore the house. He made it to his room and he heard the shower running and heard Samui moaning out his name. Lemon. He entered the bathroom, took his clothes off and snuck up behind her in the shower. She was fingering herself in the shower and he reached around her and cupped her breasts, massaging them and pinching her nipples, making them hard. You just couldn't wait for me, huh? He whispered in her ear, sending a jolt of pleasure down her spine. He started to kiss her neck, making her moan out even louder. I just couldn't help myself. I was feeling horny after you left and decided to take a shower. I've been in here for an hour thinking about you while fingering myself. She said through her moans. She reached her free hand behind her and started to jerk his dick while he let go of one of her breasts and started to rub her clit. She started to yell out his name, begging him to rub faster. You like that? Want me to make you come? Tell me what you want, Samui-chan. He whispered in her ear, slowly rubbing her clit and pinching her nipple. I want you to make me come. She said, feeling her insides tighten up on her fingers. Beg for it. He said, rubbing her clit slower and slower. Please. Naruto, make me fucking come, I need it, please. She exclaimed. She started to jerk him off faster and he moaned in her ear. Your wish is my command, Samui-chan. He said and rubbed her pussy faster and faster, making her scream. Oh shit, don't stop, please don't stop, I am almost there, Naruto-kun, please don't stop. She yelled and he sped up and all of a sudden she came all over both their hands and her legs. He lifted his fingers to his mouth and tasted it. You taste good, Samui-chan. He said, and she took his fingers and tasted herself as well and moaned. She bent forward and guided his dick to her entrance. Fuck me please, Naruto, I need it. Please, I'm ready for it. Just take that dick and shove it in my ah. She was cut off when Naruto pushed his dick all the way in, using one quick motion, making her come again. He started off slow and gradually picked up speed till the sound of skin slapping skin was heard. Oh shit, Naruto, I'm about to come again. I feel it coming, go harder. Go faster, Make me scream. She said, and he picked up the pace, adding chakra to his hips and his dick. This sent her over the edge after 5 hard thrusts. Oh shit, I am coming. She yelled as her juices squirted all over his dick, and he didn't stop. He started smacking her on her ass, making her yell out his name. Shit, it feels so fucking good, Naruto-kun. She said her legs started to feel weak and she couldn't stand anymore. Shit, I'm about to come, Samui-chan. Where do you want it? He asked, giving her short yet fast and hard thrusts. In my mouth. I want it in my mouth. She said. After a few more thrusts he pulled out and turned around and got on her knees. She put his dick in her mouth and began to bob her head up and down on the head of his dick. She felt him twitch and knew he was about to come. She reached both hands up, using one to jerk him off and the other to play with his balls. Oh shit, here I come. He said, and he exploded in her mouth. It was so much that some of it leaked out and fell on her breasts. After he finished coming, she sucked his dick for 5 more minutes, making him come again. She pulled him out of her mouth with a popping sound. She wiped the cum that fell out of her mouth and onto her breasts with her fingers and put it in her mouth. She stood up and gave him a passionate kiss, which he returned. End lemon. Holy shit, that was intense. I can't feel my legs, Naruto-kun. Samui said. Yeah, I know. Next time will be even better. I'm putting you to sleep next time. Naruto said, grabbing the soap so they can both was up. I'm looking forward to it. Next time I wanna just ride you. That dick of yours is magical. I can't believe you waited for me. I almost caved in one time almost 2 years ago before Kami froze time and talked to me. She said, running her hand over his dick. Yeah, I almost gave around that time and Kami talked to me as well. Naruto said, lathering them both up with soap before they rinsed off and got out the shower. They dried off and put clothes on. Naruto just out on some boxers and sweatpants, while Samui put on one of Naruto's shirts and a pair of panties. They laid down and Samui snuggled into his chest and he wrapped an arm around her. Naruto-kun, can I tell you something? Samui asked. You can tell me anything, Samui-chan. Naruto responded. I'm scared about the Cage Summit. The Raikage will do anything to get me back. He was almost aggressive when I declined the missions to sleep with him. He tried to rape me one time. I was returning from a mission. I managed to stab him before he could touch my breasts or anything. He just held me by my throat against the wall, telling me I was a kunoichi under his command that had no choice but to like what he would do. I got a kunao out and stabbed him in the chest. Every time I had a mission I would send a lightning clone just in case. I don't want him to take me from you. I just got you back and I don't ever want to lose you. Promise me he won't get me. Promise me that you will protect me. She said, crying her eyes out. I promise, Samui-chan, I won't let anything bad happen to you. Anybody tries anything, I'll kick their ass. He said and placed his hand on her lower back. I just marked you with my hydration seal. If you're ever in trouble or just want to see me, just channel chakra to the seal on your lower back and I'll be there before you can blink. He said. She nodded and got out of the bed and walked to the door. She turned around and channeled chakra to the seal, and sure enough, before she blinked he was right next to her. Just making sure, she said, sniffling, wiping away her tears. He grabbed her hand and walked back to the bed. Come on, let's go to sleep. He said. She nodded and laid with her back to him. He came up from behind her and wrapped a hand underneath her and the other over the top of her. She snuggled her back into his chest and held his hand. He smiled and kissed her on the back of the head, and they both let sleep claim them. Samui woke up the next morning and Naruto was gone, but he left a letter saying he had to talk to Tsunade about something important and that he would see her later to take her out shopping. She smiled at the thought of shopping in Kumo. Despite her being cold to everyone, she enjoyed shopping, but she always used a henge to go so nobody would recognize her. She got out the bed and decided to use his training grounds and train until he came back. Naruto reached Tsunade's office and went through the office. Granny, I need a favor, he said. What would that be? She asked. I need that eye taken from Kakashi. I need to check something, and if I'm right the Akatsuki will be no more, he said seriously, and she unsealed the eye and handed the tube to Naruto, who checked the chakra signature in the eye. He found Kakashi's, of course, but the second one belonged to Tobi. However, Naruto, doing this, figured out Tobi's actual identity. He just smirked. Why are you smirking? She asked. I know who the man in the mask is, he said, shocking her. Who is it? She asked. Do you know who gave Kakashi this eye? He asked, and she nodded. Yeah, he got it from his teammate Obito Uchiha, who died on a mission after being buried under some rocks. What does that have to do with anything? She answered. Did you know that an implanted Sharingan can't access the Mangekyo stage unless the original owner is alive to unlock it? He said, and she understood what he was saying. Obito never died, she said. No, but I do believe he has had contact with Madara Uchiha. Kurama told me that during the fight with Hashirama, Madara bit off some of his skin and fled before he could be defeated. So what if Madara somehow managed to heal Obito with Hashirama's cells, and while also healing himself with them, expanding his life just a little bit longer and training Obito to collect the tailed beasts for him? Naruto said. It makes sense, but how would Obito unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan? She asked. The only reason I can come up with is he must have seen Kakashi kill his teammate Rin. Naruto said. So what should we do now? She asked him. Making plans wasn't really her area of expertise. Nothing, we go to the 5-cage summit. He will most likely show up and demand us to hand over the remaining tailed beasts. Naturally all the cages will decline and he will declare war, knowing him. I'll give him his eye back, but I'll place a small exploding seal on the eye with enough power to kill him. Sasuke will most likely be with him, so will his team. Samui told me about the Uzumaki girl who was with him. We can take her. I'll absorb her into my pocket dimension. I'll take on Sasuke myself and end him. He's done too much killing as a rogue ninja to be left alive. One thing we should worry about is the Raikage. Since we have Samui and she told us how he may declare war on us, and IWA will most likely join him because of their hatred of my father. Suna is our ally and Mist will probably stay neutral since they just got out of a civil war. Naruto said. Tsunade thought about it for a minute. It was a good idea except for one problem. How the hell are you going to put an exploding seal on his eye? He will see it if he checks the eye with his Sharingan. She said. I'm a seal master. You don't think I can't make a seal unable to be seen by the Sharingan? I've done it already. Sometimes the way a seal looks is ugly to me and I don't want to look at it. I'll know it's there, but I won't be able to see it even with my Sharingan activated. He said, and she raised an eyebrow at him. Don't judge me, he said, and she just laughed at him. So how are you and Samui doing? She asked. We're great. I never really realized how much I missed her until I held her in my arms. Is that how you feel with Pervy Sage? He asked. Yeah, it's like that. Sometimes you miss your partner so much you just want to cuddle with them and nothing else, she said with a faraway look on her face. I know I wanted to leave this morning, and in her sleep she has a strong grip. I had to use my Kamui to get her off of me. But given what she's been through in Kumo, I don't blame her for being clingy to me. I better get going. I promised to take her shopping today. I'll see you in 2 days when we leave, he said, and hugged her goodbye. He arrived home and Samui was sitting on the couch. He walked up to her and gave her a kiss. Are you ready to go shopping, Samui-chan? He asked as she nodded and dragged him out of the house. Just like Anko, Ayam, and Kurane, she got a lot of stuff: ninja clothes, civilian clothes, fancy dresses and some jewelry. He noticed her taking an extra amount of time staring at the engagement rings. He already had one better than what the store had. She got lots of shoes and plenty of bras and panties, as well as some lingerie that she didn't let him see. They ran into Kurane and Anko, who were going baby shopping. Kurane was having a girl and was buying a lot of girl things. Anko didn't know, but she wanted a girl as well, so for now she just bought small stuff like diapers, wipes, and bottles. They made it home and just ate and watched the Princess Gale movie series. They didn't want to do much. Samui fell asleep with her head in his lap and she looked cold. Naruto turned the TV off and carried her bridal style up to the room and laid her down on the bed. He put his pajamas on, and as soon as he laid down on the bed, she grabbed him and cuddled into him and let out a content sigh. He smiled at this and gave her a kiss on the forehead, and a small smile appeared on her face. Naruto eventually let sleep claim him. 2 days later, Tsunade, Naruto and Samui are standing at the village gates. They are about to leave for Iron Country until a group of civilians and ninja came to see them off. Take care of Hokage-sama Naruto. Have a safe trip guys. Don't be gone too long, we still need a leader. Naruto-kun will miss you. This was from a group of civilian fangirls that managed to sneak up on him and give him a group hug and managed to plant kisses on his cheeks. How the hell did they get past my sensing ability? He thought. He looked at Samui who was glaring at him. He just gave her an apologetic look. He substituted himself with Kiba who was in the middle of the group that came to see them off. He used the hydration and appeared next to Samui who gave him a cold look. I'm sleeping on the floor tonight. He asked. She didn't answer and just turned away. Yeah, I'm sleeping on the floor. He thought. Alright, we're heading out. While I'm gone, Shizun will be in charge. I want Elder Hamaru to be her guide while I'm away. We should be back in a few days. Naruto, summon Neji so we can leave. Tsunade said. He nodded and summoned Neji. Naruto, I swear if you summoned me to go back to the desert I'm going to crush you. Hokage-sama, nice to be in your presence again, I am honored. Neji said. What the hell dude, I'm your summoner not her. Why does she get the respect? Naruto asked. Because she doesn't send me into the damn desert when I'm around. Neji said. Oh yeah, well she's sending you to Iron Country, we have a meeting there and it's filled with snow. Naruto said. You do realize I love the snow, right? Every time you visit the Dragon World I'm always in the snow mountains. Hokage-sama, I wish you were my summoner instead. Hop on, we've got to get to Iron Country. Neji said. They got on his back and he took off. Naruto was in the back pouting the entire ride. On the way Tsunade spotted Gaara and his siblings. She asked Neji if he could give them a ride as well to Iron Country and he agreed. This made Naruto pout even more. So Lady Tsunade, who's the new girl? I've never seen her in your village before. Temari asked. This is Samui, a new kunoichi that should have been a leaf shinobi this entire time. She was taken to Kumo by her father who hated Naruto. He was in such a rush that he never took her name off of the Ninja Academy roster, and due to the civilian council running the school they kept giving her passing grades and she graduated along with Naruto's group. So that makes whatever she did in Kumo null and void by law. She's also Naruto's girlfriend. Tsunade said. Well, it's about time you got a girlfriend, Naruto. I mean hell, the way Yukata was all on you, I thought you two were dating. Kankuro said, not realizing he was putting Naruto in more trouble than he already was. Who is Yukata? I've never heard of her before. Samui said. Oh, she's like Naruto's biggest fan. I mean, he was in Suna about 2 years ago and I heard she dragged him into a closet one day. I don't know what happened in there, but the people that told me said they heard a lot of screaming and banging around in there. Kankuro answered. She met him through my girlfriend Matsuri. She introduced him one day. She was eager to meet the one person to do direct damage to me. Even though our exchange in the Chunin exams wasn't an actual fight, I still count it as a loss. Ever since then she's been after him, however it seems she's lost since he has you. Gaara said, not really helping Naruto's situation. Is that so? He's never told me any of this. The only girls I've heard about was Sakura and a couple of his civilian fangirls in Konoha. Samui said. Konoha, that's all you've heard? He has fangirls everywhere. Hell, he has been offered numerous contracts for marriage and some of them were tempting. I could see it in his face. I think he almost accepted 2 of them but declined in the end. Kankuro said. At this point Samui had a full-on glare at Naruto. Naruto bit his thumb and went through hand signs and summoned Shadow. What's up, Naruto? Why am I here when you have Neji? He asked. I need a lift to Iron Country. Naruto said. Ah, but I hate the snow. Fine, but you owe me a lot of fish. Naruto nodded and hopped on Shadow, who flew off faster than Neji was going since he liked to enjoy his traveling time and flew at a fast yet steady pace. Why'd he leave? Kankuro asked. Well, you've been talking so much, you never noticed the glare Samui was giving him. I'm guessing he was already in trouble and you've made it worse, you big dummy. Temari said. Ah, don't worry, I'm sure he'll be fine. Kankuro said. Don't count on it. Tsunade said, seeing the cold look on Samui's face. They arrived at Iron Country, but Neji said it wouldn't be a good idea for him to just show up, so he landed about a mile from the entrance of the village they went to for the meeting. Samui was quiet due to being mad at Naruto and not really knowing the new shinobi. However, she did like to marry. It was nice to have another girl in the group. So Samui, how long have you known Naruto? Tamari asked. I've known him since we were kids. If I had to guess, I'd say we were 6 when we met. She replied. That's so cute. You've been separated for so long and you found each other late on in life. It's like one of those romance novels I've read before. Tamari said. You read romance novels? Wow, Tamari, there goes your tough girl image. Wait until I tell everybody in Suna about this. Kankuro said, laughing until he was knocked out by Tamari hitting him over the head with her fan. Gaara saw this and simply used his sand to carry Kankuro. They reached the village where the meeting would take place and went their separate ways since they had different hotels. Tsunade and Samui arrived at their hotel and went to check in. Tsunade Senjo checking in for the Cage Summit. 2 rooms please. Tsunade said to the receptionist. Ah yes, one of your guards already checked in for you. He has a smaller room with the single bed. You have the bigger room with 2 beds. Here is your key for your room on the 2nd floor, room 203. Enjoy your stay. The young receptionist said and handed Tsunade 2 room keys. Thank you. Tsunade said and motioned for Samui to follow her. They went up to the room and it was indeed big. It had 1 bed outside and inside another room was the other bed. If I had known this is what the 2-bed hotel room looked like, I would have just booked 1 room. Tsunade said. Yeah, this is pretty big. I don't think the hotels in Konoha are this nice. Samui said. Samui, maybe you should go find Naruto. His room is down the hall. Remind him that the meeting is tomorrow at 12 p.m. Tsunade said. I don't really want to be near him right now. Can you send a slug summons please? Samui asked. Fine, but you'll have to talk to him eventually. You can't avoid him forever. Tsunade said as she sent a slug summon to tell Naruto about the meeting. It appeared back 5 minutes later saying the message was delivered. Tsunade thanked the slug and it went back home. Tsunade and Samui stayed up all day talking and ordered room service. They went to sleep at 8 p.m. They wanted to be up early for the meeting. Meanwhile, Naruto was at a bar. He took off his leaf headband and was drinking when a girl he could tell was a kunoichi from IWA walked up and sat next to him. He was wearing regular civilian clothing, so she didn't know he was a shinobi. Hey there, handsome. She said. What do you want? He asked. Well, somebody's grumpy. The name is Kuratsuki. She said. Naruto. He said. So what are you doing here, Naruto? Kuratsuki asked. Drinking. What does it look like I'm doing? He asked sarcastically. No, I mean, what are you doing in Iron Country? Do you live here? She asked. No, I'm just visiting for a few days. He said. Me too. I have a stupid meeting to go to with my grandfather. He's the 3rd Tsuchikage, by the way. She said. Good for him. Was all Naruto said. You don't care that he's my grandfather? She asked, shocked. No, am I supposed to care? I don't even know him. Naruto said. Well, you should. Plus you're looking at the soon-to-be 4th Tsuchikage. She said proudly. Yay. He said. You're rude, you know that. I like you, how about we spend the next few days getting to know each other? Kuratsuka said. Sorry, but it won't work between us. Naruto said. Why not? Wait, you have a girlfriend or something? She asked. Yeah, something like that. Plus you're not my type. You're brash, cocky. I can tell you're a loudmouth brat that boasts about being the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, expecting everyone to kneel before you. Naruto said. They should kneel before me. I'm from royalty, that alone makes me better than most people. Plus I don't see a ring on your finger, so you're still available, and when I see something I want I take it. She said, scooting closer to him. Like I said, you're not my type. He got up and left. He felt a certain chakra signature close by. He walked up behind a red-haired girl who he knew was Karen Uzumaki and absorbed her into his pocket dimension. Inside the Kamui. Where the hell am I? Karen said. You're in my pocket dimension. Naruto said from behind her, causing her to turn around. Let me out, this is kidnapping. What are you going to do, rape me? I don't think you'll like the end results. She said. That infamous Uzumaki temper, it's funny. He said, and she froze. I don't know what you're talking about. She said. Relax, I already know who you are. I took your file from Orochimaru's lab. You're Karen Uzumaki. He said, and she got scared. Why are you after me? I didn't do anything. Stay away from me. She yelled and sent a chakra chain at him, but he just dodged it. I'm not here to capture you. Actually I am, but in a good way. He said and pulled out the Uzumaki tracking seal. She immediately calmed down but kept her guard up. How do you have that? She asked. My godmother Kushina Uzumaki left me all of the Uzumaki sealing scrolls and I found it. I activated the tracker seal 2 times. I'm sure you felt your seal heat up on your body. She nodded. You know Lady Kushina? Is she still alive? My mother told me I was to find her and stay with her before Orochimaru killed her and kidnapped me. Karen said, crying. No, she died the day I was born. The man in that mask that claims to be Madara Uchiha killed her. He said, and she froze. He's the one Sasuke has us working for. I tried to save Sasuke from the darkness, but he is too far gone now. She said. He wants to attack the 5-Cage Summit and kill Danzo. He was responsible for the Uchiha massacre. But if he kills Danzo, I know he won't stop there. He might come after the entire Leaf Village. She told him. But back to the seal, how did you activate it? Only somebody that mastered the first 4 levels of Uzumaki sealing and his Uzumaki blood can activate it. Karen said. Okay, the Uzumaki blood thing, I did not know she didn't write that in her note for me. But I did master all of the levels of Uzumaki sealing. My Uzumaki blood comes from my father's side of the family. He got it from his mother. He said. You're an Uzumaki? You don't have the red hair or temper. I bet you can't even use the chakra chains or the mind's eye sensing ability. Karen said. Actually, I have Uzumaki blood from my grandmother. She's the granddaughter of Mito Uzumaki. I may not have the red hair, temper, or chakra chains, but I can use the sensing ability and have the dense chakra. My hair isn't red because my mother was an Uchiha and my father had blonde spiky hair. Naruto said. So you come from the Senju and Uchiha line? She asked. Yes, I do. Now would you like to come back to Konoha with me? I already have the other Uzumaki living there. Her name is Teiwa. If you come, you already have a house waiting for you. He said. I would, but I can't get away from Sasuke and that masked man. Even if I somehow managed to get away, they have this little plant thing called Zetsu who travels underground and can find me. I'm stuck with them until I die basically. Besides, I'm a freak, I have bite marks on me from healing people due to my heal bite ability. She said, showing him her arms and legs. Why don't you just use the healing chakra throughout your body to heal yourself and get rid of the bite marks? He asked. She just stood there staring at him with a blank face. She started smacking herself. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Why didn't I think of that? She said and used her healing chakra to heal herself and the bite marks disappeared. Wow, it worked. But how am I going to get out of the reach of the masked man and his spy? She asked. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Just show up at the Cage Summit like you planned to and stay out of the way. Once you are clear, try to find Tsunade Senju during the commotion. She's the 5th Hokage. Tell her you're the last one, she'll understand what you mean. If you can't get to her, then stay hidden. I'll give you a copy of my key to my hotel room, go there and I'll have a privacy seal over the room so nobody can find you. I'm sure that Zetsu guy won't be able to follow you since he stays with that fake Madara. I'll return to the room and find you after everything. Then you can come back to Konoha with us. He said. Thank you so much. She said and hugged him. I'm going to let you out, just act normal. He said. She nodded and he took them both out of the dimension. Now just remember to act normal at the cage summit. I'll tell Tsunade about you being here. Karen nodded and left. He felt Toby coming to this location, so he masked his presence and hid. 2 minutes later Toby appeared. I thought the Kyuubi hierarchy was here, he said. Well, if it isn't the so-called Madara Uchiha, Naruto said, causing the man to turn around, but he didn't see anybody. I am Madara Uchiha. Now show yourself, don't hide like last time, Toby said. Now why would I do that? Like I said last time, this way is much more fun. Madara wouldn't get this worked up over a voice, which proves you aren't him. Besides, we both know who you are. It's a shame really, how both the men of Team 7 turned out to be nothing but scum. Rin would be disappointed in both of you. With that, Naruto vanished. Who is he and how does he know about Rin? Toby asked himself before leaving in a vortex. Naruto went back to the bar since they closed at midnight, and he still had almost 2 hours before they closed. He kept drinking and multiple women tried to get him into their home, but he respectfully declined them all. He noticed Kurotsuka was still there, but now she was with an older guy from IWA. She noticed him and gave him a glare. He just looked away from her to grab another drink. Who are you glaring at, Kurotsuka? The man asked. Nobody, Akatsuki, don't worry about it, she said. Akatsuki just shrugged before finishing his drink and leaving. Kurotsuka left soon after. Naruto kept drinking, but due to his healing ability he didn't get drunk. The man at the bar told him it was closing time. Naruto paid for his drinks and bought 2 bottles of sake and returned to his hotel room. He stayed up until about 2 a.m. before finally going to sleep. He woke up at 11 a.m. and searched for Tsunade's chakra signature, and she was already gone to the meeting building and Samui was with her. He got out of bed, took a shower and got dressed in his usual Jonin attire and put his headband on. He looked in the mirror and couldn't help but smile at how much he looked like his father. He unsealed the Kyubikaribasho and decided to wear it on his back. He put a magnetic seal on the back of his Jonin vest that the Kyubikaribasho would stick to. He looked at the clock. He had 5 minutes until the meeting started. He used the Hiraishin seal he placed on Tsunade to get to her. Tsunade Senju 5th Hokage of Konoha with my guard Samui, Tsunade said to the samurai acting as a guard to the meeting room. You're supposed to have 2 guards. Where is the other one? The samurai asked. Tsunade was about to speak, but Naruto appeared at her side. I'm right here, I woke up late. Sorry about that, he said. It's fine, you may enter, the samurai said and opened the door. Tsunade entered and took her seat, placing her cage hat on the table. Naruto and Samui went into the shadows behind her. Naruto looked around and saw all of the cages and their bodyguards for the meeting. Then a man walks in and samurai are posted all around the room. Greeting, cages of the 5 great nations, I am Mifune, leader of Iron Country. Please introduce yourselves and your bodyguards, Mifune said. Gaara 5th Kaze Cage. My bodyguards today for this meeting are Temari and Kankuro, Gaara said as Temari and Kankuro stepped forward. Mei Terumi 5th Mizu Cage. My bodyguards today for this meeting are Kojuro and Ao, Mei said as Kojuro and Ao stepped forward. Kojuro has short tufty blue hair and dark eyes. He also has pointed, shark-like teeth, a common trait of the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist as well as apprentices share. He wears square black-rimmed glasses connected to ear protectors, a blue pinstriped shirt and camouflage pattern pants. He wore his forehead protector on the front of his holster, which he uses to carry his sword called Hiramekarei. The sword itself is wrapped in bandages, leaving only the double hilt visible. Ao was a middle-aged man with blue hair which is styled in a moused-up manner. His left eye was blue and his right eye was covered with an eye patch, under which he concealed the Byakugan that he obtained from a Hyuga clan member he defeated. He wore a talisman in each ear with the kanji for a humble form of Tahir written on them twice on each side. He also wore the standard striped, gray suit, with a green haori that had white trimmings that stop halfway down, over them. Mei herself wore a long-sleeved dark blue dress that fell just below the knees. It was closed at the front with a zipper, and is kept open on the front right side from the waist down. The dress covers up to the upper part of her arms and the underside of her breasts. Underneath she wears a mesh armor that covers slightly more of her upper body than her dress. She also wears a skirt the same color as her dress and underneath those mesh leggings reaching down over her knees. Around her waist, she wore a belt with a pouch attached to the back on the left along with high-heeled sandals, shin guards reaching up over her knees, dark blue nail polish on her fingers and toes, and wears fuchsia lipstick. She has green eyes and ankle-length auburn hair styled into a herringbone pattern at the back, a top knot tied with a dark blue band and with 4 bangs at the front. 2 bangs are short with one covering her right eye and 2 are long crossing each other on her bust, just below her chin. The fourth rakeage, my bodyguards today for this meeting are C and Darui. Said as C and Darui stepped forward. C had dark eyes and short blonde hair which he wears parted in the front. He wears the standard attire of the Kumonin, a sleeveless, black shirt with a white flak jacket worn by Kumo shinobi, black forehead protector, black elbow-length arm guards, and the red and white Kumigakuer shin guards along with a pair of sandals. Darui has shaggy white hair which covers his left eye. He wears a high-collared sleeveless uniform with loose-fitting pants, bandages on his wrists and the flak jacket of a Kumo shinobi. Has blonde hair combed back, a small mustache and goatee. He wore a white haori without a shirt underneath. He has black Fuma shuriken tattoos on both shoulders and originally wore large, golden braces on his wrists. He also wears a gold belt around his waist with a boar's face engraved in the center, black pants with torn ends, Kumonin shin guards and shinobi sandals. Onaki third Tsuchikage, my bodyguards today for this meeting are Kuratsuki and Akatsuki. Onaki said as Kuratsuki and Agutsuka stepped forward. Onaki was a short old man with a triangular beard and a mustache that had angular corners, a big red nose and thick eyebrows. The top of his head was completely bald, although he had long white hair on the lower half of his head which is styled in a traditional Chonmage haircut, the back of which was tied with a yellow ribbon into a top knot. Onaki wore a green and yellow coat with a red collar. Underneath he wore the traditional Uegakuer outfit consisting of a light green version of Uegakuer's flak jacket and mesh armor. He however had both the sleeves of his shirt but kept the single lapel on his right side. Along with this he wore sandals. Kuratsuki has short, black hair and black eyes which are accentuated by her eyelashes running upwards at the corners. She wears the standard attire of the Iwanin consisting of a red uniform with her right sleeve missing and a lapel over her right leg, the brown Uegakuer flak jacket, fishnet tights, and a skirt over them. She also wears regular shinobi sandals and a pair of gloves. Akatsuki is a large man, with dark eyes and black hair that spikes out at the back from underneath his bandana-styled forehead protector. He has large cheeks, and a plump nose which give him an overall look of constant joviality. He wears the red Uegakuer uniform which has both its sleeves, underneath his flak jacket, and accentuates it with a yellow scarf which he wraps around his neck. Tsunade Senju 5th Hokage, my bodyguards today for this meeting are Naruto Namikaze and Samui. She said as Naruto and Samui stepped forward. What? Onaki, and Kuratsuki all yelled together. Something the matter? Mifune asked, not really understanding what the yelling is for. Kuratsuki went first. I met this leaf scum at the bar last night. She said Naruto got a glare from Tsunade and Samui for different reasons. He is the spawn of that Namikaze. Onaki said while adding venom to the Namikaze name. Samui is a jonin of Kumo and now she is a Konoha shinobi. Then she has the nerve to actually bring a Namikaze to this meeting as her bodyguard. Samui, I demand you come over here right now or I'll have you killed on the spot. I said. Sorry Raikage Dano, but Samui is an official jonin of Konoha. When she moved to Kumo her father never took her name off of the Ninja Academy roster. Due to the fact that the civilian council managed to run the Ninja Academy during the third Hokage's reign, they boosted the grades of all of the civilian kids and passed her. She graduated from the Leaf Ninja Academy with Naruto's group. Law states you cannot be enrolled in 2 different schools. Since the Leaf Academy was her first school, she has always been a Leaf shinobi. So that makes all missions and anything else she did in Kumo null and void. Tsunade said, and he didn't like this. C kill Samui, she is a traitor. C charged at Samui but was flung into the wall with the tip of the Kubikiriboko at his neck. He looked up and saw Naruto staring at him with his Sharingan activated. Do you wish to die? If not, I suggest you not make any aggressive action towards us or you and your cage will die. Mei, can you please tell Ao to deactivate that stolen Byakugan of his and hand it over to me before I rip it out myself? Naruto asked and Mei looked at Ao. You heard him. Deactivate the eye and remove it. Hokage Dono, do you mind healing my bodyguard's eye? Mei asked and Tsunade nodded. She walked up to Ao who removed his eye patch and had Tsunade remove the eye and heal him. She handed the eye to Naruto and he sealed it away. Mifune stood up and spoke. Stand down, this was supposed to be a peaceful meeting. Cages order all of your shinobi back now. He exclaimed and all the cages nodded to their bodyguards and everybody went back to their respective areas. Mizukage-sama, since I returned the eye, he has to return the sword. Ao said he was pissed off that he had to give up that eye. No he doesn't, that sword only lets a select few hold it and Naruto is one of those few. By the way, good to see you again Naruto. You've grown into a lovely young man. I wouldn't mind another game of me chasing you. Mei said in a seductive voice licking her lips. I'm doing fine Mei, thanks for asking. I see you still look as lovely as last time. He said. This got him a glare from Samui again. As for the game I have to decline but thanks for the offer. He said. How dare you call Lady Mizukage by her name? Show some respect. Ao said. Ao, shut up or I'll kill you. Mei said in a calm voice with a sweet smile on her face. Ao wisely shut up and backed away. Enough. I yelled. We're here to discuss the Akatsuki. They are made up of shinobi from all of your villages. I said. You've all had something to do with them. Kiri was run by the Akatsuki, IWA has used them for missions in the past and the Leaf and Sand have had members from their village join in the ranks. Sand even worked with the Akatsuki. I said. It's true, Kiri was being led by the Akatsuki. The fourth Mizukage Yagura was being controlled by a man in a mask with a Sharingan. I found his journal he wrote before he was under his control. But me personally, I have not used the Akatsuki at all and I've been rebuilding my village since I took over trying to fix the mistakes of my predecessor. Mei said. IWA only hired them for basic mercenary jobs our shinobi did not want to do. Back then they were just a normal group looking to make money. I saw no harm in hiring them. Onaki said. Sand has never worked with the Akatsuki so I have no idea what you are talking about. Gaara replies. Orochimaru is known to have been a member of the Akatsuki. Your father was working with him for the Konoha invasion. I replied. Well, your sources must suck at their job. It was well known that Suna aided Konoha in the invasion and my father was ambushed by Orochimaru and killed because he refused to invade Konoha. Gaara replied. Konoha had 3 members in the Akatsuki and 2 are dead. At least we have been fighting the Akatsuki. I've reached out to every village to help take them down. I've only heard back from Suna who agreed and Kiri who had to decline due to them having just finished a civil war and needed to rebuild. IWA flat out refused since they just basically gave away their Jinhuriki. Kyumo, you only called this meeting because your brother was captured. You didn't even lift a finger when your female Jinhuriki was captured, so don't act like you really care. Naruto is responsible for the death of basically every Akatsuki member except Itachi who died in his fight with his brother and Kisame who nobody has seen yet. Only 3 members remain alive, the man in the mask, Kisame, and this plant thing called Zetsu. Tsunade said before anybody could respond. Naruto jumped forward and punched through the floor and yanked Zetsu out of the floor. Everyone was shocked at how fast Naruto moved and that he detected this plant thing. Naruto has Zetsu by the neck choking him. Why are you here? He asked. He already knew but wanted Zetsu to tell him. Sasuke Uchiha is here in the building. He said. Naruto knew where he was already but was waiting for Karen to hide. Where is he? I yelled at Zetsu. Thanks for the information, you're no longer needed. Naruto said. Wait. Zetsu yelled but Naruto sliced his head off with the Kubikuri Basho. Unknown to him or the others, millions of Zetsu clones all around the shinobi nation collapsed. He's so ruthless. Temari thought. I want to be strong like him. Kojuro thought. Typical Leaf scum. Flashing their strength. Kurotsuka thought. I must have him. Mei thought, licking her lips. What the fuck is your problem, boy? He was going to tell us where Sasuke is. I yelled at Naruto and activated his lightning armor and sped towards Naruto, but before he could get close a fist was in his gut making him cough up blood. Now this had everybody other than the Suna and Leaf Ninja surprised. They thought A was the fastest shinobi alive. There's no need for that. He's been above us right when I pulled Zetsu out of the ground. Naruto said. Everyone looked at Sasuke, who was on the ceiling upside down, staring at Tsunade with his Sharingan active. Tsunade just stared back calmly at him. Where's Danzo? Sasuke asked. He's dead. Tsunade said. Fine, then I guess I'll have to kill you instead of him. Sasuke said, but before he could react, A activates his lightning armor and punches Sasuke into a wall. Before he could react, Naruto spoke. Hey, let me handle this. This is Leaf business. Besides, if you want your brother, he's still alive. The Akatsuki can't seal any Jinchuriki. They don't have enough members. If they wanted to seal the 8 tails, it would take too long and they wouldn't be done anytime soon, since it would only be 3 people doing the sealing process instead of 90 or 10. So go find him. Naruto said. Very well, you can take him. I said almost immediately, but took a quick glance at Samui, who noticed and tensed. Thanks. Naruto said, not catching the glance since he was busy staring at Sasuke, who had his Manjikyu active. So when did you unlock it? Naruto said. When I found out the truth about Itachi. Sasuke said. That's interesting, however you came here too early with those eyes. I can tell you haven't perfected them. Naruto said. I have more than enough power now. Since I killed Itachi, I'm stronger than a Kage. I'll kill you first and then kill that bitch of a Hokage. Sasuke said. You didn't kill Itachi. He basically committed suicide fighting you. He was already dying when you fought him. He had an incurable disease that was killing him. He was performing at possibly less than half of his full strength, and yet you still struggled. You're not strong enough to take on a Kage. You may have the Manjikyu Sharingan, but I have the complete version of it. Naruto said as he activated his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. I'll still kill you. Sasuke said. Amaterasu. Sasuke sent black flames at Naruto, who simply absorbed them into his pocket dimension. He sped in front of Sasuke and punched him in the gut. He activated his Kamui, sending Sasuke's Amaterasu flames back at him. Sasuke, not expecting this, got hit by the flames and screamed out in pain before cancelling out the flames. He charged at Naruto with his Chokyuto covered in lightning chakra and swung at Naruto's head. He ducked and grabbed the sword with his hand and redirected the lightning through his body to his hand, making it turn red. Naruto felt somebody come up from behind him and shot the lightning chakra at him. It was some idiot who turned his body into water and was electrocuted to death as he evaporated. Everyone was shocked by what Naruto just did. How did he redirect lightning like that? C asked. I don't know, but the lightning turned red after it was released from his body. Darui said. He's strong. I wonder if he's still single. Perhaps this time he can see more than just my breasts. Mei said. Now this pissed Samui off big time. Before she could glare, the Raikage grabbed her from behind and put his hand over her mouth. I told you. You belong to Kumo now. I'm taking you back and will learn to obey me. He said. She was so scared that she almost forgot about the seal on her lower back. She channeled chakra to it, hoping Naruto would respond. Naruto, who was in the middle of using Sasuke's face as a punching bag, felt the pull and noticed Samui was gone. He disappeared and found the Raikage dragging her away. He kicked him in the face and sent a chakra-enhanced punch to him, sending him back into the meeting room through a wall. Samui clenched onto Naruto and was shaking. He just held her and teleported back to Tsunade's side. Keep her safe for me. He told her. She nodded. Samui didn't want to let go but reluctantly did. Naruto stood and looked at Sasuke, who was surrounded by a purple rib cage, but he could tell it was causing him pain. Naruto teleported to the Hiraishin seal he placed on Sasuke when he punched him in the gut. Sasuke was surprised Naruto got in the rib cage, but was even more shocked when Naruto summoned his second stage Susanoo and it broke through his easily. Naruto dropped the Susanoo, picked Sasuke up and threw him against the wall. He summoned a lightning javelin to his hand and threw it at Sasuke. It stabbed him in the shoulder, making him scream out in pain again. He was about to kill him when he had to duck out of the way from a fist from a deranged orange-haired guy. Half of his skin was gray and his arm looked like an axe. Naruto decided to end it quickly with him. He kicked him, and when he stood up he threw a lightning javelin through his head and rammed a lightning edge through his heart, killing him brutally. Sasuke stood up and charged Naruto from behind and sent a punch at the back of Naruto's head, but he didn't flinch. Instead he phased away and Sasuke realized he was in a genjutsu. He broke it and only saw a wall coming up in front of him. Naruto has him by the back of his head and just bashed his face into the wall. He dropped Sasuke to the ground and paused to search for Karen. He felt her reach the hotel, then a minute later he knew she activated the barrier. He smirked at this. Now even if Tobi managed to get Sasuke, he couldn't heal him. Sasuke stood up and Naruto ran up to him. He covered his hand in chakra and ripped out Sasuke's right eye. He yelled as he held his eye. "You son of a bitch!" he yelled at Naruto. Yeah, it's time for you to die," he said. Sasuke charged at him with a chidori. He threw his hand forward at Naruto's heart, but Naruto did something unexpected. He grabbed his arm, jumped up to his neck and spun around, and before Sasuke could react, Naruto had him on the ground in an armbar. Naruto did a quick movement and broke his arm at the elbow. Before Sasuke could do anything, Naruto shoved a giant Rasengan into his face until he died. "Well, that's disappointing. Him and his team were needed for my plans," a voice said. "Who said that?" The Raikage asked, and a swirling vortex was seen at the end of the table near the wall, and out came a man in an orange mask. "I did. My name is Madara Uchiha," the masked man said. "That's impossible. Madara died long ago," Oniki said. "That's because he isn't Madara," Naruto said. "He's standing right there, you leaf scum," Kurotsuka said. "You're fucking stupid, and your Uchiha eyes must be failing if you can't see that he's right in front of you," Ao said. "Well, let's go over a few facts, shall we? Number 1, Madara didn't need to use a jutsu to make his voice deep. If you focus, you can tell he is sending chakra to his vocal cords to make his voice deep. Fact number 2, Madara wouldn't wait until a man is dead to take something from him. He had to wait until Pain, the puppet head leader of the Akatsuki, was dead to get his Rinnegan, because he was scared to fight him when he was alive. The third and final reason as to why he isn't Madara Uchiha is a simple one: Madara was never trained by my father," he said, shocking everyone. "What are you saying?" Kankuro asked. "I'm saying this guy is the crybaby of the Uchiha clan who couldn't get the girl of his dreams to marry him before she was killed by her other teammate," Naruto said. "Wait, so he isn't Madara?" Kurotsuki asked. "Ding ding ding, we have a winner. How long did it take you to figure that out, Boulder Brain? Was it after I gave my reasons to why he isn't Madara, you rockhead?" Naruto asked. "I am Madara Uchiha and I am here too." Naruto cut him off. "Dude, seriously, I just exposed you saying you aren't him. Why try to keep up the act? You want me to say your real name, don't you?" Naruto said. "I don't know what name you're talking about," Tobi said. "Yes you do." "No I don't." "Yes you do." "No I don't." "Yes. You do." "No. I don't." "Damn it, Naruto, just say his damn name, or so help me I'll punch you into the sun," Tsunade yelled, and Naruto pouted at her, making Mei giggle. "Fine, just ruin my fun, you big meanie." He stuck his tongue out at her, which was the wrong thing to do because she uppercutted him out of the building and everyone looked up. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Is he going to come down anytime soon?" Temari asked. "Oh yeah, here he comes," Tsunade said, and sure enough, Naruto came crashing down through the ceiling into the floor. He just stood up like nothing happened with no scratches or anything. "What the hell? How isn't he hurt?" Kankuro asked. "We haven't figured that out yet," Naruto said, getting a sweat drop from everyone minus the Raikage and Tsuchikage, who were off in a corner quietly talking about something. "Anyway, his name is Obito Uchiha. So just take the mask off, dude, your cover is blown," Naruto said, and Obito didn't remove his mask, just stood there in shock that his cover was blown. "Alright, fine, let's make a deal. You take the mask off and I give you back something that belongs to you," Naruto said as he unsealed a tube of liquid with a Sharingan eye in it. The previous owner turned into a disgrace. "We decided he wasn't worthy enough to have this eye. However, I'm sure the previous owner wouldn't mind if I gave it back to you." Naruto said he saw Obito's hand twitch and felt his Sharingan activate. He was checking it for any traps. After 15 minutes of silence and Obito examining the eye Naruto had, he took off his mask. "See, now that wasn't so hard, was it?" Naruto said, and he tossed the tube with Obito's eye in it to him. Obito caught the tube and placed his eye back in and healed it. "It's good to be whole again. Now the reason I am here is..." Naruto cut him off. "Actually, I have something to say to you. You killed my father. You killed my godmother, and because of you I lost my mother all on the night I was born. You tried to kill my godchild and you almost killed my sister Figure's future husband. You think I didn't know you would come here? I planned on you coming here." He went through hand signs and the room glowed red before fading. "What did you do, Naruto-san?" Mifune asked. "I've sealed the room so nobody gets out. That means Obito can't escape, and neither can his friend that is with him that thought he could hide in the ceiling." Naruto said. They all looked up and saw something black with a yellow eye with no sclera or pupils. "What the hell is that?" Mei asked. "Nobody knows, but I'm glad it's here. You've failed in your plan, Obito. You won't get the one-tailed beast, the 7 tails, 8 tails, and even if you somehow managed to get those 3, you would never get the 9 tails. I've gotten rid of it." He lifted his shirt and the ladies in the room blushed except Tsunade. "As you can see, I no longer have a seal on me. Whatever plan you had in your mind has failed. Now, as I've said earlier, you killed my family when I was younger. I'm usually a nice guy. I gave you your eye back. However, I'm going to get revenge. You should never trust a seal master, especially one who can create seals that even the Sharingan can't detect." Naruto said. Obito was about to take his eye out, but it was too late. Naruto held up one hand sign and channeled some chakra, and the seal he placed on the eye exploded along with Obito's head. "No! You ingrate, do you have any idea about what you've just done? You just ruined the plans for my mother Kaguya to return to Earth and rule you all." Black Zetsu said. "Yeah, I don't care about that shit." Naruto said. He activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Zetsu made eye contact. "Tsukuyomi." 3 seconds later Zetsu collapsed on the floor, but Naruto wasn't done yet. "Amaterasu." He set the body of Black Zetsu on fire with the black flames, and Zetsu screamed as he was burned alive to nothing but ash. Naruto used a seal and cleaned the entire room so no dead bodies were around anymore. "Well, this was an interesting meeting," he said. "I'll say it was fun indeed. Naruto, it is never a dull moment with you. I can't wait to see your next move. However, I have one request for you," Mei said, and Naruto already didn't like it. What is it?" "Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you to unzip my dress again. No, I just want you to lift your shirt for me again. That's all. I liked what I saw and wouldn't mind seeing it again," she said, licking her lips. He didn't even have to turn around to see the glare Samui was giving him. He could just feel it. No, sorry, I can't do that, Mei," he said. "But you saw my breasts before. It's only fair," she said as if it wasn't nothing. "Mei, we both know that was an accident. I didn't know that was your room. I thought it was mine," he replied. However, he knew Samui was pissed. "Yeah, I'm not getting any for at least 3 months from all she's heard the last 2 days," he thought. "Okay, enough with the flirting or whatever is going on. Since the reason this meeting was called for anyway has been dealt with, I think if there are no more topics to discuss we can dismiss the meeting," Mifune said. "Actually, there is one topic we feel needs to be brought up," Oniki said and nodded to A. "Kumo and IWA have joined forces and we declare war on Konoha. Without the Kyuubi on your side anymore, we have more than enough strength to burn you to the ground," I said. "What the hell?" Ao said. "Are you sure you want to do that?" Mifune said. "Yes, we are. It's time the Namikaze line ends and Kumo deserves a Hyuga clan. This is not up for discussion," Oniki said. "While Konoha has been relaxing and getting invaded, Kumo and IWA have been growing our forces, training our shinobi. Maybe if the Leaf had stronger shinobi, the third Hokage wouldn't have died in such a pathetic way. Sacrificing your life for a bunch of weak shinobi, he was a pathetic old fool and a waste of life." I said. Next thing he knew, his left arm was cut off from the elbow down. Everyone looked around for who did it. They didn't see anyone move, but then Naruto spoke up. You do not insult the legacy of the third Hokage in my presence. Consider me cutting off your arm, the first act of war. I'm leaving, this meeting is over. He said in a cold tone that made everyone shiver. He left in a swirl of blue flames and went back to his hotel room. Suna will always be on Konoha's side. We are also joining this war. Although with the way Naruto's feeling I doubt we would be needed. Gaara said to Mary and Kankuro nodded. Kiri will stay out of this. We have just finished a civil war and cannot afford to join in another war at this time. Mei said, scratching her head. Hokage-sama, what do you have to say about this? Mifune asked. If you want a war, then a war it is. But trust me, that boy you just pissed off does not take threats lightly, and he has enough power to slaughter your forces himself. I guess it's time for the Flash to be reborn. Samui, let's go. Tsunade said calmly, and they left the meeting. They arrived at Naruto's room and he wasn't there. They open the door and see Karen on the bed. Who are you? Samui asks coldly. She's Karen Uzumaki, one of the last full-blooded Uzumaki alive. I take it Naruto told you to come here. Tsunade said. Yeah, he said if I couldn't get to you during the Cage Summit mess, then I should come here to his hotel room. He's in the shower if you are looking for him. Karen said. Just then Naruto walks out in a towel, not even acknowledging the fact that Tsunade and Samui were in the room. He grabbed the scroll with his clothes in it and went back to the bathroom. He came out 10 minutes later dressed in his usual Jonin uniform, but this time he wore a haori that looked like his father's, but it was black with silver flames on the bottom and had the kanji for dragon on the back. He was about to leave when Tsunade spoke up. Naruto, where are you going? She asked. I need to meet up with some of my contacts. I need to see if they have any information on Kumo and IWA growing their forces. The other is working undercover in a certain village and left a note in a specific place for me to pick up with something important on it. He said he sounded just like Jiraiya. That's what Jiraiya always says when he has to leave. But I think you must know that Gaara and Suna are on our side, but Kiri is not. Mei said they can't afford to join a war. Tsunade said. Was she scratching her head when she said that? Naruto asked. Yes, why? Tsunade replies. That means she's on our side. She actually finished the rebuild 2 months after the war ended. Most of the fighting happened in a deserted part of Kiri. The rebels were stealing money from the Mizukage supporters. They stole so much that it would make me look broke, and you know how much money I have. Anyways, they have more shinobi than you think, less than us but more than Suna. He said. How do you know that? He said. I helped her rebuild and used my shadow clones to speed up the process. I placed a seal around the village that killed any spies, so word never got out until she was ready for it. He said and turned to leave. Naruto, wait, I need to. Naruto cut her off. Damn it, Granny, I need to go see my contacts. I'll see you back in Konoha in a week. He said and walked out of the room. Had he turned around, he would have noticed it was Samui, not Tsunade, who wanted to talk to him. A week later, Naruto just made it back to Konoha and headed straight to Tsunade's office, and he came through the window. Tsunade, put your tits away, we need to talk. Jiraiya, put your boner up. Naruto said seriously. They did what he said because he never calls them by their names. What is it? Tsunade asked. Kumo and IWA have a third country joining them. Naruto said. Who is it? Jiraiya asked. Oto, and the person leading them is Orochimaru. I don't know how, but he is alive. Apparently Kumo and IWA have been planning this war on us for a long time, and Orochimaru being how he has joined them. The good news is that Iron Country, Aim, Taki, Kusa, River Country, Barren County, Yugakure, Hyuga Country have all closed their borders and have a kill-on-sight order for anybody not from their village during this war. So that means Kumo and IWA would have to travel around those borders to Oto and attack from the north. Kumo could sail east and go south, but the only two options that way are if they head through Whirlpool borders, but Whirlpool is protected by whirlpools that can only be stopped by an Uzumaki, or they would destroy a thing that comes near them. The other option is if they head out far east and travel around Kiri, but Mei has set up units that will destroy any Kumo ship that sails past them. That's how Kiri will be helping us. I've dealt a blow to Orochimaru already. He was planning on reanimating a lot of past shinobi including the real Madara Uchiha and the past Hokages, but my contact tracked down where he was keeping all of the needed DNA for the jutsu and left one of my kunao there. I destroyed all the DNA and about 1,000 of his shinobi before I was noticed. He said. Damn Naruto, your spies are even better than mine. I made a good choice in retiring, but you still haven't found a successor for the Toad contract. Jiraiya said. Actually I have. My little firecracker, although she hasn't told anyone, has been feeding and taking care of little baby toads, keeping them safe. But anyway, what I did plus the countries shutting the borders have put their plans back by 3 months at least, so we can use this time to have the shinobi train. Naruto said. That's good, plus another thing you forgot was that now instead of us having to fight on 3 different sides, we only will be getting attacked from the north. This works in our favor big time. Tsunade said. Now anything else? She said. Actually yeah, Pervy Sage, how was the threesome? Tsunade blushed and Jiraiya held up 2 thumbs with a huge smile on his face. Naruto left before Tsunade could punch him. It was late, so he went home. He entered the house and walked to the living room. Samui was on the couch. He went to talk to her, but a glare from her told him she was still mad, so he grabbed his clothes from his room, took a shower and went to sleep in a room at the other end of the hallway. Halfway through the night he felt Samui come into the room and get in bed with him. He didn't acknowledge her at all, he just laid there. Can we talk? Samui asked. I don't know. I tried to talk to you earlier when I came home, yet you glared at me with hate in your eyes. As a matter of fact, why did you even come in here? He asked. I haven't seen you in a week and you didn't say goodnight or give me a hug or kiss, nothing. I even made dinner, but you didn't go in the kitchen. I just want to be with you right now. She said. I already ate, I'm not hungry. Since you're here, what do you want? He asked. I want to know about those girls and what's going on between you and the Mizukage. Why didn't you tell me about them? She asked. Samui, nothing happened with me and Yukata. The yelling and banging they heard was me trying to get out the closet and everything falling on us. With me seeing her breasts was an honest accident. During my travels with the daimyo, we stayed in a palace with a noble family and every door was the exact same. I walked in and she had just opened her dress and took off her mesh shirt and I saw them. As for the marriage contracts, I wasn't interested in them. I only met with the people to be respectful. I never told you because it wasn't important. I didn't want any of those girls, I wanted you. Hell, I've declined sex so many times from girls my age and older. People started to think I didn't like girls. I love you, Samui, I wouldn't do anything that would hurt you. He said. I know, it's just that I'm insecure. I haven't seen you in almost 12 years. I just thought that those other girls would be able to take you away. I said you were mine and I don't want that to change. I want to marry you, have your kids, grow old together and watch our kids become successful. She said. We will do all that, you just have to trust me more, that's all I'm asking. He said. I can do that. She said and started to kiss him. You know, it's been almost 2 weeks since that shower and I want it again. She said as she reached her hand into his pants and started to stroke his dick. Well, I don't have anything to do tomorrow. Are you saying you want to take a shower again? He asked. No, I'm really wet right now, I just want it in me. She said as she removed her t-shirt and panties and took off his boxers. She sat on his lap grinding into him. Can I have it please? She asked and he nodded. She lifted herself up and lined him up at her entrance before sinking down on his dick, moaning loudly from the feeling of it going inside. Shit, I can't get over how big you are. She said and started raising herself up and down at a slow pace before picking up speed. He was sucking on her nipples and reached a hand down and started to rub her clit, getting a loud moan from her. He decided to join her by thrusting his hips upward every time she came down on him. Shit, keep doing that, Naruto, it feels so good. She said and began to thrust up into her at a fast pace, and she went up one more time but never came down. She just let him thrust up and down inside of her while she started to rub her clit. She felt her orgasm coming and moaned loud. Shit, I'm about to come, Naruto, don't stop, please don't stop. She said and he thrusted even faster and harder, making her rub herself faster. Shit, I am coming. She yelled, and like a waterfall all of her juices came squirting out of her onto his lap and the sheets. She got off him and started to suck his dick. Getting a moan from him, she was bobbing her head up and down fast, enjoying the taste of herself on him. After sucking for 5 minutes, she took him all the way down her throat and she stuck her tongue out and licked his balls. She took him out her throat and was breathing heavy. Laid down on her back and lifted her legs back so her feet were near her head. "Fuck my pussy hard, Naruto," she said, and he just put his dick inside her with one push. He started slow but found his rhythm and picked up the pace by adding chakra to his hips. All you could hear was the sound of skin hitting skin. "Shit, I'm coming again," she yelled and squirted again, but the wetness only made him go harder and faster to her delight. Since he kept going, her orgasm didn't stop. She kept on squirting for 5 minutes. As he was getting close, she felt him twitch inside of her. She went through hand signs and touched her womb area. "Fuck, this feels so good, Samui," he said as he felt her insides getting tighter and tighter after every stroke. "Where do you want it, Samui?" he asked as he was about to come, and he knew it was going to be a lot. Shit, don't stop, Naruto. I want that cum inside me. I want to feel your warm cum inside my pussy. Shit, I'm about to come again," she said, and he went faster and harder to the point that her eyes rolled to the back of her head. He did a few more fast strokes before they both came at the same time. "Fuck," they both said as he came inside her and she squirted again. He pulled out of her and laid next to her. "Samui-chan." He didn't get an answer. He looked at her and she was passed out. He chuckled at this and picked her up. He took her to their room and laid down on the bed. She cuddled to him, putting her head on his chest. He looked at her some more before falling asleep himself. Check the description for the links to the author.